Welcome to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, July 17th, 2025. The time is 2:07 p.m. And we are in the council chambers at 200 North Spring Street, room 340, Los Angeles, California. I am President Thyris Mason, and I will be chairing this meeting. The following commissioners are present: Commissioners Byerman, Farnby, and Vice President Nash. I'm going to go over some housekeeping items before we get started. This meeting is being recorded. Therefore, we ask that when addressing the commission, you speak close to the microphone and only one person at a time. Please state your name each time you speak. This also applies to commissioners. This meeting is being live streamed. Individuals who wish to watch and listen to this meeting may do so by visiting cannabis.lacity.gov. We will be following the agenda order for the most part. Agendas are located on the table by the entrance door along with speaker cards. Individuals who wish to address this commission must fill out a speaker's card and identify which item or items you're going to speak on. Individuals can provide public comment or comments about a specific agenda item. Please fill out a speaker card and turn it into Irene or Josie. When I call your name, please come up to the podium and clearly state your name. We will consider general public comment in single or multiple agenda items together. Therefore, speakers will have 1 minute for general public comment and 1 minute per item with a maximum of 2 minutes for multiple items. In total, an individual speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes of public comment per meeting. We ask that speakers state whether they are providing general public comment and or which other item or items they are speaking on before they begin to comment, so that staff can appropriately time them. If the speaker does not specify which items they are speaking on, 1 minute will be provided. Representatives from neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or a community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any agenda item, will be given time to speak during the item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. PowerPoint presentations presented to the commission today will be posted online and made available to the public via DCR's website within 2 business days. Please turn off your cell phones or place them on vibrate so as not to disturb the proceedings. City Attorney Emily Wada will issue warnings. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. Again, I am designating authority to issue warnings to City Attorney Emily Wada in order to preserve decorum and help maintain order in the meeting. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please be respectful. Disruptions will not be tolerated. If you disrupt the proceedings, you will receive 2 warnings. If you continue the disruptive behavior, you will be asked to leave the meeting. We are on to item 1, the public comment period. We will now open general public comment and single or multiple agenda items. Speakers can address the commission on non-agenda related items that are within the jurisdiction of the commission or provide public comment for items in today's agenda. First public comment is from Madison Shockley III.
Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Madison Shockley III, and I'd like to speak on 1 public comment, 2, and 4.
So 1 is public comment, so 2 and 4. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, can I get 3 minutes, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I want to thank the commission for having this meeting. I think it's a monumental meeting for this commission. It's the first time I can remember in a long time, if ever, that there's been put on the agenda for you guys to have a discussion about recommendations that could be made on behalf of taxes and social equity issues. So I want to thank the commission for taking the time and energy to make that happen, particularly because it seemed like that effort had been being thwarted by the cannabis department through maneuvers to not put these things on the agenda. And this commission has shown that it's forging forward anyways and having these hard discussions. And it's really critically important because initially when this commission was created, it had a different charter than what it has now. Part of what the charter was for the commission to hear from the public and take that information from the public to make recommendations to the city council and to the mayor. And that function is critical because otherwise the people don't have access in large part without having lobbyists, without spending a massive amount of time and money to have that access. So we come here to the commission to share the information with you all because your voice matters, but it only matters when you make recommendations. It doesn't matter that much having discussion up here or making comments up here unless they end up in writing in a recommendation. And so I really want to implore the body to make some serious recommendations today that have an impact and are designed to meet the moment of the crisis that the entire cannabis industry is in, but particularly social equity. There are certain recommendations like tax forgiveness that I hope you guys seriously discuss as a form of redress for the harm that we shared with you guys and you guys have witnessed over the years, really. And then also on reducing the tax, I really hope you guys consider making a recommendation that addresses Councilmember Imelda Padilla's motion to look at reducing the cannabis tax overall between 8% and 1.5%. I hope that you guys recommend that the city council look at using tax credits to provide a effective tax rate for social equity to 1.5%. Thank you.
I have a second speaker card from Madison Shockley on item number 7.
No, it should only be one speaker card.
Hi, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I believe since Mr. Shockley has already given his public comment, we'll state that his time is up.
Oh, that other speaker card was related to my license application, which is later on the agenda.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is for your actual agenda item. I'm sorry, Mr. Shockley.
That's all right.
So
You can come back.
let me just clarify by saying your time to speak about this agenda item. Let me suggest that to the commission president rather that Mr. Shockley be called up to speak during time in which this item comes up for consideration.
I'm in agreement with that.
Okay, thank you.
Douglas Johnson.
Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
Yeah, hi, I'm Douglas Johnston and agenda item 5.
You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm Doug Johnston and I'm from West Valley Patient Center. We're a community-based cannabis dispensary located in Woodland Hills. I am here today as someone who's been part of the medical cannabis movement since its early days with over 2 decades of experience advocating for safe access and responsible operations. West Valley Patient Center is one of the few remaining legacy dispensaries in Los Angeles, We have operated from the same location for over 20 years. From original members of ASA to Americans for Safe Access and GLACA, the Greater Los Angeles Caregivers Alliance, a coalition that is committed to compassionate care and community standards. And it looks like I'm running out of time. So I had more prepared, but I'm out.
So this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. Just so you know, sir, and I'm sorry, I forgot your name already. You will have an opportunity to make a presentation to the commission in conjunction with your application when that item is called.
Okay.
Right now is the time for public comment.
Oh, so I
you were given your 1 minute to speak on one agenda item for the purposes of public comment only. However, when your specific application item comes up, you will be called to make a 10-minute presentation.
Okay, that's much better.
Wonderful.
I was trying to rush it.
Don't rush it. You'll
Okay.
have time later.
Ann Lawrence. And again, let me clarify again, if you are an applicant and you have filled out a public speaker card, now is not your time. You will be granted 10 minutes to speak during the item itself. Okay, thank you. That's what I got. Okay, Daniel Sosa.
Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
I'm speaking on item 4. Just to clarify, how much time do I have to speak?
For one agenda item is 1 minute.
Okay. My name is Daniel Sosa. I'm a cannabis operator here in the city. I operate 4 dispensaries here in Los Angeles. You know, it's, as you guys should be aware, our industry is in a critical place right now. The average dispensary is in massive tax debt, and we really need some help from you guys. Please make some solid recommendations on behalf of our industry. I distributed some paperwork to you guys with 4 different main recommendations. The number one thing we need is tax relief. Please recommend that the city lower the tax rate for adult use to 1% or less for adult use and 0% for medical. Also, please consider turning the DCR into the Department of Cannabis Enforcement. Also, please make a recommendation to allow on-site consumption at licensed dispensaries with appropriate odor control measures. And also, please make a recommendation to give tax credits to cannabis businesses.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you.
Tiffany Wright.
Please state your name and which items you're speaking on.
Hello, my name is Tiffany Wright. I'd like to speak on all agenda items and general public comment.
You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much, commissioners and attendees. It's nice to be back here again in this wonderful air conditioning. And I really appreciate the opportunity to make some recommendations to you all as a person who has almost 2 decades of experience in this industry and who has been a participant and a community organizer in this business through many, many different iterations of regulations and also not being regulated, at which point it was frankly much more fun to be in the business. I'd like to talk to you in support of some of the recommendations that Mr. Sosa made. First and foremost, we definitely need an immediate and dramatic reduction in taxation. No other medicine has a special tax on it in the city of LA. I see no reason why medical patients who opt to use cannabis, which is safer than many pharmaceutical medications, should pay tax at all. So I would like to recommend 0% tax on medicinal cannabis, 1% or less for adult use. It's really the only pathway forward. I also want to speak in support of a tax holiday, tax credits, and some other types of economic relief for social equity businesses and other cannabis licensees. Frankly, the legacy operators have also really had it bad. I also do think that we should have on-site consumption in the city. It makes sense. You know, anybody can go to a bar, drink, and kill somebody. Why can't I go to a dispensary, smoke a joint, take an Uber home, order Postmates, stimulate the restaurant economy, wake up and do it again the next day. That sounds perfect to me. Maybe I'll see some of you guys there. I also want to speak about the enforcement issue because you all had asked for recommendations last time when we had the meeting where everybody gave the presentations. And I think you were asking the wrong people. First of all, you know, a social equity licensee who's only been in the business for a few years is not going to remember the old days where you guys were, when I say you guys, the city of LA, were effectively enforcing against collectives. It's really easy. If you know that there's illegal activity taking place at a smoke shop or a trap shop, you send a letter to the landlord, you threaten asset forfeiture, you padlock the doors, you disconnect their utilities, you send somebody from the Office of Finance or the Department of Cannabis Enforcement to click, click, click and count how many customers go in, and then you make a tax assessment. You make an immediate demand for payment or you shutter their doors. It's not rocket science. It's how the city enforced on cannabis activity before there was regulation. And I hate to say it, it was effective. So do that. If you have any other questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I am an expert in this subject matter and I want to help. Thank you.
This is President Mason. Irene, are there any other speaker cards?
No, there is not.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, public comment period is now closed. We are on to item number 2, elected office, neighborhood council, and other public entity presentations. And this is a reminder that any representatives of neighborhood councils who have filed a resolution or community impact statement with the city clerk, which relates to any item on the agenda, will be given time to speak during the agenda item itself. Please provide a copy of the filed statement or resolution to the commission executive assistant. Any neighborhood council representative speaking on behalf of their neighborhood council must provide a letter on their letterhead stating the neighborhood council's position on the matter. Absent any neighborhood council documentation, comments may still be provided during the public comment period. Item 3, commission business. We have the election of officers on today's agenda. Is there a motion for commission vice president?
Yeah, I'll make a motion for Vice President Nash.
And you are?
My name is Anton Formby.
Thank you. This is President Mason. Is there a second?
It's Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Thank you. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Is there a motion for commission president?
This
This
is
Vice
Vice
President. I would recommend President Mason be president.
This is Commissioner Farnby, yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you for your continued confidence, gentlemen. Commissioners, you should have an advanced calendar in front of you with our future meeting dates. Please take a look and advise if there are any planned absences.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I think I am going to be out of town on October 16th.
On October 16th. So then that meeting is now canceled. Unless another commissioner is appointed between now and then, because we will lose quorum on that date. Any other dates? Okay, not this time. This is President Mason. I'll go ahead and announce that due to planned construction upgrades at the end of the year in this chamber, the December 18th meeting will be canceled. And with that, we are moving on to the approval of minutes. We were sent the minutes of July 2nd for review. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes?
This Commissioner Farmer make a motion to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Commissioner Bierman now, second.
Thank you. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farmby,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. And moving on to future agenda requests, commissioners, are there any future agenda requests at this time? Hearing none, we are on to item 4, the commission discussion on issues raised by presentations from applicants, licensees, and or cannabis trade associations presented at the Cannabis Regulation Commission special meeting of July 2nd. And before I open the floor to my fellow commissioners, I'd like to briefly summarize the purpose of today's discussion and the key issues that were raised during that special meeting. I believe this context will help us to frame a productive conversation and develop clear policy recommendations to transmit to City Council. At that meeting, we heard directly from applicants, licensees, representatives, and stakeholders within the cannabis trade associations about mounting challenges they face operating in the current climate in the city of Los Angeles. Some of these concerns were about the city's cannabis tax structure, the ongoing financial pressures that structure places on licensed businesses, especially in light of increasing state excise tax levels. And then in parallel, stakeholders also highlighted the lack of sufficient enforcement against unlicensed operators who continue to siphon market share without bearing the cost of regulatory compliance or contributing tax revenue. I'll offer an example. The state recently increased their excise tax from 15 to 19% of gross receipts as of July 1st, a rate that has not been imposed on any other consumable product in the state of California. Meanwhile, unlicensed operators are able to avoid taxes entirely. They don't pay local tax, they don't pay state tax, they pretty much pay nothing and bypass all regulatory compliance requirements. So we have a situation that pretty much allows the illegal market to offer significantly lower prices to consumers while facing minimal enforcement risk or any sort of punitive damages. As a result, legal cannabis reportedly accounts for less than 40% of statewide consumption. We understand that we are at a critical point. We understand that if no corrective action is taken, the city's licensed cannabis industry is at risk of collapse. Unlicensed activity will continue to dominate the market, posing risks to public health and safety while the city loses valuable tax revenue and undermines the goals of legalization. With that context, I now invite my fellow commissioners to share their thoughts and proposals. I'd like us to focus this discussion on identifying tangible recommendations that we can transmit to the City Council to be included in existing council files related to these issues for consideration. So who's on first?
Go first. Commissioner Farmby. First and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity. I want to thank all of the operators for coming to the meeting that we had. I believe it was on the second, 12th.
Second?
The second. I think that folks really took a really good look and a really good opportunity to kind of present to this commission and highlight some of the issues that they've not only been dealing with recently, but since the inception of the regulation of this industry here in Los Angeles. The two takeaways of me that seem very prevalent to this conversation. One is around the taxation and around the illicit markets, right? That seems to have been a reoccurring theme, not only in terms of what we heard in this chamber at the last meeting, but also what we've seen in previous meetings. I also think, kind of the information that was presented from the owners in their own different way, right, kind of highlighted examples of these two specific issues. And so I think as a commission, we have an opportunity here to really kind of take what we've heard and respond to it. And I think that's what folks have been waiting for quite some time. So I think this is that chance for us to do that. Speaking for myself, right, I think that kind of listening to some of the presentations and some of the examples and speaking to some recommendations that came from the operators, as I was reviewing the notes from the last meeting, what I found was from the Budget and Finance from from Councilwoman Padilla, is something that is a framework for us to work with. And I know, like in all honesty, I know that there's a lot of different approaches to this. I mean, folks are talking about the percentage of the tax. We're talking about what to do with the illicit market. We're talking about the tax holiday. There's a lot of different things I think that are at play. But I think, at least for me, we should try to figure out how do we take this one step at a time. And I think a way to do that is to kind of take what's currently kind of in play here, based on what was this motion that was moved on the 25th in the Budget Finance. It gives at least some sort of framework, in my opinion, to start the conversation. And look, I'm not saying that it's the overall solution, because I think there's a lot of moving pieces here and a lot of components that we need to think about, but we do need to start somewhere, right? And I think that this is a framework for us to begin to look at what the final outcome would be. I think that's something for us to talk about, but let's get out of the gate and have the conversation, this body, to engage the city council around that. The other component I would just like to add that I really appreciated from the operators is there were examples from different cities in terms of things that work, right? And if I feel that there is a framework for us to at least consider, let's look at what's working and see if that's something that we can implement, take into consideration, or even think about, right? And so for me, just speaking candidly and honestly, I think that this is a moment for us to really take this seriously and take some action around it. So just speaking, I think that it would be a good idea for us to consider in our recommendation around the framework that's kind of already out there, and begin to have a serious conversation around what this budget finance motion that was moved on the 25th could really look like, to not only deal with some of the issues around what the operators were speaking to, but also looking at long term, right? Because this is about the sustainability of the industry. So that would be my thought for this conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash.
Commissioner Farby.
I'm sorry. You're right, Commissioner Farby. I warned you guys. I'm half here. So in looking at the motion from Council Member Padilla, one thing jumped out at me, and that is this motion only focuses on the dispensaries. We have cultivators and distributors who are hit with 20% tax on their gross receipts. So if we are going to propose any sort of reform, we need to capture cultivators and distributors in that proposal as well. 20% pushes them up to almost 50%. And
Excuse me, guys, Deputy City Attorney
Yeah.
Miyawada, please do not cause any public disruptions. Thank you.
So moving on from that, are there specific recommendations that you all have that we want to discuss? Because if not, I've got a whole list. And I just want to add that even over the last year, we've heard a lot from applicants in addition to what we heard on July 2nd. And it is incumbent that we impress upon this city that absent any changes in enforcement, any increase in enforcement, it doesn't matter what tax recommendations are implemented. Because I would suspect, if I'm looking into my crystal ball, that any changes we make in the tax structure, the illegal market will adjust in their price structure. So they'll match it toe to toe anyway. And our legal industry will still be in the same position. So there has to be enforcement. Otherwise, it's a moot conversation. Okay.
It's, Commissioner Farmer. No, I agree. I think, I know I've heard like some of the operators speak to like the number one thing, right? Around specifically taxation. I can't see it. I don't see how you deal with one and not the other. I think one is more, in terms of a solution, is more immediate in terms of the impact around the taxation, which is a decision that could be made or moved, where we can see the relief immediately to a certain degree. And I do believe that the illegal markets is an ongoing thing. I honestly believe that there's not going to be a silver bullet that's going to deal with that issue single-handedly. I think it's going to take a little bit more nuance and a little bit more critical thinking around what we've heard. I think it's some additional things that I think that we could think about to address that. But I do believe that it's long term. So I do see that you have to deal with both of these. I don't know how we deal with the tax issue and still have the illegal markets out there kind of operating, because I think you're right. They're going to adjust, right? As they have been shown to do up until this point. So I think that we have to figure out how to do both. But I do believe that one could have some immediate relief around the taxation for operators, or also at the same time, I think that the illicit market is more of a long-term ongoing, but nevertheless, it needs to be some sort of effort around enforcement to ensure that we can at least stop the bleeding to a certain degree.
This is Vice President Nash. I agree with Commissioner Farmby. I'll take it one step further. My belief is that the amount of the taxes, to a certain extent, doesn't matter if there was zero illegal market. People in the city of Los Angeles buy cannabis, they want cannabis, and they'll pay for it where they can get it. If they can get it cheaper from an illegal dispensary, they'll do that. If there are no illegal dispensaries, and I'm not naive there, absolutely zero is probably not going to happen, but it should be a goal to get as close to that as possible. And once they are eliminated, taxes can go up again.
This Commissioner Farmby. I had a question for the commission. I'm not sure if there's an answer here, but in the motion, there was supposed to have been a report of an analysis due to the motion. Do we have any idea where that is at this moment? I think it's relevant to this conversation.
This is President Mason. If it's a work in progress, then I don't know if the department has a status. If it is completed, then it should already be attached to that council file. Can someone confirm if there's a report attached to the council file? And while we await that, Commissioner Byerman?
Yeah, this is Commissioner Bierman. I mean, on this motion, I see the the proposal is to instruct the CAO to study these things and to come up with a report. And I don't think that this motion has even passed yet. So my assumption is there isn't that report yet. But I was just gonna say, I totally agree with Commissioner Farmy. Like, reading this motion, it seems very sensible as a first step to really looking at what should be done in terms of the tax rate. And so, you know, it's moving to report on an analysis to the impacts of the 19%. It's looking to report on the analysis of these various tax rates and to look at the city of Oakland. And so as I sit here, like, it seems sensible to support the motion and perhaps to push that it, I think a lot of times there can be an instruction to study something with no end, like no time bound ask. This gets to the point about you know, urgency. And so, you know, maybe there's a way to support the motion and emphasize the urgency of the issue and maybe seek to, you know, have the motion create a deadline for when the CAO needs to report back on the findings. Because I do think that that's probably the first step, is to have a comprehensive look at these different options that clearly I think this commission heard that, you know, the tax rate is one of the principal issues. So I think a tangible step we could take is to support this motion, which again, I think it's seems to be pretty sensible, and see how much we can use our influence to make sure that it's pushing forward with some urgency.
Okay, this is President Mason. I stand with you all in supporting the motion. I do have some recommendations that I believe go beyond what is stated in the motion. And so I'll share those at this time. One has to do with tiered tax relief. And the two tiers are related to phase 3, round 1. Those who were granted licenses in September 3rd of 2019. Those were the people who applied, the social equity applicants who applied for licenses while the department's plane was still being built, and have probably suffered the most amount of harm. And then the second tier would be related to the phase 3, round 2, they applied December 8th of 2022. So we have one group that's been in business for 6 years, holding on to assets for definitely longer than 6 years, and the other who has been in business for 3 years. And those two tiers should be given different tax relief considerations.
This is Vice President Nash. Could you elaborate for my benefit why those two tiers would have separate tax consequences?
Well, by 2022,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Commissioner Mason, but I just got an update to an issue that you asked about earlier, about the status of the motion. And I believe the status update is that there have been no reports yet.
Okay.
And that it's just in committees right now, and government operations and budget and finance. Thank you.
I'm sorry. So this Commissioner Farmer, so what we have that was presented to us from the last meeting is where it currently is. There's been no.
That's what it sounds like, since City Council's on like an extended summer break for, I think, the vast majority of this month. So all the committees also.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
No worries. And commissioners, this is President Mason. I should add that any recommendations we submit can be amended later on down the line as reports are added to that council file, and we consider those reports. And that frames the way, you know, we think about the prior recommendations or any additional recommendations that we have. So this is just the first step.
Mm.
Okay. And so you asked me why there is a difference between the two, because my perception is that the department was better staffed in 2022. The infrastructure was in place. The delays weren't as costly, if you will, as they were to the round one applicants who had been around much longer.
This is Vice President Nash. Thanks for that.
There had already been some form of reform by the time that phase 3 round 2 occurred.
So am I correct in understanding that you're talking about actual tax relief from taxes that are current
Correct.
and not tax relief from current taxes on gross sales?
I'm talking about tiered relief from taxes that are currently due, not necessarily a structure going forward.
Understood.
Thank you.
Then I agree with you.
Okay. Do I need to repeat that, or do you guys want to weigh in? Okay. So, this is tiered tax relief on taxes that are currently due for phase 3 round 1 and phase 3 round 2 social equity applicants. Phase 3 round 1 should be considered separately from phase 3 round 2. My notes written very early in the morning speak to tax forgiveness of up to 40% for phase 3 round 1 and up to 20% for phase 3 round 2. But my ask would be that phase 3 round 1 be given the greatest amount of consideration when it comes to tax relief.
Thank you, President Mason. This is Commissioner Farnby. Yes, I think that makes sense. Kind of after you broke it down, I'm following the direction. I think in addition to what you also spoke to earlier, you think about the different components and the different operators within the industry. I mean, this does, you know, the motion kind of deals with one aspect of it. And there's also, at least from what I see, nothing on the enforcement piece of this, right? And so again, I just feel, you know, I know we're trying to take a step here, but I'm going to try to hopefully try to get us to a leap. I do think that it would be incumbent of us to kind of also consider that aspect, that threat around the illicit markets, to kind of have in the recommendation something that speaks to that. I think, you know, just kind of hearing from operators and knowing what we know, what we've experienced in this process of the, you know, as a body, I just feel like it's important to include that. You know, because you know, I mean, we're talking about budget and finance here. We know that there's going to be some cost to it, but I just feel that lowering the taxes and increasing enforcement is the way to go. I think that what that looks like, we can talk about it. I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of opinions on it, but I do feel that it's important to talk about in terms of a recommendation that aspect of it is included. Now, I don't know if that would be in the form of, you know, of a study. I don't know if people need a study to know what's actually happening here. But I do believe in more of an action item, right? That would be helpful, that can give at least some immediate, an immediate action that people can see that folks are taking it, meaning us and the city is taking it seriously. So I would offer that we at least, I would like to hear at least some engagement around some thinking around the enforcement piece of this, because it is something that's, for me, jumps off the page that's absent in addition to what you had mentioned, President Mason. I just feel like the two need to go together if we're going to approach this.
This is President Mason asking, ye shall receive.
Yeah.
So,
This is Vice President Nash. If I might make a suggestion, that we try to do each of the components separately.
Separately?
Yeah.
So we started with tax. I'm not sure which one we should start with actually, because I think they are both incredibly important. But since we started with it, maybe we should finish with
I
it.
don't know, it's not where we start, it's where we finish. As long as we cover both, I think we'll finish where we want to finish. So do the other commissioners have any input in terms of what tax relief should look like for the social equity community?
This is Vice President Nash, just to open up a discussion between the commissioners about this. I think we should have a drastic reduction in the gross receipts tax. We've got a few models that we could follow. I think it should also have a tiered component. The operators that are making big profits on cannabis sales should be paying more taxes. I think they're probably less impacted by the illegal shops. And I would propose an extremely low tax on both, general cannabis sales and medical sales, and tier it up a little bit as the amount of revenue generated by each of the dispensaries increases.
Okay.
This is President Mason. So, on July 2nd, in the white paper presented by Whitney Beatty, she illustrated the tiered tax relief in place by the city of Oakland, where businesses with revenue annual, I'm assuming this is annual revenue of $500,000 pay, looks like 0.12%, and businesses that generate between 500 and 1 million pay 0.44%. Is that what you have in mind in terms of what the tax structure should look like going forward?
That would be very similar to what I would propose and open up for discussion.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners?
This is Commissioner Bierman. I guess I would just say, that all makes sense to me. I'm very new to this, so still trying to learn. But given that it needs council action, I'm hopeful that the fruits and the results of what comes from this motion from Council Member Padilla, who passes, is like the most likely route to reform, since it's already sort of in the works in the body that ultimately has to make the changes. But if there's a way for us to echo the sentiments of Vice President Nash, in our recommendation, in conjunction with supporting this motion, I definitely think that would be a good move.
Okay, so this is President Mason. Let me summarize where we are to make sure we're all on the same page. In terms of the existing $700 million tax debt as of May of 2025, we are in support of or favor the idea of a tiered tax repayment plan. And it's based on social equity phase 3 round 1 and social equity phase 3 round 2. And then in terms of taxation, what that looks like going forward, we support a tiered tax structure that is based on gross revenue.
This is Vice President Nash.
Sorry.
Commissioner Farmby?
No, it's Commissioner Farmby said it's a good.
Okay, Commissioner Vice President Nash?
I believe what you just summarized, you said you didn't mention tax relief. You mentioned a payment plan. And I think originally, weren't you discussing, is that what you meant originally by tax relief?
I mentioned forgiveness up to a certain point, and then a repayment plan. Yes.
Okay, so in your last statement, I don't think you mentioned tax relief.
Okay, thank you for that.
So maybe you could restate that and then.
Okay, so
Can I ask you a question? Do you think it'd be a good idea if we took a vote on these as we go along, or what are your thoughts?
my
on
thought
that?
is to just build it and then we can vote on it. Okay. So what we have so far in terms of tax relief as it relates to the 700 million plus that is outstanding, that phase 3 round 1 and phase 3 round 2 would be 2 tiers that would be given separate considerations, with more favor being shown to phase 3 round 1 than phase 3 round 2. I did say what basically amounts to a tax credit of up to 40% forgiveness for phase 3 round 1 and up to 20% forgiveness for phase 3 round 2. And that's just simple mathematics. Starting with September 3rd of 2019 through today, we're looking at 6 years for phase 3 round 1, whereas phase 3 round 2, we're looking at 3 years. So I just cut the 40% in half.
This is Vice President Nash.
And if you guys are shy about numbers, we can
I
shy away from that.
would be supportive of that. And then the only question I would ask is, what about penalties and interest?
I didn't touch that. I just touched, and that's what you all are here for. I touched on the principle. So if we want to have a discussion about the penalties and interest, we can have that discussion too. Any suggestions about that?
This is
The penalties and interest on the principle. How would that be addressed?
Vice President Nash. I know that those are the easiest things for the city to partner. And I would recommend that we include that and eliminate them entirely.
Okay. Commissioners?
It's Commissioner Bierman, I would fully support that as well.
This is President Nation, Commissioner Farmby.
Commissioner Farmy, ditto. Meaning I support that.
Okay, you get no arguments from me. And then, so that deals with what's currently on the books.
Yes.
So going forward, we're talking about a tiered repayment based on not whether they're phase 1, round 1, or phase 3, round 2, but based on gross revenue. Do we want to suggest numbers or will we leave that to the legislative body?
This is Vice President Nash. I believe that there's been the lack of enforcement, in my opinion, is the biggest issue.
Well, we're getting there.
This does have to do with the taxes. And the operators have been unable to compete. And we need to immediately bring the taxes down as low as possible. And the city needs to absorb that pain with the understanding that they will make it up in the future by having a viable legal market for hopefully centuries. And so I do believe that we need to, on the lower end of the dispensary sales, say 500,000 and below, we need to make it very, very low. I think there should be some tax because, but I'm thinking 1%, 0.5%, And then whatever we do, we cut it in half again for the medical. And then gradually tier it up as the amount of the gross revenue increases.
And this is President Mason. Any idea on where the next tier would start and how long would you recommend this tax structure stay in place? If you have a recommendation, if you don't, that's fine too.
I'm thinking maybe 0.5%, starting at the lowest level of the gross receipts for the general market, and 0.25% for the lowest receipts in the medical market. As far as how long it takes, I've seen some cities have done it for a year and then reconsider it. I think in the city of Los Angeles, the way that things move, we should probably do it for 2 years and then reconsider it.
This is President Mason. My thought is 3 years based on the way things move in the city.
This is Vice President Nash. That would be perfectly fine with me as well.
Okay. At some point, Vice President Nash, I'll need you to repeat that because I don't think my notes capture the spirit of your recommendation very well. Commissioner Farnby, Commissioner Bierman.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I was just going to ask, is that what the city of Oakland does? Do we know? Because again, this motion is referencing like, look at what the city of Oakland does. And I'm just wondering if that's what they're doing, or if there's other cities that are structured like that.
This is President Mason. Per the white paper presented by Whitley Beatty, the city of Oakland's rate increases progressively to a 5% maximum rate for large operators. But it doesn't say over what time span. I'm thinking that has to do with the actual gross revenue tiers are, as opposed to a time frame in imposing incremental increases over a period of time. So with what Vice President Nash has proposed, we're looking at a fixed structure for a 3-year period, and thereafter it would be subject to review and increase by City Council. They may decide to extend that 3-year period for the next 3, 2, 1. So we can leave that discretion to council.
Yes, Commissioner Farnby, I think the framework is critical here, right? I think setting like the pathway, at least to get us to a landing spot and then reviewing it. And allowing some of that leeway by council to review that, I think makes sense. But getting out the gate with at least a framework, I think is critical.
This is President Mason. So Vice President Nash, work with me here. As I understand your recommendation, that is that going forward for a 3-year period, that there be a tiered tax structure based on gross revenue. And for entities earning $500,000 or less, the tax rate would be 1%. For 500,000 to whatever, there could be another tier and another tier beyond that. And those tax rates are subject to the discretion of City Council, and those tiers are subject to definition by City Council. Is that what I understand?
This is Vice President Nash. And now that we sit here, I don't recall if I said suggested for discussion 1% or 0.5%. It may have been 0.5% for general and 0.25% for medical. And then also for this discussion, I'm thinking initially we should limit this to 2 years with the idea that every incentive should be given to the city to shut down the illegal dispensaries and hopefully eliminate the need for drastic tax cutting. And I think that would provide more of an incentive if we limited it to 2 years, which could be extended at their discretion. And yes, I would put the first tier at 500,000, and thereafter the tiers would be left to the discretion of city council.
Commissioners?
So,
Any
sorry,
questions?
Commissioner Farmer, just so I understand, is that a third tier, or was that you're just saying that we're gonna leave that at the discretion of city council to figure out?
The only tier that I specifically mentioned was the 500,000 and under, receiving the absolute lowest tax rate that I just mentioned, and then the additional incremental tiers.
Leave it up to.
It could be done in increments of 500,000. It can be done in increments of 1 million, whatever the city council thinks is best. And I'd also recommend that the tiers be gradual. In other words, you don't just have 500,000 and then have a big tax on everything above that. Both the tiers and the tax is incremental.
It's incremental. Thank you for that. This is President Mason. I think it is incumbent upon us to propose some sort of ceiling, like taxes up to, so that we don't leave that recommendation that open. Are there any thoughts on what that ceiling should be?
This is Vice President Nash. Again, following Oakland's lead, they have a maximum of 5% on large operators. And for the time being, I think that sounds reasonable and is much higher than taxes on other things that are sold.
Question for, there's no one here from the department. Okay, great. This is President Mason. I'm looking at the Southern California market. We have data for Santa Ana. We have data for Long Beach. And we know that Santa Ana reduced their retail sales rate to 7% for recreational and 5% for medical. And Long Beach is at 6%. So are we more comfortable with suggesting that they introduce a tax rate that is competitive with our sistering cities, rather than something that is slightly higher than our sistering cities?
This is Vice President Nash. In thinking about it a little bit more, I'm certain there are operators out there that are extremely profitable. And so maybe there should be some more discussion about whether or not 10% is too high if they are making at the highest level. Maybe we do, at the very highest tier, that doesn't need to be changed at all.
Tell me more.
Well, if the businesses are making money now with all of the taxes. It would indicate that the markets that they're in are not as price sensitive, and the city is going to be taking a huge hit to its revenue. So we do need to recognize that the city needs revenue to make the things we want to have happen to protect the overall market. So we would need to get as much revenue from the profitable operators as we can.
Commissioner Farley. What's kind of stirring up in my mind and kind of hearing this is that I think when we talk about profitability in the industry, I think when you at least understand the history of this industry being regulated, I think that business operators are they come into the industry in different ways. Some folks came in strong due to the circumstances, right? I mean, it was just a very difficult situation to be in with the landlords, and then the time with the industry to kind of regulate itself and all of those sorts of things. And then you have those who are profitable, which I think is not, in my opinion, not strictly based on their business model, right? I think that there could be some folks who have greater means than others and able to sustain their business in ways that others are not able to, right? I'm all in favor generally around those who make more, are responsible for more. I generally agree with that. But I think one thing that we've seen in this industry is that what we know to be, at least in my opinion, what we know to be the norm is not necessarily true in this industry, right? I think that operators have shown in a number of cases, public comment, presentations, that the struggle is real for a lot of folks. And I don't think it's an across the board situation. I think some folks are better than others. And there's different reasons because of that. So in my opinion, it's to take, to kind of take all of that. For me, it's just, I feel like that we should really approach this in a way, not necessarily around, and I'm not saying you're saying this, Vice President Nash, but around those who are profitable and figuring out those who are struggling, right? And figuring out how to kind of deal with that and what's in front of us. And then I think the other folks, it will take care of itself. I think that if you take, take care of the least of folks, the top will take care of itself, in my opinion.
This is Vice President Nash. I'd like as much criticism as possible regarding my comments. I'm just trying to do the best we can, so don't be shy. And we've had operators speak before us that have said illegal dispensaries, what illegal dispensaries?
Mm-hmm.
And so there are certainly areas of this city that are not significantly impacted, and that are making money, a lot of them. And so the question becomes, is a 10% tax, patently unfair? Is it punitive? And we can have that discussion, but we have to have it knowing that the city does need revenue from those operators that have benefited from the market and can afford it and still make a substantial profit. And that's the only reason why I kind of backpedaled on my lower amount at first, in recognition of those things.
Commissioner Farmer, thanks for that. I appreciate it. I think that if we're going to go down that road, then there definitely needs to be some sort of parameters, stipulations around what we consider profitable, right? Because profitable for somebody means something else. I'm just saying, right? I mean, my pocketbook could be different from yours. Uh, you know, and so I think that if I don't have an issue with the framing of it, but I do think there needs to be some guardrails and some sort of stipulations around what that means versus just saying, you know, the generic term around profitable, which is similar to kind of like what we're, you know, was kind of was listed with with the Oakland structure, right? When we talk about large operators, what exactly does that mean? I'm sure that maybe the city of Oakland has that defined in some sort of way, but in terms of what's in front of me, it is not. So I think that if we are looking at that, Vice President Nash, where I don't agree with the framework of it, but if we want to make sure that it works, we should put some thinking into what those parameters look like, whether it's gross receipts, whether it's I don't know, size, or you know, I don't know, but it should be something to define it, in my opinion.
This is President Mason. Profitability triggers me a little bit because there's so many factors that play into profitability, and comparing someone who's operating a 10,000 square foot business to someone who's operating a 2,000 square foot business and both are profitable is disproportionate, in my humble opinion. And there are so many factors that go into determining what makes one profitable and what makes one unprofitable. Operating overhead, staffing, the cost of rents, the cost, all the things that go into overhead. So I don't know that we would want to jump into those weeds in this conversation or in any of our proposals or as a basis for recommending what a tax tier should look like. The gross receipts model isn't broken as a basis, so I don't really think that that's the issue that needs to be fixed. It's the percentage of the gross receipts that's broken, and that's the portion that needs to be fixed. So there you my 2 cents.
I have 2 more cents. I think that, you know, also too, what this kind of popped in my mind, I just was kind of playing a reel around the folks who come before us. The neighborhood matters. I mean, come on. Like, I haven't seen like a lot of folks. I think that where these dispensaries, these illegal dispensaries are popping up, we got to be mindful about that also. Are these illegal dispensaries popping up in prominent parts of LA versus kind of like, you know, in other parts of the city? And I think that we can't ignore that. I mean, we're gonna have a real conversation. Let's have it. And I think that that's part of it, right? So you know, in my opinion, I would, you know, kind of much rather kind of spend our time, kind of build a solid recommendation with as little ambiguity as possible, because I think it's important for city council to know exactly where we stand on it, you know, whether, you know, whatever happens kind of going forward. And I don't think ambiguity helps it, but if we're going to do profitability, which I think is kind of ambiguous without guardrails, in my opinion, I think we should try to be as tight as possible and kind of deal and focus on the issue at hand, which in my opinion is really around 1, dealing with the illicit markets, and 2, reducing the tax burden on our operators. Like zeroing in on those 2 things very crisp.
This is Vice President Nash. I agree that while profitability would probably be a good component to look at for tax tiers. It's probably not realistic that we use that. And I also agree that even if you're a large operator, and you have large gross receipts, you may not be profitable, or you may not be extremely profitable. So I understand. So maybe there's a suggestion for a maximum tax on the gross receipts.
So now 10%. 10% right now. I mean, going back, oops, sorry. Excuse me, Commissioner Farmy. I mean, one of the things that President Mason had mentioned around competitiveness at looking at surrounding areas. I mean, based on what I'm seeing here, with looking at we're hovering around 6 to 7%, at least from what I see. And that is an example that I'm using around Long Beach, as well as Santa Ana, with Long Beach being in the county of Los Angeles and Santa Ana being in Orange County.
This is President Mason. I mean, if we sit at 10%, then it's really not reform, because that's where it is now. Now, if at some point in the future, the powers that be decide to drive it back up to 10%, that's a conversation for another day. But we've got to come off of the 10%.
Yeah. This is not a recommendation, it's just a comment. I think that operators know that the tax revenue and that there's an inherent importance to the city, having some revenue off the taxes. But I think what's happening in front of us is that that's just too much at this moment in time, right? So I don't think I haven't heard. At least I don't recall that being said. So I think that there's a belief, an inherent belief that yes, I think folks get it, but also at the same time, it's at the moment it's so high that it's impacting the industry. We're not talking about individual operators; we're talking about the industry here, right? And so I think everyone has a vested interest to ensure that this is going to be industry of success. The operators do. We as a commissioner, as the same as city council, right? And I think that this is an opportunity for all of us to kind of put our heads together to figure out what that looks like. So I mean, I agree. I think the 10% is not it. We've heard it, we've seen it. So I would definitely not, I mean, regardless of the profitability piece of this, I don't think that is currently the answer for, at least for sustainability at this moment in time. We have to do something around that. I mean, that's like the open up.
This is Vice President Nash. I can easily support that. And another comment I have related to that is that I think some of the revenue from the gross receipts tax should go back into the market in the form of money for enforcement, and all the things necessary to have a successful legal market.
Okay, so this is President Mason. According to the great old Google, the city of Pasadena charges 6% tax on retail gross receipts. And we have the data for Santa Ana and Long Beach. So I'm thinking the city should land at 6% or less. Now, what the or less looks like is up to the powers that be, but we have to be able to match the competing markets and keep the business in the city. And keep our operators here. So I'm throwing 6% out there as a max.
Especially Farmby. I'm sorry, Commissioner Farmby.
This is Vice President Nash. And then just a clarification, what about for medical?
It says Pasadena charges 6% of gross receipts on retail, and for all other businesses is 4% of gross receipts.
4.
Yes.
This is Commissioner Farmby. I don't see any issue with that, just mathematically, and competitively, right? I mean, look, at the end of the day, we're kind of doing a, kind of not a restructure, but you're addressing this tax situation. We want to make sure that we're competitive and that our folks remain in Los Angeles, right? And that we're addressing a long-standing issue. So I think being able to kind of approach it from that sense kind of does both of those things. It addresses both, in my opinion.
This is Vice President Nash. I would be supportive of a 6% maximum. However, with the medical, we generally, in our discussions today, had medical at half of what general was. And I don't know that we want to change the top tier, change that ratio for the top tier or not.
This is President Mason. Question for you, Vice President Nash. So you're saying 6% for retail and 3% for medical? Or 6% for adult use and 3% for medical?
That would be 6% for retail and 3% for medical. Or 7%,
Retail,
whatever
adult
we
use.
decide on. But my
Anonymous.
point was just to keep the same ratios.
Yeah, the half.
Okay, understood. Have we exhausted taxation? Are we comfortable with where we are?
I don't think we've heard from everyone about 6%, 3%, 7%, 3.5%. What?
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily
Well, we
Watt. If I
still
may
have to make a
interject for
motion.
just a hot second. There have been great deliberations today. And due to the deliberations, a lot of movement and ideas. So I just wanted to go back to an earlier suggestion from Commissioner Nash and suggest that maybe that when the commission has decided that it's kind of come to its final resting place on the recommendations it wants to take specifically on taxation, that we do a very specific summary of those, because a lot of numbers have been throwing out about, retail, all the other businesses, specifically medical or this, that, ceilings, et cetera. So we could do a summary at the end so that that letter could be prepared on your behalf in a very accurate fashion.
It's headed there.
Thank you so much. You're brilliant.
Ooh, all right. Oh, like she said, we've been at it. Are there any other thoughts regarding taxation? We've touched on existing, we've touched on future, we've touched on a recommendation of 6% max for retail and 3% for medical. We've touched on a future tax tier starting at $500,000 or less, and then increasing increments from there. We have touched on the tier system being in place for 2 years with an extension of that left to the discretion of council. I believe I've captured everything. Because I'm the only one taking notes here, huh?
But that does, this is Deputy Attorney one, that generally does match my notes too. However, I do think that within there, there's still a lot of options, right? I don't know if that summarizes everything that you were saying, or you were still weighing options within those. And so whatever the commission does come to rest upon, then that there be a specific motion seconded and then a vote be taken on it to take that specific recommendation, put it in letter format and addressed to council or the appropriate committee under whatever council file number you deem best.
Makes sense.
This is President Mason. I'm not opposed to that. I just want to make sure I'm capturing the spirit of the discussion accurately so that our recommendations are accurately reflected. And I know my notes aren't exactly detailed when they're written on a piece of paper this big.
This is Deputy Attorney one. I can also tell you what my notes say too, and you can let me alternative.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that.
So what my colleagues and I have put together is that there's a suggestion to reduce the present cannabis business tax rate going forward to no more than 6% of gross receipts for regular all adult use types of sales, whether that's retail, cultivation, what have you. And then when it comes to medicinal sales from various different types of activities, that it's capped at 3%. The second would be as an alternative to that proposed cap, or so this is where I'm a little confused if it's an alternative or in conjunction with, but implement a tiered structure for 2 years based upon a business's gross revenues, so that smaller and lower earning cannabis business pay less taxes, essentially, kind of like a federal income tax bracket structure. And I think the proposal by Commissioner Nash was something like 0.5% for adult use sales and 0.25% for medicinal. And that council can set anything kind of above that as they deem fit, but that was kind of like the starting point. There was some confusion though in my notes as to whether or not this was applying just strictly to retail businesses or to all businesses. So that's something I'd like a point of clarification on. And the last one was dealing with the back tax issue, and that my notes reflect that there was a proposal to forgive up to 40% of the principal of back taxes owed by phase 3 retail round 1 applicants, and up to 20% of the principal for phase 3 retail round 2, and a proposal that all penalties and all interest for everybody be forgiven, whether that be through a ballot measure or council action or whatever it may be. That's what my notes reflect.
I agree with you.
what
This is President Mason. I just want Vice President Nash to clarify on the tier payment of taxes growing forward for that $500,000 level.
This is Vice President Nash. All retail, well, I said all adult use. So across all aspects.
Okay,
So
and then 0.5% for medical.
right. So the only differentiation that Commissioner Nash, that you're proposing is in between adult use and medicinal, but everything else between licensed activities being the same, whether you're a distributor, manufacturer, retailer, et cetera, correct?
That was my intent, but I would love to hear the other commissioners'
Understood. Thank you.
ideas. And then since you've so greatly summarized that, another idea came up. I do have a concern about tax forgiveness for any. Let me ask President Mason a question. Are all of the operators in the two tiers subject to our proposed tax forgiveness? Are they all social equity?
Can you repeat the question?
Our President Mason has suggested tax forgiveness, certain percentages for two tiers of operators. And my question was, are all of the operators in those two tiers social equity operators?
They are, this is President Mason, they are not.
They are not.
Okay.
You know, I do have a concern that operators who were profitable and could have paid their taxes, but simply chose not to, and thereby achieved additional profits. I have an issue about waiving their taxes. I have no issue with people that couldn't pay their taxes. And I don't know how to go about addressing that. But I mentioned the issue, and if there is a way to address it, I would like to have that issue considered and see if it could be addressed.
This is Commissioner Bierman. Just one idea is like having a demonstration of financial hardship or something as part of the process to have the forgiveness. Something that the operator has to show to ensure that. Well, I guess then there needs a sort of finding of financial hardship or something like that. Something some threshold test to ensure that it's, the individuals that you were just mentioning wouldn't sort of get that windfall. Folks who are profitable and didn't pay taxes.
If I may, Commissioner Nash, this is Deputy City Attorney Amawata. Earlier, you had just a couple minutes ago, you had posed a question to Commissioner President Mason about whether two groups of people, whether they were all in the social equity community. And I'm not sure, but I think your question was whether or not the phase 3 retail 1 and phase 3 retail round 2 people were all social equity. Was that your question? The answer to that is yes. So everybody who's in phase 3 is a social equity verified applicant. It's the phase 1 individuals that are retailers that were taken in from the pre-existing EMD, existing medical marijuana's dispensary group. And so they weren't necessarily social equity, although they very well may qualify. However, to even be an applicant in the phase 3 pool, you had to first become verified as a social equity individual applicant. So phase 3 retail round 1, which happened in 2019, 2020, and then phase 3 retail round 2, which happened the year after that. Yes, those individuals are social equity. However, the mix of people that owe the back taxes is all over the place. If that helps.
This is President Mason. So I hear his question, and I think I understand his concern, is that we've dealt with tax reform for social equity applicants, but we've excluded those that rolled over because of Measure M, who are also included in the class of operators who are arrears in taxes. Because that 700 million is not the sole responsibility of the social equity market. It's the market in total. So there's a different class, if you will, of owner operators that we need to consider tax reform for as well.
Well, this is Vice President Nash. That would be true.
Or
and-
not.
But what I was specifically concerned with is if you have a fabulously successful business, and you just simply chose not to pay your taxes, I don't think those people should be given tax forgiveness. If the operators suffered as a result of the city's failure to close illegal shops when they were promised that they would be the only ones allowed to legally sell cannabis, I do think forgiveness is in order. I think from everything that we've heard, the majority of the impacts of the illegal dispensaries have been to the social equity operators. I don't think it's exclusive to them. But again, my concern is, as proposed, are there any non-social equity operators that have had very successful businesses that are being given proposed tax forgiveness?
This is Deputy City Attorney Maywan. If I may, Commissioner Nash, are you proposing then that that individual stakeholders or licensees have to apply for tax forgiveness and that there be some sort of requisite showing? If that what is your suggestion, then might I suggest that you propose some of those requirements?
That I was just raising the issue and hoping someone smarter than me would come up with a solution. And I think my fellow commissioner did just that. And I think that's an excellent suggestion. And I would caution that it be a simple process and not a complicated one. But if we've determined that some non-social equity operators that were successful and made a lot of money are included in this tax forgiveness, yes, I would like to do something to eliminate them from getting tax forgiveness.
This is President Mason, so I'm going to be sure I understand. For social equity applicants, it seems like it's pretty much a given. Should tax reform take place, that they will be automatic beneficiaries. But for those who are outside of the social equity class, pursuant to Commissioner Bierman's recommendation, they would have to apply and demonstrate financial hardship in order to be granted forgiveness of penalties and interest in some sort of structured repayment plan. Is that what I understand?
This is Vice President Nash. Yes, I think that's a very good summary. Now that you put it to words, I think we need to be careful about saying financial hardship because, if they made a dime, I don't think that's considered to be a profitable business that should have to pay all of their taxes. But I think it should be looked at. There should be leniency. But again, if there's a very profitable business that could have paid their taxes in full and still made a lot of money, given their investment, et cetera, I don't think they should be given tax forgiveness.
I can agree with that. They're not a part of this plan. They have to pay their full tax obligation. I agree with that.
It's Commissioner Bierman, just to clarify though, are we talking about within the social equity operator pool, this notion of profitability, or because I understood that we were only talking about folks who were in social equity programs when talking about tax relief. Is that right? Phase 3, round 1 and 2 is all social equity applicants.
This is Vice President Nash. That was my initial question, which prompted this conversation. Is everybody that is proposed to be included in tax forgiveness part of the social equity community? And if they are, then we can forget this issue.
I mean, my understanding is that the reform, the forgiveness is for those who are not in a profitable state and therefore don't have a means of paying taxes. They are not deliberately choosing not to pay taxes. They simply cannot because they're basically upside down. Now, for people who are not upside down and have the tax revenue and are choosing not to pay it, then I just can't come up with any mercy for them.
And then, and this is Vice President Nash, that 100% summarizes my concern. And we're in complete agreement on that.
Okay. So what I'd like to do at this point is come up with a motion on the issue of taxation, and then we'll take a break and we'll come back and visit enforcement. So, City Attorney Wada, if you could, your summary of what we discussed is going to formulate the motion.
Might I suggest that we take it bit by bit, since there were several pieces, and I'm not allowed to make a motion since I'm.
I know you're
attorney,
not.
but why don't I summarize it? And if I say it right, then you can make your motion based upon that. So
Exactly.
does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, here we go. So the first bit I heard, which was unchanged, is that cannabis business tax rate going forward, from the present day going forward, we're not talking about current tax liability, but the current rate going forward, make a recommendation to City Council to reduce the entire cannabis business tax rate to no more than 6% of gross receipts when it comes to adult use cannabis products, and no more than 3% of gross receipts when it comes to medicinal cannabis products. That's the first thing I heard.
This is President Mason, so moved. Is there a second?
Yes, second.
Ms. Treviso, please take the roll.
Wait, this is Vice President Nash. Can I ask a question about that? Because all of that was 100% accurate, as far as I recall. Is the next part you're going to mention the tiered?
Yes, it is.
Perfect.
You may take the vote now.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Next part.
All right, the second part that I heard is that as an alternative to what I just summarized, as a reduction in the tax rate to 6% of gross sales for recreational and 3% for medicinal, as an alternative to that, it would be to, going forward, employ a new tiered cannabis business tax structure for 2 years that is based upon a business's gross revenues, and that it start at a tax rate of 0.5% for recreational sales and 0.25% for medicinal sales, and that applies across all license types. And that city council determined how to appropriately tier up from there and revisit what to do after that initial 2-year tiered structure.
This is President Mason. I would add to that that there was a specific starting tier of $500,000 or less. in
Yes,
gross revenue.
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
committed that.
And this is Vice President Nash. I believe you started that off by saying it was an alternative to the maximum of 6% that we just discussed, but no, it's in addition to. The first step would be reducing it incrementally, and as you indicated, and it would, that incremental reduction would be limited to a 6% max on general sales.
Understood. Would you like me to re-summarize then, or would you like to make your motion?
I'd like you to do it.
Okay, wonderful. So in addition to the prior recommendation, which is to cap taxes going forward for 6% of gross receipts on recreational adult use sales and 3% for medicinal sales, that being a cap, but to implement a tiered structure for 2 years based upon a business's gross revenues that's divided again amongst recreational adult use sales versus medicinal sales. With the first tier starting at businesses earning $500,000 or less in gross receipts, and their tax rate would start at 0.5% for recreational and 0.25% for medicinal. And that city council decide all further tiers and percentages, of course, capped at 6% and 3% respectively thereafter, and that they also revisit the tiered structure after 2 years.
That's Vice President Nash. So moved.
Commissioner Palmer, a second.
Thank you. I'm sorry. This is President Mason. Mr. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Okay, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. And so I think the final recommendation here on the issue of taxes is to deal with the issue of back taxes currently owed by the licensed cannabis market. And that there be consideration to forgive up to 40% of the principal of back taxes owed by phase 3 retail round 1 applicants, and up to 20% of the principal of back taxes owed by phase 3 retail round 2 applicants. That of course means that phase 1 and phase 2 people are left out of this recommendation. And that in addition, that there be some sort of application procedure with minimally burdensome requirements for individuals that are either in phase 3 retail round 1 or round 2 to apply for such forgiveness. That's what I have in my notes.
This is Vice President Nash. On this one, I think we may need a little bit more deliberation. I think you stated it very well. Maybe we could have a profitability thing if the business, including taxes, made a certain level of profits, including having paid all the taxes, as if they paid all the taxes, then they wouldn't be subject to the forgiveness. And if they're below a certain level, they would be. That would be an easier thing. You mentioned, well, profit depends on how much you've invested and things like that. But if we set maybe a monetary amount above which they wouldn't be given forgiveness, below which they would.
On your mic, please, Commissioner Carnby.
I'm sorry.
Ask that on your mic, please.
Oh, so Commissioner Farmby, I was asking like what would be that number?
You know, again, my concern was that we would potentially be giving tax forgiveness to someone who doesn't need it.
Mhm.
And again, I'm still I'm operating on the assumption that some of these people that are being proposed to be given tax forgiveness are not social equity operators. And if that was clarified that that's not the case, then I withdraw the concern.
So this is Deputy Attorney Waterbury. To what I said, that the proposal that I heard was that the forgiveness of 40 and 20% is to be given to phase 3 retail round 1 and 2 people respectively. Since phase 3 is only social equity, I don't know if that answers your question. However, excuse me. I did want to point out that there is still a significant segment of the community that's completely left out of this tax forgiveness program. That's phase 1, where the existing medical marijuana dispensaries from the Prop D days, and the phase 2 people, which were all the non-retail commercial cannabis businesses that supported that retail. And I don't have those numbers for you as to like, you know, how much they represent in the overall tax obligation to the city. So I can't make any representations to you about their need for tax forgiveness either.
Mr. Vice President Nash, with that in mind, you
Oh, one last thing, I'm so sorry. I also want to point out that some of those individual owners who are phase 1 and phase 2, they may have qualified under the social equity program requirements, but they just didn't need to because they already got in under phase 1 and phase 2. So there's that as well.
Commissioners, this is President Mason. My recommendation is that we defer a conversation on phase 1 and phase 2 to a later date. Because we just don't have enough information to understand their situation and make a well-informed recommendation.
This Commissioner Farmby, I think we at this point, I think we owe it to ourselves. I mean, we're going down this road. I think it would be good to have the information that we need to make the right recommendation. If we're trying to take a stab here and do this, we should do it right.
Mm-hmm.
So I would definitely agree that we should, kind of have it at a later date.
So going back to the tiered tax relief for social equity, I forgot to mention that I did have repayment terms, but we can leave that out for now.
So I think where the conversation then got left off, if you're going to table, I'm sorry, this is Deputy Attorney One, if you're going to table a discussion about phase 1 and phase 2, not forgetting about them, but just talking about them at a later date when you can have better information in front of you. The proposal then was for 40 and 20% forgiveness for phase 3 retail round 1 and 2 respectively. And then the outstanding question I think that Commissioner Nash left off on was, what kind of application or showing procedure would you like there to be in order to apply for it, to address his concern of maybe giving tax relief to people who don't necessarily need it or didn't pay their taxes for other reasons.
This is President Mason. So I am thinking that eligibility could be based upon information received from the CFO's office? Or is it the CAO's office?
CEO.
CAO's office.
CAO or Office of Finance?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What kind of information are you imagining? I'm not sure if the CAO would have.
Well,
I guess
they
I'm
would,
confused.
they,
You're talking about information. that's
they
already
know
been
who's in
received?
good standing and they know who's not in good standing.
That would be Office
So,
of Finance.
yeah, Office of Finance. So if someone who is in good standing is applying for relief, they would be able to flag that and say, hey, this person has demonstrated an ability to pay their taxes. So,
This Vice President Nash, I don't think that would be workable because if they're in good standing and they've paid their taxes, then I don't think they would be subject to the tax relief.
Correct.
Again, I want to go back and ask for clarification. Because I've never gotten a yes or no answer, and maybe it's a subtle distinction. For the two categories of operators that were suggesting tax forgiveness, are they only social equity operators?
Yes, phase
Perfect.
3 is all social equity. And the two categories you're talking about are the round 1 and the round 2 people.
Then I withdraw the concern.
To be clear, you're withdrawing the proposal for there to be an application requirement for the tax relief.
Correct.
Okay, wonderful. So then what my notes say is that on your third recommendation is that there be a proposal for tax relief of up to 40% of the principal on back taxes owed by phase 3 retail round 1 applicants and up to 20% of forgiveness on the principal only of back taxes owed by phase 3 retail round 2 applicants. In addition, I'm sorry to have shoved in something else here too. I didn't know if you also wanted to include a recommendation, I think that you discussed, to accomplish complete forgiveness and wipe out of all interest and penalties that have accrued for this specific group of people. Phase 3.
This is Vice President Nash. That was my understanding of what we all discussed. The only caveat we might need to include is that this is only in connection with currently outstanding tax debt and has no ramifications on taxes already paid.
Yeah, so noted. So somebody basically who has paid $1 million in taxes wouldn't be able to go back and say, hey, I'd like to get that money back that I've already paid. It's only to people who have current outstanding liabilities.
Correct.
And so the only final note I'd like to make is that of course, and in your recommendation that there be added a disclaimer language, if you will, that these recommendations are made subject, of course, to the advice of the City Council's office on the feasibility of these recommendations. You know, there may be issues of gifts of public funds with tax relief, money that is already owed and already been deemed owed as a liability to the city. Forgiveness of that may have different issues as to its feasibility, and then on top of that, as to how it can be achieved, whether through council action or by ballot measure. So that being a very large disclaimer, I suggested you vote to add that as well in your letter. But if you'd like me to summarize that last one again, I can.
please.
Okay, so the final recommendation, number 3 on taxes, is that there be a 40% forgiveness to phase 3 retail round 1 on the principal of back taxes owed only, and then 20% forgiveness on the principal only for phase 3 retail round 2. And that, to the extent feasible under law, that council also consider total forgiveness of interest and penalties accrued on those back taxes. And that this proposal only applies to outstanding liabilities that could be verified by the Office of Finance.
I would somewhere in there, especially tied to the disclaimer, should be language that we encourage these changes to be implemented as expeditiously as possible to the extent of legal limitations and the ones that you expressed. But this is expeditious. This is not 2 years from now, 3 years from now. It's like as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think we can achieve that maybe in a 4th recommendation. So it's tied to the whole of the letter rather than this one specifically. Does that sound all right?
Okay, so then the expeditious would apply to the taxation and to enforcement. Okay, I'm with that.
And Mr. Vice President, given that we can't compel the city council or the mayor's office to do anything, I think at the very beginning of the letter, and I think one of the most important things that we're doing here is stressing the urgency of everything that we're recommending, and that literally the entire legal market as we know it depends on this and will fail without drastic measures being taken. It can't be emphasized enough.
I agree as Commissioner Farley. I think it should start and end that way, right? I think one, stressing the importance of it, getting to what Vice President Nash is saying, and then laying out the points that we made, and stressing at the end the urgency around the importance of moving it as expeditiously as possible.
This is President Mason. I would also include language to emphasize that this is the largest legal market in the world, that for instance, the mayor of London was entertained to look at our business model as an example for legalizing cannabis sales in the city of London. So we are an example to the world, and we have to do better, and we have to make this work. So just
we've got a couple of motions here. Let me start with the third recommendation on tax.
Yes.
Wonderful. So let me start with the third recommendation on taxes again. So what my notes reflect is that there's a proposal to forgive up to 40% of the principal on back taxes owed by phase 3 retail round 1 applicants, and up to 20% of the principal on back taxes owed by phase 3 retail round 2 applicants. In addition, to the extent that it is legally feasible, a recommendation to consider total forgiveness of all penalties and interest associated with those back taxes owed and verified by the Office of Finance to phase 3 retail round 1 and 2 applicants.
That's correct.
Would you like to make a motion?
This is President Mason, so moved.
This is Commissioner Farley, a second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please take the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
and Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, and then the fourth thing that I think you wanted to include specifically in the letter is a recommendation for this matter to be addressed with a degree of urgency and expediency due to the overwhelming concerns of the stakeholder community and the potential collapse of the market. given and our place in the world as one of the largest legal markets.
So moved.
Uh,
Oh, go ahead.
this is Vice President Nash. I'd like to add somewhere in the letter, whether it be here or someplace else, that the legal market is in jeopardy and that we are recommending these actions, not because of failures on part of the operators to operate their business prudently, but because of the failure of the city to essentially give the operators what was promised. And that is, in my opinion, the exclusive right to sell cannabis in the city. And that implies that there aren't illegal people doing it down the street illegally, without paying taxes, without paying all of the expenses associated with complying with DCR's requirements. And so I just want to make that somewhere in the letter, it should be clear that that's the reason we're making these suggestions, is because they simply can't compete against the illegal market with all of the taxes and all of the extra costs associated with complying.
Okay, so might I suggest then, this is Deputy City Attorney Mewada, that we make a motion that for City Council to address this matter with urgency due to the license market concerns and a fear that it may suffer as a result of these taxation issues, and also due to the impact of the unlicensed market that may be encroaching upon the ability for the licensed market to succeed.
I struggle with the term may
That
because,
is
yes, thank
the
you.
impact of the unlicensed market on the licensed market. So the motion then would be to include in the
That's Vice
recommendation.
President Nash. Actually, that last paragraph you said to me sounded way too watered down. I would like it to be a lot stronger than that. You know, literally, the viability of the legal market depends on these actions being taken, and they're being taken because the legal market literally cannot compete when they're paying almost 40% in taxes and have much higher operating expenses due to the requirements of complying with DCR's regulations. And the illegal market, which is flourishing, has both no taxes and very little, if any, of the operating costs that the legal operators incur.
Okay, so how about the fourth recommendation, not the final, the fourth recommendation be that the City Council consider the following recommendations from the commission with urgency due to ongoing concerns from the stakeholder community, realistic concern that the license market is collapsing, and due to the very realistic impacts and negative impacts of the unlicensed market on the unlicensed businesses. And this is just
Yes,
general
ma'am.
language. If
This
you'd
is
like to
just the-
dictate it yourself, you may, but
Yeah, this is President Mason because I have old notes and SWOT analysis notes here. And I think we need to express that the illegal market is a clear and present threat to the viability of the legal market.
okay, so the motion for your fourth recommendation would be for City Council to consider your letter with urgency due to the concerns of the stakeholder community, concerns for the viability of the local market, and due to the clear and present threat of the unlicensed market and its impact on our licensees.
Mr. Vice President, one change I would put is the word before urgency. Like I indicated before, I can't stress enough how my feeling is if this is not done now, it will be too late for many of the operators.
Many more of the operators.
Okay, so I think we can make the motion as amended, unless you want me to repeat it, which I can. So we'll say this, the motion as a fourth recommendation would be that the city council consider the proposals included in your letter with extreme urgency due to the financial hardships of the licensed community and the clear and present danger of the unlicensed market on the licensed market and the potential collapse of our licensed market on the world stage.
It's Commissioner Farnaby, I'll make the motion.
Can you, this is President Mason, I need you to repeat that one more time. I'm closing my eyes to try and focus in on your voice. And so one more time for me, please.
Well, and also I just want to, if it allays your concerns at all, the words that I'm using right now in this motion aren't going to be like verbatim quoted in the letter. I think that the spirit of your motion will be incorporated in. So I apologize if my motion doesn't completely and accurately summarize everything, but I'm trying my hardest here. So the fourth recommendation will be that the city council consider your overall recommendations on taxation, and then soon we'll consider other issues as well, with extreme urgency due to the financial hardships on the stakeholder community, due to the clear and present danger that the unlicensed market poses to the viability of our licensed market, due to our position on the world stage for legal cannabis, and due to just the overall success of our city, so that these recommendations be considered with extreme urgency.
Do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash. Since you clarified that this won't be, word for word, I would like, in the spirit of this part of the letter, to indicate that these are necessary steps to prevent the complete collapse of the legal market. And it should be clear to council that we believe that if these steps are not taken, that's what the city will be facing. And the extreme hardship to all the operators that would be subject to that collapse.
Basically, it's incumbent upon city council to take action.
I have proposed language if you'd like me to read it. How about the proposal be to include the following paragraph in your recommendation? The city of Los Angeles is the largest municipal cannabis market in the United States and a global example of what local cannabis regulation can look like. However, it will not retain that status if current trends continue. Without immediate action to adjust the city's cannabis policies, particularly those related to taxation, enforcement, and market support, the licensed cannabis industry in Los Angeles is at serious risk of collapse. The continued proliferation of unlicensed operators, coupled with a disproportionate financial burden placed on compliant businesses, undermines the legal market and threatens the city's regulatory, public health, and economic goals.
The only word I would add to that is expeditiously address. That's it. I mean, add expeditiously in there and I love it.
Why don't you make a motion as such?
So moved with the addition of the word expeditiously as read by City Attorney Emily Wada. Is there a second?
Commissioner Bierman, I'll second.
Thank you, Mr. Treviso. Please take the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. I believe we're down to the last one. Or was that the fourth
I
one?
think that was the fourth.
That's it for my notes. And I think now you were,
The time is 4:22 and the commission will recess for 30 minutes. Thank you.
Pricey for this.
A lot of like tourists go there.
But I don't remember what I got him, but it was just kind of like, really? It's like, it's not really bad. Never came back to it, but they're,
I
remember their
like
sticky
their
buns were
breakfast
good.
is better.
I got some sort of sandwich. That's all I remember. And it was very like, I just remember it was like I'm never coming back. That's what I said.
They have really good pastry, so.
Yeah,
Have you
their
had that?
sticky bun is absurd. It's great. That's why I have some.
We may resume.
Thank you. The time is 4:55 PM. We are resuming. At this time, I will close item 4 and take items 5, 6, and 7 out of order, beginning with item 7. Item 7 is DCR Core Record number 310150. The applicant is Pine and Proper LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of November 6, 2025. May I have a motion?
I'm sorry to interrupt. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I do recall in the beginning of today's meeting that Mr. Shockley had come up during public comment. And he had submitted a card specifically for item number 7. And I didn't know if he was still here and wanted to be heard.
Okay, thank you. So what I will do is not take item 7 at this time. And we will take it in order to give Mr. Shockley time to return to the room if that is his intent. So item number 5 is DCR Core Record number 101759. The applicant is West Valley Patient Center Incorporated, a California corporation, to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 240343 and 22. Let me restate that. Located at 23043 to 23045 West Ventura Boulevard. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Okay, thank you. Then at this time, we will move to the department's presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Senior Management Analyst Ryan Solis. I'll be presenting item number 5 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. This application was last heard on May 1st before the commission, which voted to continue the application to decision to deny or approve the annual license to May 15th. Since then, there's been a number of various cancellations and rescheduling of meetings, such that this case has not been heard before this body since May 1st. DCR Core Record Number 101759 is associated with West Valley Patient Center, Inc., a California corporation. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 storefront retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 23043 through 23045 West Ventura Boulevard in Canoga Park, Winnetka, Woodland Hills, West Hills Community Plan Area within Council District 3. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of February 27th, 2020. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with LAMC Section 10406. The applicant currently possesses a state annual license, that's license number C12-0000064-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through June 12th, 2026. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 10420 for the Social Equity Program. On or about November 26th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all properties within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the Los Angeles Municipal Code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the annual license application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. The oral and written comments provided by the public were supportive of the business. Community members and representatives expressed their appreciation for the knowledge of staff, cleanliness, and safe environment. A notice to correct was issued by DCR on or about January 28th, 2025, and all deficiencies noted in the notice to correct were addressed and corrected. We do have representation from the Compliance and Enforcement Division in attendance and available to provide more detail should the commission have any questions. Based on the department's analysis and the proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is aware that the business is not in good standing with the Office of Finance, and further that the city was successful in obtaining a default judgment against the business related to unpaid business tax. Based on the past discussions and instructions provided by the mayor's office to consider the merits of the application excluding tax obligations, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in this staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
This is Vice President Nash. Can you just remind me the reasons why we continued this item so many times?
Yes, I can. Just give me one moment. At the meeting held on February 6, 2025, the item was continued to April 3rd to see if the applicant had time to come back into good standing based on their outstanding taxes. On April 3rd meeting, again, the continuance was to allow for some additional time and to also be in advance of their provisional license expiration, which was June 12th, 2025. On May 1st, we were prepared to hear that you guys were prepared to hear the case, but there was not an applicant in attendance at that meeting. And so we voted to continue it one more time to 5:15. And then we haven't had a meeting to hear it since then.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos, the supervisor with the Compliance and Enforcement Division, providing a summary for West Valley Patient Center. On December 11th, 2024, we conducted a compliance inspection, and a notice to correct was issued on January 28th, 2025 for the following 5 deficiencies. The first was for the use of a DBA that was not on file with DCR, minor violation. The employee identification badges did not include the DCR Core Record number, another minor violation. The third is for the camera placement on the business premises diagram did not correspond to the camera placement at the location, a moderate violation. The video surveillance system was not equipped with a failure notification, a moderate violation. And the fifth was there was no procedure in place to notify DCR in writing of any irregularities or criminal activity, another moderate violation. All the deficiencies have been corrected, and West Valley Patient Center has passed their compliance inspection. Any questions?
No questions. Thank you. Will the applicant's representative please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record and your relationship to the applicant.
Yeah,
Please speak directly into the microphone, and Ms. Treviso will let you know when the timer starts.
You have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Doug Johnston. I'm from the West Valley Patient Center. We are a community-based cannabis dispensary located in Woodland Hills. I'm here today as someone who has been part of the medical cannabis movement since its early days, with over 2 decades of experience advocating for safe access and responsible operations. West Valley Patient Center is one of the few remaining legacy dispensaries in Los Angeles. We have operated from the same location for over 20 years. We're original members of ASA, Americans for Safe Access, and GLACA, the Greater Los Angeles Caregivers Alliance. From day one, our mission has been rooted in responsibility, community care, and compliance. We do operate under a rigorous framework of current good manufacturing practices and maintain comprehensive SOPs for every aspect of our operations, from secure entry protocols to 24/7 monitoring. But what truly sets us apart is our role in the community. We maintain relationships with our senior lead officers from LAPD. We are proactive with crime deterrent and have provided critical footage to law enforcement that have helped solve crimes committed and accidents that have happened in the area. Beyond our doors, we maintain the local neighborhood by picking up trash, maintaining landscaping, ensuring our presence adds value to the community. We don't advertise, we're not on weed maps, and there is no giant signage. We just operate on trust, word of mouth, and consistency. Our patients know us, our neighbors know us, and we know them all by name. Before my adventures in the medical cannabis, I worked for 17 years at Amgen, one of the world's leading biotechnology firms. I was manufacturing interferon and Neupogen. That experience gave me a deep understanding of regulatory frameworks, compliance, and operational excellence, for which I have carried into the cannabis space with integrity. West Valley Patient Center is more than a business. It has a soul. It's a community fixture, one that continues to evolve within this industry while remaining firmly grounded in the values that started the movement. We're not just compliant, we're proactive. We're not just local, we're trusted. But most of all, we are a place where everybody knows your name.
Thank you. Commissioners, any present questions for the applicant?
This is Vice President Nash. You indicated you have a good relationship with your lead officer. Do you currently have a problem with illegal dispensaries near your shop? And has the relationship with the lead officer helped at all in addressing any of those concerns you may have?
Sergeant Duke Dow is our senior lead officer in the area. I've known him before. I do a lot of car shows, And he's very proactive in the car show scene. So, you know, he does come by and see how we're doing, and we'll wave. And if I'm outside, he'll pull by. Just things like that, you know? Yeah.
Do you know of, are you aware of any illegal dispensaries near yours?
There was a couple of dispensaries that were illegal down the street for quite a long time. They have been since removed. Made a lot of phone calls. It got done. Really, my biggest issue with dispensaries is that when Thousand Oaks opened up, they took a good 30% of my business. I believe that Thousand Oaks is under a different taxing than us, but it's just that we had the Canal Valley being stuck up over there by Woodland Hills, and the Canal Valley having 0 dispensaries. So when they finally opened a couple, I felt that. Yeah, but as far as the illegal ones, they're in Canoga Park, they're in Reseda. They're not really in the West Valley or Woodland Hills. I don't have anything around me personally, but I do know where they are for sure. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, thank you.
Thank you. I didn't realize it was going to be such a formal thing. I'm sitting here shaking to death trying to get through all this. So thank you for your opportunity to let me come and speak. The last time I did come, I was embarrassed by what was going on at that meeting over there. Didn't want to be a part of any of that. It was a little wild for my liking. So I'm glad it was toned, because I wasn't ready for that. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, trust me.
Well,
So-
thank you for your patience and for being here today.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, commissioners, we are on to deliberations, if any.
It's Commissioner Farmby. It's kind of based on staff report that all of the deficiencies has been rectified. So that's any issues.
Vice President Nash, I agree with that.
Is Commissioner Bierman, same.
Okay, then let's go for a motion, please.
This Vice President Nash, regarding item number 5, DCR Core Record number 101759 for the business located at 23043-23045 West Ventura Boulevard. I move that the recommendations made by DCR stated in their report dated July 10, 2025 be approved.
Thank you. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item number 6 is DCR Core Record number 101771, and the applicant is V Farm 1509 Incorporated to approve an annual license for storefront retail commercial cannabis activity located at 411 East Rose Avenue. Ms. Treviso, are there any neighborhood council or elected office representatives on this matter?
No, we did not receive a community impact statement.
Okay, then at this time, we'll move to the department presentation.
Good afternoon again. This is Senior Management Analyst Ryan Solis. I'll present for item number 6 for the Department of Cannabis Regulation. This application was last heard on April 3rd before the commission, which voted to continue the application and decision to deny or approve the annual license to June 5th. Since then, there has been various cancellations and rescheduling of meetings, such that this case has not been heard before this body since April 3rd. DCR Core Record number 101771 is associated with V Farm 1509 Inc. The applicant seeks an annual license for the Type 10 storefront retail commercial cannabis activity. The business is located at 411 East Rose Avenue in the Venice Community Plan area within Council District 11. The applicant was issued temporary approval by DCR with an effective date of March 19th, 2019. Since that time, the applicant has completed all requirements for the issuance of an annual license in accordance with the LAMC Section 104.06. The applicant currently possesses a state provisional license, license number C12-000215-LIC, to conduct retail with on-site sales commercial cannabis activity, which is active through July 23rd, 2025. The applicant is not subject to the requirements of LAMC Section 104.20 for the Social Equity Program. On or about November 26th, 2024, DCR provided notice of the community meeting and Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting by mail to the owners and occupants of all property within 700 feet of the property line of the business premises. Notice was provided in accordance with the municipal code. DCR held a virtual community meeting on December 19th, 2024. During that meeting, members of the public were afforded 2 minutes each to speak about the application. DCR also accepted online written input through the date of the community meeting. DCR did not receive any oral or written testimony for this applicant. A notice to correct was issued by DCR on or about November 26, 2024, and all deficiencies noted in that notice to correct were addressed and corrected. A representative from the Compliance and Enforcement Division is in attendance and available to provide more detail should the commission have any questions. Based on the department's analysis and proposed project is consistent with the criteria for a Class 1 and Class 32 categorical exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Since the project meets all of the requirements and none of the applicable exceptions apply, it is appropriate to determine this project is categorically exempt. The staff report lists a number of reasons DCR or the commission may deny a license. At present, DCR is aware that the business is not in good standing with the Office of Finance, and further that the city was successful in obtaining a default judgment against the business related to unpaid business taxes. Based on past discussions and instructions provided by the mayor's office to consider the merits of the application excluding tax obligations, DCR recommends the commission adopt the recommendations included in the staff report and approve the issuance of this annual license. That concludes the department's presentation for this item.
Hello, Commissioners. Senior Management Analyst Christina Campos, Supervisor with the Compliance and Enforcement Division, providing a summary for the Farm 1509 Inc. A compliance inspection was conducted on October 21st, 2024, and a notice to correct was issued November 26, 2024 for the following 5 deficiencies. The first is for they lacked required camera at the exterior portion of the exit to the business premises, the parking lot area. It was a moderate violation, which was corrected. The written security plans were not provided during the inspection, which at the time was a moderate violation, and it was corrected. The no loitering sign was not posted, a minor violation, corrected. There was an inventory discrepancy identified in the metric track and trace system. A major, back then it was a minor violation and currently a major violation, but it was corrected. And they did not utilize an age verification device at the point of sales area, a moderate violation type, but it was corrected. All deficiencies have been rectified, and the Farm 1509 Inc. has passed their compliance inspection. Any questions?
This is Commissioner Bierman. When was the compliance inspection?
It was October 21st, 2024.
Any other questions, commissioners? Okay, thank you. Will Ann Lawrence please approach the podium? Please state your name for the record, your relationship to the applicant, and you will have 2 minutes to present.
Thanks for having me here. My name is Ann Lawrence. I'm the CEO of the Farm 1509, and I've been involved with the store since 2017 and working through getting the original pre-ICOs into the state system with the passage of the state adult use recreational. So been involved with the store for a very long time, and we try hard in the community to be good neighbors and good citizens inside the community. We're members of the Rose Avenue Business Association, and that means that we do annual events like beach cleanups, and we try to support local artists by doing art shows and a variety of things. And we've tried to make sure that we're at all times helping out and being responsive to any issues that come up that might give people a negative opinion around and about cannabis. And happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions?
Commissioner Farmby. Thanks for being here. Can you talk us a little bit about your tax situation in terms of what's owed to the city?
Yeah, this is an interesting one because this specific default relates to a very minor an issue where we were attempting to appeal because it was basically that delta, which has now been corrected by the state law, which said, are you taxing the excise? Is that 9% or 10% supposed to be on the excise, or is it supposed to be on just the revenue minus the excise? So it was this question of whether there was a tax on a tax on a tax, and the state said it one thing and the city said another. So as of January 1 this year, that's been corrected. And so, however, there was an audit, and so we're talking about 1 year and about maybe less than 1% of our overall tax obligation in over that course of that year. And so we had filed an appeal because I really felt like it was an inappropriate, way to review the tax. And for whatever reason, I guess the appeal didn't happen. Then they filed a default against, it looks like a lot of us. And that default was filed not to they filed a litigation. They didn't come to the store to do it, or to my home even to do it, to serve me with the papers. They served a PO box, which again, I didn't have any notice even that we hadn't received our appeal until after it was done. I, of course, reached out to the city attorney. I've had conversations with the city attorney. They're waiting for guidance, I guess, from above them. I have a very nice person who was assigned to the case, and he's unable to give us a settlement offer or even engage in the conversation. Obviously, I could get the default set aside. I was an attorney in a former life, but there's no reason to add that cost or expense, because as long as the city's working with us, we're just waiting for them to tell us what to do about it. We never received our appeal. We have a record of requesting the appeal. He's aware of it. He's looking into it. So we can't even solve that issue right now. Obviously, we're current on everything else. It's probably a longer explanation than you wanted.
No, that's great. Thank you. When was your, just Commissioner Farmby, when was your last communication with the city?
I emailed them after this last meeting because I said, hey, we really need to get this resolved, or at least let me know how to solve it. Do you want me to hire a lawyer and get the default set aside? Because I clearly wasn't served, and obviously an easy way to serve a business, you can see our address. They could have served us there. So my expectation is that no judge would have not set it aside, but that's just a waste of time if we're just going to settle out. It's not a lot of money. The appeal was very much to try to have this conversation about whether or not we should be taxed on a tax. Because again, before January 1 in the city of Los Angeles, if you were a retailer, it was impossible to both comply with the city and the state regulations, because the state regulations said you had to charge the excise on top of the city tax, and the city said you had to charge it on top of the excise. So that's an obvious mathematical impossibility. You would always be wrong one way or the other. So again, I wanted the appeal, and they admit that whoever was supposed to, I guess, pass that along we didn't get our appeal. And then they just filed the, a lawsuit, which we of course weren't notified about. And that's how the default occurred. I would never have skipped out. So according to the city, they said, the city attorney's office, I guess, is the more appropriate way to speak of it. They're dealing with it. They can't go any quicker. We will obviously, follow those rules. We're waiting for them. So I think it was February and was the last. I just actually looked it up because I was like, it's weird we haven't heard back from them again, because in February and March, I reached out and said, hey, I think that they're going to want to know more about this. Is there anything I can do to move this along? And the response from, the city's attorney was, I'm looking into it. I apologize for the delay, but I'm only, I'm waiting for orders from above him. So I think it's the same situation as the other license, right? A few of us are in that situation.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I just had one question, which we've been discussing today, but I'd love to get a readout from you on your perception of illegal dispensaries in and around your location and Venice more broadly. Obviously, that doesn't relate to your license exactly, but if you're willing to share your perspective, it'd be helpful.
Absolutely. There have been illegal sales since 2017 when I got involved, and some would argue far more illegal sales in 2017 than there are today. Listen, we've got an illegal shop that is maybe a block and a half from us. It's been there for 6 months. No one's going to do anything about it because they're maybe sort of claiming it's Delta 9. It depends. To me, I'm not saying taxation is not an issue, and I'm not trying to say it's not injuring us, but I don't think taxation is the problem. I think it's who's being taxed is the problem. Right now, the average customer doesn't understand the difference between the THC, Delta 9, CBD beverage you can buy at BevMo, and they're not paying 40% taxes at BevMo. And they don't understand that if they walk down to the quasi-legal shop that's a block and a half from us that's selling tobacco and THC, that it may or may not be, it's certainly not tested. To me, that's the biggest danger. You can walk down to Venice Beach and there's a store that does an insane amount of advertising. They say that they're cannabis, but they're Delta 9 cannabis. You're not paying taxes. That stuff is not tested. It's the most dangerous thing for the industry, in my mind, is the fact that someone's going to walk in there, someone's going to get really sick, injured, die, and it's not going to be the fault of the cannabis industry. Whereas as a state, we have the ability to have, to be at the forefront. If we require testing for anybody that wants to sell it, right, then you'd solve this problem in a minute, because not only would the denominator of who you were taxing be the right number, because if you just continue to tax a few thousand licensees, it's not going to work, right? So I think you should tax everybody that touches anything. I don't care what you want to call it, CBD, THC, Delta 9, whatever, and maybe the taxes are different. But if you require testing, which should be in everybody's interest, is that it get tested, that's to me the issue. Why are we struggling as a business? Because there's nobody in legal cannabis right now that's profitable. I guarantee it. If they're paying anywhere close to their taxes, it's impossible because of 280E as one thing. But what bothers me, right, is that exactly 2 blocks up the road, you can buy something that looks exactly like what we're selling, and they're not paying any taxes on it. Right now, we can all hop on Weed Maps and look at Hey Hi and go to they'll send you to a parking lot on Weed Maps. They'll send you to a parking lot and you'll be able to buy that. You won't pay any taxes. They're not paying you any taxes. And as a customer, how do you know, right? You don't, because you ordered it just the same way you'd order it at Rose Collective tomorrow.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any other questions? All right, thank you for being here.
Thanks.
We're on to deliberations. If any. Okay, hearing none, do we have a motion?
This is Vice President Dash regarding item number 6, DCR Core Record number 101771, for the business located at 411 East Rose Avenue. I move to adopt staff recommendations as stated in the report dated July 10, 2025.
Commissioner Farmy, the second.
Thank you. Mr. Weasel, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Item 7 is DCR Core Record number 310150. The applicant is Pine and Proper LLC. The department's recommendation is to continue the matter to the commission meeting of November 6, 2025. We do have a speaker card from the applicant's representative. You may approach the podium at this time.
Hi, this is also Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. Sorry. I just wanted to point out for the record, though, that since the matter under consideration is not the approval of the application, but merely a continuance thereof, that the applicant's presentation time should be so limited in subject matter to the continuance. Thank you.
How much time is that?
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. You still have your 10 minutes.
Okay, great.
But your comment should be limited to the matter being considered today, which is the continuance of your application.
And my application, right?
No.
Just
the
the
continue.
continuance of my application, so I can't talk about my application.
That's a confusing statement. The matter that the commission is considering today is whether your application should not be heard today, but at some future date. So you should be talking about that issue.
I can talk about it in the scope of,
Right, to the extent that you need to talk about the substance of your application insofar as why it may justify continuance longer or shorter, that could be deemed relevant.
okay. I'll do my best.
You have 10 minutes. Please state your name.
Hi, yes, my name is Madison Shockley III. I'm the proud owner of the Cadre Dispensary in South Central Los Angeles. I got this license through the Social Equity Program. I was born and raised in this city, and it meant a lot to me to apply and operate a cannabis dispensary in this city because it was always a dream of mine and a dream of many people like me who cannabis was a way of enterprising when there was no other ways accessible to people from my background. And many of us were criminalized for this. And so when it was legalized, I wanted to be a part of the legal industry and do what I learned and done before that I never saw anything wrong with. And so now that people were making money off of it, it's particularly in the city that I have a background and am rooted in. I didn't want to see people coming from other communities to capitalize on it after that myself and people like me had been criminalized on it for so long. So that was why I got into this industry in this way. And this license, my annual license application, I first got a notice that I had a complete application about maybe 6 months ago. I also have received notices to correct, and I believe that's part of why my license has been continued for maybe the last 5 or 6 commission meetings. You've probably seen my license on there, and it's been recommended by the department that it be continued every single time. And many of those times it was because I had a notice to correct. I have corrected all those instances. They were things like making sure my inventory was tagged properly and in the back, or making sure I kept staff records about training and stuff like that. I've corrected those. My experience with the people at the department who came out to do those inspections was great. They were very helpful and they were very fair about the process and had a positive attitude. So I can report that. But I never applied for an annual license. And this is why recently I have filed a complaint with the courts. naming this commission and the cannabis department and the city of Los Angeles, filing a writ of mandate because my due process was violated in this. Section 104.6 lays out the procedure for applying for an annual license. And the cannabis department totally went rogue and did their own thing and put everybody in social equity through this annual license process without them applying. They just issued some summary, everybody completed an application when they didn't even apply. And most people did this under the threat that if you don't get your annual application by a certain time, your application will be abandoned and you won't be able to reapply. So most people went forward with this process to get the annual, which comes with fees that are 4 times as much as the temporary approval process that we're currently under. And we're eligible to continue under the temporary approval until 2031. And that was extended along with SB 51 at the state level when the state addressed this issue of temporary approval for social equity licenses. The reason I even discovered that this was happening is because for years I was waiting on a complete disbursement of a grant from the city. And when it wasn't coming for this long, 2 years, I had to research and look into why. And I discovered that there was a deadline that the city had to disperse the grants to social equity applicants in cash. And if they didn't meet that deadline, they had to give the money back to the state. Well, they knew they weren't going to meet the deadline. So instead of giving it out to us, they took it in a fee waiver shortly before that deadline. And that fee waiver was associated with annual license applications. And that's the reason why they didn't wait for us to apply. They needed to use this money. And so they took the money by putting us all through annual licensing and saying, hey, we're waiving your annual license fee, and that triggers your application, which is now why it is a complete application, which 104.6 says once you do an application, the next step is for the department to issue a notice of complete application. But what 104.6 also says is that the process is that applicants need to go on the DCR portal to make an application. And once that application is made and the associated fees are paid, then the department can issue a notice of complete application. That did not happen in the case of my application and about 87 other social equity applications that have gone through this process. Now, that was $7,691 that they took for each of those annual license applications. On top of that, there's about $8,200 of additional fees that you have to pay with your annual license application. So altogether, it's about $16,000 to $18,000 per applicant. You combine that for 87 people, that's about $1.6 million that they took in that scheme, pushing us through. And except we pay the larger share of it because we're required to pay these, the environmental fee. That's a big part of it. And that was supposed to be waived by the grant money that they got from the state. And the state has challenged $10 million of how the department has used the money. And so in order to not have to pay that back, the department is saying to the state, hey, don't worry, we'll fix it. We'll put all these 3 people through annual license and you'll get your annual licenses. They're doing it at our expense. Now, if I go through with this process, that $7,600 was supposed to be grant money to come to me in cash when I really desperately needed it for the survival of my business. They took that. Now they want me to pay $8,200 with a deadline. I think I may have 25 more days. And if I don't have that kind of money, but if I don't pay it, then my license is abandoned and I cannot renew. But under the law, I can continue renewing my $4,200 temporary approval until 2031. So why am I under threat of abandonment? Why do I have these fees? This is Jason Colleen's work. And it's very hard to understand. This is very nuanced as a commission to really oversight, track of, and discover a scheme like this. But it's imperative that you guys read all the rules and regulations, all the contracts that the department has with the state related to these grants for social equity, because they've been abusing. And then they also have been treating us terribly and under threat of losing our license if we don't pay those fees, or if we don't return a document in time. They give us 7 days, and the penalty is $3,700. You know, and they do that. I stopped complying with it, and then I started investigating them, and that's why I took my time correcting my notice correct. I'm not going to be chased around and told, move over here, it's safe. And then they bomb you over here. And then move over here, it's safe over there. And then they bomb you over there. That's how we're being treated by the department. And it's retaliatory because we've raised the issues that I'm raising now about their abuse of power. So I just want y'all to be aware of that, and please provide oversight. Happy to answer any questions.
Hi, this is Deb. Are you finished with your time?
Yes.
Thank you. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I'm going to advise the commission as your attorney not to comment on any part of Mr. Shockley's presentation, as it dealt solely with active pending litigation that he has with the city, and had seemingly nothing to do with the matter that's being considered today, which is a continuance of his application consideration from today to a future date.
Thank you.
But they should ask questions, though. They don't have to make comments, but they should ask questions.
I'm going to advise the commission that since Mr. Shockley's presentation had nothing to do with the continuance, that that there doesn't appear to be any grounds to ask any questions. However, that is definitely at your discretion. But I would definitely advise you to stay away from the substance of his presentation, since it deals with the heart of active pending litigation that he has with the city, and that any statements that you make here could be used as admissions against this, as said by the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have a minute left. After she stated that, could I use the remaining minute that I have
You
just
may.
to respond to that?
You know, this is President Mason. I don't want to get into a back and forth regarding her recommendation.
Yeah.
So if you're going to use your minute for that.
I just wanted to say that this city attorney has a conflict of interest in this matter, because she's the one corresponding with me about a settlement agreement over this. And so I just wanted to point that. I was going to use the time to point that out.
Thank you.
Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada, full disclosure, I had negotiated a continuance of his pending ex parte application for an immediate temporary restraining order against the city. That was the extent of my involvement, as the handling attorney, Patrick Hagan, was out on vacation.
That's not accurate.
But I do not believe that that represents a conflict of interest under my professional rules, since I am the city's attorney.
She asked me to drop the court date so that we could enter settlement negotiations.
Okay, we're going somewhere we should not be going in this space. So you have 53 seconds if you want to use them.
I'll see the time. If y'all have any questions, I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm happy to respond to what I brought to you all.
Commissioners, any questions? Okay.
Have you guys read it? You guys should ask for a copy and read it if you haven't. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I lost my page. So the recommendation from the department is to continue item 7 to the agenda. One moment. I believe that's November 6th of 2025. May I have a motion?
This is Vice President Nash regarding item number 7, DCR Core Record number 310150 for the business located at 615 East 61st Street, Suite 501. I move to continue consideration of this item to the Cannabis Regulation Commission meeting on Thursday, November 6, 2025.
This is President Mason. I'll second. Ms. Chorizo, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. At this time, we will reopen item 4, commission discussion on issues raised by presentation from applicants, licensees, and/or cannabis trade associations and community stakeholders presented at the Cannabis Regulation Commission special meeting of July 2nd, 2025. We did complete our discussion and deliberation and voting relative to cannabis taxation and reform. So we are now moving on to enforcement.
Vice President Mason, I hate to do this, but can I request that we reopen the taxation issue to address a couple other matters?
Okay, who is Vice President Mason?
Sorry, President Mason.
Okay, so we are going to reopen the portion on taxation, so granted.
I think there's a couple of other things that we might want to consider adding to our recommendation. And one is the imposition of taxes on unlicensed operators. And the other is, it's my understanding that the city of Los Angeles currently limits payment plans for the repayment of taxes to a maximum of 12 months. And I think it would be advantageous if we considered requesting that 12-month period be extended to multi-year payment plans.
Okay, this is President Mason. So I'd like to steer the discussion of taxation on illegal operators to enforcement. Do you mind?
Okay.
And then I do agree with you that terms need to be discussed. I have terms, but they are way more liberal than what is currently on the books, and maybe we can land somewhere in the middle. But in my notes, I had suggested repayment terms for phase 3 round 1, that they should be in good standing in 8 years, and that phase 3 round 2 be in good standing in 4 years. So let's go. Yeah, I'm out there, way out there, way up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And would you consider adding that to our recommendations?
I would consider that, yes.
I would be supportive of that.
8 and 4?
Absolutely. I mean, it's a recommendation, and I think some recovery is better than no recovery.
Recovery. I agree. To my right, Commissioners Farmby and Bierman.
Commissioner Bierman, I agree as well.
Okay.
Makes sense.
In your mic, please.
Commissioner Farmby, can you repeat or restate your position?
Okay, so in my notes, what I have thought, well, what Vice President Nash said is that he's learned that the current repayment policy is that people have to be in good standing within 12 months. So in the interest of what I think is social justice, which is what this program was originally intended to be about, that for phase 3 round 1, that the repayment plan be extended out to 8 years. And for phase 3 round 2, they be in good standing, or the repayment program would be extended out to 4 years. So we're still at half of phase 2 is always half of what is recommended for phase 1. because they've been in business a shorter period of time.
This is Vice President. I just want to clarify that we're talking about the maximum period of a repayment plan. Whoever enters into the repayment plan would have some discretion as to exactly what they think is fair and reasonable and will be effective for the city. But currently they're limited to 12 months, and now we're discussing limiting it to a maximum of 4 years or 8 years.
Correct.
Commissioner Farnby, would you all be open to a 6 and 3, 6 years and 3 years? What was that?
I'm sorry, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. Commissioner Farby, would you mind speaking more directly into the microphone?
Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Sorry. We're discussing that.
Yes.
Okay. I was asking if it would be consideration around, and this is repayment.
Correct.
And so I understand correctly, it's 8 years and 4 years.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think.
And this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. I think there's also a qualification that it would be up to those times, but at the discretion of the Office of Finance. Correct?
Is at their discretion?
I'm sorry, at the discretion of the Office of Finance, but that they would be allowed to enter into payment plans that long of 8 and 4. But still at their discretion, or is your recommendation that they all be given those plans of 8 and 4, not at their discretion?
This is President Mason. I think where Commissioner Farby is going is he's recommending 6 and 3. So maybe we can set forth a range of 6 to 8 and 3 to 6. But he's
And this is
needing
Vice.
a moment.
This is Vice President Nash. Just to clarify, yes, my original suggestion was that the longer term payment plans be in the discretion of the department that is responsible for that, and it simply extend the maximum time that they can allow them. And so to address Commissioner Farnby's concern, I don't see why we would really want to reduce it to 3 and 6. Because again, it's in their discretion. If we want to give them the most time possible, if they in fact think that that is what is best for the city and makes the most opportunity for the city to collect revenue. Some of the operators have over $1 million in delinquent taxes. And as you're paying current taxes and adding back taxes too, they're probably going to require longer term payment.
Yes, Commissioner Farm, I get that. I was looking at it from a perspective of the longer time it is, the more eventually they're going to end up paying, right? Versus, what I'm struggling with is, on one hand, allowing the maximum amount of time to be able to get out of the situation is one piece of it. The other piece is the financial aspect of it, in terms of the amount, the totality of what they will be paying. And if you can do it in a shorter time, if possible, then I feel like that would be advantageous for the operator.
I hear what you're saying. This is President Mason, and I think that in good faith, the CFO's office should communicate to anyone in a repayment plan that, early repayment is always a good thing.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, this Commissioner Farmby. Particularly if you have the means to do so and the the kind of tenacity to be able to do that. But to Vice President Nash's point, you're saying, and if I understood you correctly, the 8 and 4 would be the maximum amount of time, but at the discretion of the CAO's office.
This is Deputy Attorney's Office. Correction is the discretion of the Office of Finance.
I'm sorry, the Office of Finance. That's what I meant.
So would you like me to read my notes? And
Oh,
see
I'm
what's
sorry.
on it?
One-
I don't know if you're still deliberating or just clarifying, but either way, I think this might help.
Okay, please.
So I think it now would be the 5th recommendation would be to amend the Los Angeles Municipal Code to allow specifically social equity applicants to enter into multi-year payment plans for the repayment of back taxes. Specifically, a recommendation that phase 3 retail round 1 applicants be permitted to enter into payment plans for up to 8 years. And phase 3 retail round 2 applicants be permitted to enter into payment plans for up to 4 years, all at the discretion of the Office of Finance, so they could go lower, but those would represent maximums. Because currently the LA Municipal Code limits payment plans to a maximum of 12 months.
Got it.
And then this recommendation, of course, would be to accommodate for the, time in which it takes a licensed operators to gain the capital in order to survive and simultaneously make these back tax payments.
Got it. This is Commissioner Farley. So if we're speaking in those terms, at the discretion of the finance, it could be possible, at least getting to what my thinking is here in this moment, for it to be, if it was at the discretion, they could do the 6. Right? If we're saying
Correct.
the maximum
We're setting a maximum here that they can
of 8 to 4.
lift the maximum from 12 months to 8
Yeah.
years, right?
Got it. Okay. Thank you.
This is Vice President Nash. The only concern I have with that is what about folks that are not social equity? If they also have substantial back taxes and a 1-year payment plan would be not viable for them. I'd also like to see, I don't see why having a maximum is a disadvantage to anybody. So I'd like to get the other commissioner's opinion on that.
Commissioner Farley, are you thinking in terms of the same terms or a different set of terms regarding the years?
Well, given that it's a maximum, I don't know why we should differentiate between any. If the Office of Finance determines that this business can pay in a year, then they can establish a year. If they determine that regardless of who they are, it's just unrealistic, but they want some money, they can extend it up to the maximum declared, or, they end up agreeing to.
This is President Mason. So then what I understand is that the suggestion is the current repayment plan has to be scrapped across the board and should be re-extended. Is that what we're saying? Regardless of whether they're social equity or phase 1 or phase 2 operators, it's for the entirety of the industry.
This is Vice President Nash. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to distinguish between social equity or non-social equity. If it's a business that owes taxes and the Office of Finance has the discretion to extend payment plans, I think they'll use that discretion wisely and consider all the factors. And if they think the operator can pay within a year, they'll make it a year. If they don't, they'll make it long.
Understood.
this is Vice President Nash again. So maybe if commissioners agree with that, maybe we compromise on the time frame and make it 5 years for everybody. That's still a pretty long time. And again, it's a maximum. The office can specify on individual circumstances a shorter term.
Okay. Well, sir, go ahead and make a motion. Let's see where we land. I 12 months is extremely conservative under the current market climate. And I do think that there needs to be some grace given. And so I'm not opposed to what I've heard so far. So we've landed at 5 to 8 years, or either just a blanket a ceiling of 5 years, but that's better than 12 months.
Yeah, absolutely. If I can make a motion, or we could have additional deliberations and we could get additional feedback about what everybody else is thinking.
Okay, Commissioners Farnby and Bierman, what you got?
This is Commissioner Bierman. I mean, it makes sense to me right now. There's a 12-month cap, and we're proposing extending that out quite a bit so that the Office of Finance can at least have the discretion to extend it out if they think it's the best thing to do in the situation. So that makes sense to me, especially if we all view 12 months as being extremely conservative. And it sure seems like it when you consider the amounts of money that we're talking about. So I don't see a reason why we wouldn't build in more flexibility. Because again, that wouldn't even be a mandate that it be stretched out that long, right? That's just giving the office more flexibility to work with folks who are behind.
Thank you.
Commissioner Farnby, I also think what it does is it allows for a real kind of engagement between the operators and the Office of Finance, right? Because when you have 12 months, there's really nothing there, to be honest, with the amount of money that we've heard from some of the operators in terms of what is owed. So I think that if you look at it, if they approach a way of looking at it on a case-by-case basis, it would allow for some discretion and flexibility to maybe work with some more so than others, depending on the circumstances, right? And I think that it's not going to be a one-size-fit-all sort of approach with folks. So I think I agree. I think more flexibility, more time would be helpful. Again, I just wanted to stress the notion around, even though I'm not pushing this, but I'm just kind of speaking my mind around the opportunity to try to get out of the financial situation in a way that would be conducive and helpful for the business owner versus a longer period of time. But I would think that probably most operators would want to have more time, and then they can work with the Office of Finance on a shorter period if need be. So I think I'm erring on the side of having more time and more flexibility versus time.
And this is President Mason. I hear what you're saying, though. There's something about carrying a financial burden on your back, that particular monkey, for a long period of time. So I do appreciate that observation. Well, then, do we have a motion?
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. If I may propose the motion language according to my notes.
This is Vice President Nash. Please do.
Thank you. So it would be your next recommendation. I think we're on the 5th one now, to include in a letter to the City Council a recommendation to amend the Los Angeles Municipal Code to allow all licensees to enter into multi-year payment plans for the repayment of back taxes. Specifically, the recommendation would be to have an amendment to extend the possible payment plan period for all cannabis licensees to a maximum of 5 years at the discretion of the Office of Finance. Currently, the Los Angeles Municipal Code limits payment plans to a maximum of 12 months. This is often insufficient time based on the thin margins of a licensed operator and or the amount of taxes, interest, and penalties owed. City may increase its opportunity to capture tax revenue and provide breathing room to licensed operators by expanding this 1-year limitation.
This is Vice President Nash. So moved.
This is Commissioner Rearman, I'll second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you. Before we move on, have we exhausted taxation for today?
Yes.
Okay. We are on to enforcement. And this is that thing that has to happen to make any of the other things we discussed previously, to make those things viable. And I think that inherently and authentically, based on just living life and based on what's been presented to us, I'd like to believe that we all have some recommendations on what enforcement in this city should look like. I have some notes, of course, because I understand that we have to, it is possible that the expense of enforcement will have to be justified. So I'm going to read my notes and as a start, and then we can go from there. So my first proposal is that someone conduct a cost-benefit analysis regarding the necessity of enforcement. I believe that the study should be designed to show the impact, the fiscal impact on the city of closing down illegal businesses, that it should be built on the assumption that closure of illegal operators will steer the customer base to legal operators. The question should be how much of a revenue increase and tax increase will that generate for legal operators? And I have a note here that the study should assume income should be to determine how much revenue will increase. They'll need a base number to use. And I thought that that base number should be based on perhaps the combined income or an average rather of the income of the top 10 performing legal businesses, and then increase that by 25%, by 50%, and by 60% closure of the illegal market. Am I making sense so far? Because I can repeat anything. Okay. So basically what I'm asking for is what will various levels of closure result in tax revenue based upon certain percentages of closures. And then what I'd like to see is pending any study that that target illegal operators within a 2 to 3 mile radius of legal operators and begin to close those down. And that recommendation is based upon it's unconscionable to allow any illegal operator to exist within feet of a legal operator. So they need to go first. I also recommend a joint task force with at least LAPD and CDTFA. I recommend that a percentage of cannabis tax revenue be allocated to fund that task force or any other enforcement force. I also recommend that we incentivize citizen participation, and I also saw that in one of the reports presented to us at our last meeting, and that we reward those who inform, whose information lead to the successful shutdown of the illegal operator. What that reward amount would be left up to the powers that be. And then I also recommended that a percentage of illegal fines collected also be used to fund any task force. And those are my recommendations.
This is Commissioner Bierman, and I just want to say, like, I think we all agree that this is a necessary problem to solve if we want to, start to fix the issues with the legal cannabis market. One of the questions I had, and a little bit of context, is I used to be a deputy city attorney working on nuisance abatement issues, and this was quite a while ago, like 8-9 years ago, and this was a big problem back then. And we would hear about, how it just wasn't a big priority, how there wasn't the will to really make a dent in the problem. And now, it's clear 8 years later, it's still a sort of out of control issue, and it's threatening what we were just saying in the letter is the biggest legal cannabis market in the world. And the world is watching, and we've got these international events that are coming to the city. So I'd like to see how, in some ideal world, you'd say, here's every single tool at the city's disposal. If you had unlimited money and unlimited political will, you'd say, here's, the 8 things that you could do to identify and shut down unlicensed dispensaries. And then you would do those things. But obviously, there are competing priorities and there are limited resources. And so I want to see what we can do as a commission to press folks who hold the purse strings, press folks who are in a position to hold leadership accountable for doing everything in their power to address unlicensed dispensaries. And I totally agree with the concept of starting with the ones that are near the legal dispensaries, because those seem to be top priority. But I imagine a situation where there's a mandate, and we might not be the folks to give the mandate, but we can strongly recommend that there be a mandate that this is one of the top law enforcement issues that the city is facing. Obviously, there are other very big issues and big priorities, but unless we can make a very forceful and impactful dent in the unlicensed market, like we're dead on arrival. So I know the chief of police and the chief of police's boss, who we all work for. I want to see what we can do to be a voice to say, like, we can recommend these particular measures, right? Padlocking and working with DWP, but it's got to be somebody high up that's coming in and being asked to explain exactly how they're making a meaningful difference in the number of unlicensed dispensaries and measuring that performance. And one of the presenters last time was talking about having a dashboard and having transparency and sort of having a measurement of performance around this. And I think that is a necessary component of this, because otherwise, again, like for 8 years, as far as I've seen, folks have been talking about, like, well, why don't we do more? There's not that much you can do, or they'll just pop up across the street. And so I think, I look to you all as being more experienced commissioners, but I'd like to see how we could be the ones to say it's nothing's going to happen until this becomes a political priority and there's a mandate put on leadership to show real progress. And so yeah, we can maybe beat the drum as loud as we can, and you know, maybe that's the best we can do, and we can invite LAPD, and I know this commission already has, and you know, see if we can have LAPD coming in here and explaining to us exactly how, you know, exactly how they're doing everything in their power with the resources that they have to tackle this issue. But I'd like to see us at least make some showing there.
This is President Mason. Thank you for every last comment that you made. I'm just remembering a voice on the national level speaking about Los Angeles and basically portraying this as a city in decline, how it's not as beautiful as it used to be, how there is graffiti everywhere, how things illegal are being allowed to proliferate in this city. And I was so deeply offended that I wanted to throw something at my TV, but given who was speaking, it wasn't worth destroying my personal property. But we need to push back against that narrative. We need to push back against any narrative that would indicate that this city is not serious about enforcement, especially where the cannabis market is concerned. So something has to be done, and done expeditiously. And that belief fuels my comment that the task force needs to happen yesterday, and that target area needs to be within a certain mile radius of legal operators, as in yesterday.
Commissioner Farley. I agree with the notion around the targeting, for lack of a better word, of the illicit operations near the legal operator should be priority. I definitely agree with that. I also think that as a part of our recommendation, which I haven't heard a lot about, but I believe there needs to be some level of accountability for landlords who are allowing these illegal operations to happen. I mean, at least for me, I mean, we hear a lot from the operators around the illicit dispensaries, but how they're able to do that is through the storefronts that they have, right? And there needs to be something addressed there, right? Because I think that landlords and folks who own properties who are just going to allow illegal activities and dispensaries to operate are just as guilty, in my opinion, right? Because you know, you shut them down. Okay, cool. That dispensary is gone. That landlord is still there. No accountability, and then the illicit operation open up someplace else. So it's a perpetual problem. So I would hope, or would like to see something that kind of speaks to that, because if you can, you know, address it at the beginning, you're almost in a way creating a environment where they can't function, right? I mean, if landlords are not able to allow these folks to operate, then I think that would at least help mitigate the threat against the legal operation. I also think that there should be some thinking around the tax base of the cannabis industry that speaks to the enforcement. I feel like those things need to be tied together. I think that if we think about the tax base itself, and it kind of, we use it however we use it within the industry without connecting it to enforcement,
I think it's going to be a difficult way to operationalize and to a certain degree institutionalize how the industry functions. Going back to the notion around the minimum taxes and the need for enforcement, I feel like those. I honestly feel like those need to be connected and kind of addressed simultaneously. And I think that if you create the funding mechanism that's connected to it, it could be helpful. So I heard President Mason's recommendations, which I think are really good foundational pieces for us to consider in terms of our recommendation. I just wanted to add those couple of components for consideration.
This is Vice President Nash. I have a hard time believing that a viable legal market can exist simultaneously with a extremely successful illegal market. And the city has allowed that to happen. And it's a shame, and it needs to be addressed immediately. And I think the first way to do that is what President Mason suggested, and that is immediately reconvening the mayor's task force to shut down unlicensed dispensaries. I think that they did achieve some success when they had done that in the past. And I know that that has been a topic of conversation for some time, but it has not been implemented and needs to be implemented, as President Mason said yesterday. And I mean yesterday. And I agree with President Mason that the illegal dispensaries closest to the legal ones should be shut down first. And I believe if there is a big push to close down these illegal dispensaries, additional illegal dispensaries will take notice, and there will be less opening up. And part of that is definitely going after the landlords. I don't think we should continue to prosecute them. I think we need to increase the prosecution of them. And that activity can, in the long run, even generate revenue for the city.
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. Just as a point of reference, I thought I would mention that I do believe there is already in existence, and I don't know how formal it is, but some sort of task force concerning the illicit market that does involve at least a representative of the mayor's office, a representative of the Department of Cannabis Regulation. I think there's a couple other agencies involved there, but I do not think that CDTFA is in there.
So this is President Mason. It's my understanding that that particular task force is more of a think tank working group and not necessarily a body that is actively boots on the ground and closing down illegal operators. So
okay, so that distinction maybe should be drawn in the recommendation as to the task force, which you, I guess, want it to do as maybe as opposed to making policy, but more of like a boots on the ground, hands-on, like a group of like you're saying dedicated people from a department to focus on this issue. Is that
correct. As far as the work group, that's just that, a work group. We've been told that the city of Pasadena has been able to close down illegal operators at a cost of $8,000 per closure. So the city should look to that model and study that model and figure out how the city can adopt that model and that cost, because I'm just thinking, just throwing this out here, if we use a base of $100 million as tax revenue and took 3% of that to allocate to closure, we could potentially close 375 illegal operators if it's $8,000 a piece to close them. So how can the city adopt Pasadena's closure tactics, closure costs? And that could be tied to the fact that maybe Pasadena's police force is paid less than LAPD. I don't know why it's only $8,000, but it is definitely worth some examining. And I do think that it, at minimum, 3% of revenue should be allocated to enforcement.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I just have a question. Do we have like a liaison with the LAPD? Like, is there a point of contact that commission has with the department?
In terms of
someone we can ask questions to or get regular updates on efforts, like someone who
they'll be presenting at the next meeting.
Oh, great.
Yes.
This is Vice President Nash. Getting back to the task force, I wasn't aware that there's two potential task force. I only knew of one, and the one that I'm speaking about, honestly, I thought it was to actually go out and shut down unlicensed dispensaries and wasn't more of the form of a think tank. But either way, for the better part of a year, I've requested that I've asked if I could be a part of it and have never gotten a response, yes or no. So the bottom line is, if that's happening, we're not aware of it. And I question how effective it is. And if it's not a task force set up to specifically shut down illegal dispensaries right now, we need that task force immediately. In addition to the task force that should be implemented immediately, and we also need long-term a entity, whether it be the mayor's office, whether it be a DCR, that is in charge of enforcement.
Whether it be privatized.
And an entity. Now, if it is the DCR, which would be a pretty natural selection because they are most things cannabis, it needs to come with additional funding to the DCR and additional resources. The DCR should not be put in a situation where they're having to beg the Department of Water and Power or the Department of Building and Safety to do certain things. Each department of the city that is needed to effectively shut down unlicensed dispensaries has to be under the control of whichever entity is tasked and responsible for shutting down the illegal dispensaries. Right now, it probably falls upon the LAPD, but it's my understanding that the LAPD has 2 officers devoted to that task. And they gather additional offers as available. And after they've taken care of everything in the city that has a higher priority, which in this city, I think there's so much that has a higher priority, and we're short on officers as it is, that effectively means that it's not happening. It certainly isn't happening at the scale that we need it to happen. So in the long run, after the task force does its initial push of shutting these down, we need to have one entity in charge that has devoted resources from each of the departments necessary to effectively shut down and prevent the illegal market going forward. And without someone in charge that can actually do things and has the priority to do it, the mandate, I don't think we're going to have effective elimination of the illegal dispensaries.
So if I may summarize, this is President Mason, if I could summarize what you've said, you're proposing that the enforcement take place in 2 phases at least, and that the first phase is immediate targeting of dispensaries within a certain proximity to targeting illegal operators that are within a certain proximity of legal operators, and then that the second phase consists of a dedicated unit under DCR, and that's a more long-term solution to basically make sure that we continue the work. We don't just start it and then disappear or not follow up.
This is Vice President Ash. Yes, that's a good summary. The only clarifications I'd make is it would be my recommendation that we don't say shut down the dispensaries within X distance. I would say start with the closest ones first. Instead of 2 miles, if there's one right next door, start with that one and then proceed further away. And then the second clarification is, yes, the task force should be implemented immediately. It's been done before, and they know what to do and what's necessary. And simultaneously, we should begin thinking about what entity, I mentioned both DCR or the mayor's office, to put some department in charge, make it a primary responsibility to shut down the illicit market long term, and make it practical and effective. There are ways to generate revenue by closing down illegal dispensaries, and it also is going to generate more tax revenue. It's going to increase safety to the consumer, prevent sales of cannabis to minors, prevent illegal sales of cannabis close to sensitive areas where there are no legal shops. It is the absolutely most important thing that the city can do in terms of continuing to have a legal cannabis market.
This is President Mason. Here's where I struggle with the past composition of the force that did shut down illegal operators. I just really didn't understand why building and safety, city planning were also a part of that. And I listened to the budget hearings. I listened to building and safety say that they had $57,000 remaining in their budget to pay the party, they outsource the actual lockout of the illegal operators too, and that they had not planned on including any increase. Once that $57,000 is gone, they're done. So if that is true today, if that stayed the case, then building and safety has no funding to be a part of the process. So why include them? Who's going to pay that? So I think we need to reevaluate who is involved and eliminate any unnecessary departments, like streamline it so as to make it more cost efficient, as well as figure out who should handle enforcement, illegal enforcement on a long-term basis. And the other thing I wanted to talk about is, I know that we have in the past fined up to $20,000 per day. I know there's been some litigation regarding that. Can city attorney inform us on the outcome of the litigation?
I'm sorry. I was listening. This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I was listening to your question, but could you please say that again? Which litigation?
I know that we've penalized some people $20,000 a day. I know that there were appeals to those fines, that there was litigation up to the state level perhaps on this.
For landlords, right?
Correct.
So I don't specifically have that information available.
Okay.
That's information that I can get from our counterparts in different parts of the city attorney's office, but that's not information I have available at this time. I'm sorry.
Okay. And Vice President Nash, were you able to do any research on that area?
This is Vice President Nash. It's my understanding that they have had some success in those cases and some failures in those cases, that they're expensive to prosecute. But as an attorney, it's also my opinion that if done correctly, and if chosen correctly, which ones are pursued, the city should have very good success against those.
And do you have an opinion on what done correctly could look like?
Well, I know that in one instance, there was a case where the landlord indicated that he or she didn't have notice. And the special circumstance was that this landlord was exceptionally old and maybe had other issues. And in that instance, I believe the city lost. So that's the kind of thing you develop that knowledge, you see what potential issues there are, and then you pick and choose which ones you're going to succeed at, and you get better and better at it over time.
Thank you.
But I do know that they have had some successes. So,
and what did those look like from your review?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
But I do know, I've been told that they have been successful. And I think these are typically settled. $20,000 a day is a lot. And, it promotes good settlement opportunities. So it'd be my recommendation that they learn from their experience and prosecute them as often as they can on the ones that they think they'll be successful at.
Okay, so then would we say they should use successful prosecution or successful precedents of prosecuting against landlords as a basis for perfecting that tool for enforcement going forward?
Vice President Nash, that sounds great to me.
Okay.
Vice President Nash, is that the city attorney that's bringing those actions?
That's my understanding.
And do we know, is this a priority? Are they capacity limited? Like, do they have more cases than they can bring, can staff? Do you have a sense?
Unfortunately, I have no idea.
Because I just wonder whether we want to say something about like resourcing, like if it's true that there's 2 officers, right? If there's not enough resourcing to like handle the volume of unlicensed dispensaries in any necessary department, then like it's going to be very difficult to make a dent, right?
And this is Vice President. I know that the 2 officers solely devoted to cannabis issues is accurate. And, you know, again, as I mentioned, the problem there is that the priorities of fentanyl, heroin, cocaine in the drug enforcement world and murders and everything else takes priority over cannabis. But at the same time, the city does need to address the cannabis issue because it's an important market. It can bring in a lot of revenue to the city, and it needs to have some resources devoted solely to the cannabis market.
This is President Mason. I think we can safely say that based on the historical the word just went in and out of my head, but based on the historical practices and models for addressing enforcement, they are not sustainable, that the city has to transition to something that is more impactful and sustainable. And we've had sufficient time to learn and understand that the number of officers that are dedicated to enforcement is insufficient, that and we just can't continue with that.
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I realize that we have, I'm sorry to interrupt your deliberations, but I realize that we have fallen off our practice with the taxes where I would.
We're just talking. I don't think we've really come to any
Yeah,
recommendations
I
yet.
figured, but you are moving around on topics, and I think you have settled on some. So you let me know if you'd like me at any point to summarize my notes from which you could take a motion. Because at this rate, I do have at least, I think 1, 2, 3, 5, 6 potential recommendations here regarding unlicensed enforcement.
Oh, wow.
I didn't know if you wanted to settle on this or still keep developing them. That's fine by me. I can also continue to have my notes.
This is Vice President Nash. I do have one more, and that was the imposition of taxes on unlicensed operators. If that's possible, which it appears to be, that would be a great step to take. And I'm surprised to some extent that the city hasn't already done that, because that will be a great equalizer for the illegal and the legal markets. It's my understanding that the city can require unlicensed businesses to obtain business tax registration certificates and pay sales tax at the regular non-cannabis business tax rate. And alternatively, or maybe in addition to that, later down the road, which may require a ballot measure, the city could impose regular cannabis taxes on both licensed and unlicensed businesses. So if either or both of those things can take place, that should be done.
Okay, this is President Mason. What I just heard is though, and I just want to make note that we've said everything but lock them up and throw away the key. So we are not totally criminalizing them. And I know that is a concern for some. But what I also just heard is that we allow them to pay taxes, but none of the regulatory fees that our legal operators have to pay.
Well, this is Vice President Nash, I still want to shut them down. But to the extent that they're not being shut down, and this could also be another way to shut them down.
I'm going to shut them down and fine them. But go ahead.
Because if they are required to pay sales tax and don't pay tax, they can be charged with tax evasion.
Mhm.
And that is going to be much more severe than the $1,000 fine for selling any quantity of cannabis in this city.
Mhm. I hear that. I just am hesitant to create the evil twin of a social equity program, if you will, for illegal operators. I'm sort of merciless and I'm like, throw everything in the book at them. My only grace is that I would not put them in jail. But no, I'm not giving you any space to pay taxes and keep your illegal doors open. Absolutely not, when you've caused almost irreparable harm to this city and to the existing legal operators who waited so long to get into this industry. So I'm not there yet. Talk to me some more.
And this is Vice President Nash. I agree with you 100%. And you know a lot more about how the city operates than I do. You do. And so I'm getting the feeling that you think that the city might just say, hey, we're getting sales tax, so why shut them down? And that is certainly not my intention. And if that's what would happen, then I wouldn't want to do it. But I look at it as additional ways to shut them down. And I wouldn't relax enforcement in any way, shape, or form. Illegal ones have to go. But if we can use their money to shut them down, I'd like to do that.
So I would be in favor of a fine that charges them a percentage of the cost of shutting them down,
Yeah, I mean,
up to almost 95%.
yeah.
I mean, I think that's a different issue than
Yeah.
taxes.
Because I think that, okay, let me play devil's advocate here. If you were illegal and you heard me say to you as a city official, okay, so if you pay us taxes over a certain period of time, you can keep your doors open?
Oh,
Because that's what that sounds like to me.
well,
And I don't know if that's what you mean.
this Vice President Nash, absolutely 100% not.
Okay.
What the message I want to get across to them is, while we are waiting to shut you down, and I do want to throw the book at them. I want them out of here, one way or another. While we're waiting to shut you down, we are going to tax you to make you less successful than you currently are. And if you don't pay the taxes, you're going to go to jail for a long time.
Well, so may I suggest we swap words and we use taxes for the legal market and fines for the illegal market, and that we will fine you as long as you remain open?
Yeah.
So that there's no confusion?
Well, I mean, I'm hearing, so you're basically saying you don't want
No,
to
because
put
I
forward.
agree with you that there should be a cost to them. for being open, once they've been targeted for closure, they should pay a cost to the city for remaining open each day that they're open until they are fully closed. But I don't want to call that a tax. I'd rather call it a fine for each day that they're open. That's all. It's just semantics.
I don't think it is semantics, but I would support it 100%.
Thank you.
In any tool that can be used to shut them down, to make them go away, I would be in favor of.
Understood.
Commissioner Farby, when I think of tax, it kind of gives you the impression like you're a part of the system, and they should not be considered a part of the system, right? I mean, it's kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, you're paying your tax just like everybody else who's required to pay a tax when they're doing something wrong, in my opinion, right? And what I see this as is that the reason why I think maybe a progressive fine and penalty would work is because it's like everything else. I don't know if we need a proposition or referendum or whatever the case may be, but I don't see why we can't say if there's a landlord that is opening their doors to allow illicit businesses to operate out in the open. I don't see why you say, hey, penalty 1, 25,000, penalty 2, 50,000, penalty 3, up to X amount of time, whatever, right? I think there needs to be a progressive cost to it, because if it isn't, there could be landlords in the position to just pay the doggone fine and just risk it, right? Without any any accountability. So I don't know. The tax thing kind of gives me the impression like they're amongst us. We're all in the same boat, and we're not. Right? We're not in the same boat. You're doing something wrong. Not to mention the fact that you're a threat to the industry of folks who are trying to do the right thing. Right? So I'm more in favor of it being more like a fine, and a progressive fine, not like, oh, each and every time you do it, it's the same amount. It's like each and every time you do it, it's a progressive sort of penalty or cost to it. That's one thought that's kind of in my mind.
Pause. So, in building on that thought, this is President Mason, because I do like that. In my mind, I'm thinking we make them open their books and disclose how much in rents they've received, and we find them a percentage of those rents instead of going for 20,000 a day.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely something that makes sense to me as well.
Okay,
Because it's just a direct
Mhm.
economic impact, right? So I can completely see how where you're going with that. The other thing I just want to mention here that I appreciate that Vice President Nash brought up regarding the approach to the priority around shutting down illicit businesses is that we don't have legal crack houses. We don't have legal meth houses. We don't have legal, these other illicit drugs. We have an industry, a regulated legal industry here that is utterly threatened within. There are folks who are functioning in this industry that are operating illegally, right? And I think the notion and the thinking around that needs to change. Well, I do understand the impact of what these other illegal drugs mean, and I can speak from a personal perspective in terms of growing up as a young kid, kind of being a part of my upbringing. I completely understand that, but we don't have the same type of parameters. There is a legal market here, and the threat of an illicit operators within that industry should be paramount importance, right? So I think that the notion and the thinking around how we talk about enforcement needs to change, right? It's here, right? 2017, we've been doing this, and we've heard it time and time again from all of the operators. These are the issues that we're dealing with. right? So why can't we at least at minimum put some effort into hearing that, acknowledging that, and at least make an attempt to do something about it? And this is not like every other illicit drug that, you know, our law enforcement folks so admirably kind of take on a day-to-day basis. I do respect that. I'm not trying to be disrespectful in that way. The point that I'm making is that we do have an industry here, and I don't understand why they're not getting the same attention. Right? They're not getting the same attention when it comes to protection and enforcement because the industry needs it and relies on it. It cannot thrive if it doesn't. So I'm hoping that at some point in our deliberations here, the recommendations that we come up with, the approach and conversation and engagement around this issue can at least begin to change the way people are looking at the industry, because we're not going to move it forward if we don't really start taking enforcement seriously. We're going to do all of this stuff, hopefully, on the tax issue, but yet and still walk into one dispensary of folks doing the right thing, and 20 feet away, there's another dispensary that is not doing the right thing with no consequence. So I think that really addressing that is going to be paramount, but we have to think differently around what enforcement means in the cannabis industry. This is not like everything else. And I know on a federal level, that's another thing. I get it. But we're here in Los Angeles. We've heard it from our operators, right? I think this is a public safety issue as well. I do believe that the industry, it relies on this. If we don't get this right, this could be a slow demise of this industry that is barely, at least from a regulatory perspective, is still fairly young. So I would just, I was listening to the conversation, and I just feel that an attempt to deal with the landlord issue as a means of revenue generating and enforcement, I strongly consider that those two should be tied and a part of our recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Fermby. This is President Mason. I think, I think one of my other recommendations had to do with sending a message, and this has come up in informal conversations outside of this space. And it could be something as easily as having patrol cars park outside of an illegal operator, just to send the subliminal message that we are aware of your presence and we are coming for you. I think that in and of itself, a patrol car presence may deter customers and may deter commercial activity in that regard. And that could be a place to start until it's determined how permanent shutdown is going to happen. So I'd like to add that to the pot. And I did have people say, well, Angelenos might think that it's a waste of resources, that those patrol cars could be doing something else instead of just sitting there in front of an illegal operator. But then I also think that there are Angelenos who would be like, yay, sit there. They're a nuisance, sit there. People have been killed, sit there. Traffic is blocked because of how people double park to go into those dispensaries. Let them sit there. Let them send the message. So
I'm sorry, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I missed that last recommendation. Could you please repeat?
Let's have patrol cars sit in front of what we believe to be illegal operators. And something we keep hearing that I'm offended by, and I think also should be addressed with respect to enforcement, is this whole thing about those illegal shops being on weed maps or any of the other websites that map dispensaries. And there should be some consideration for going after anyone who is marketing illegal dispensaries, period. Find them, let's get them. Weed Maps, Seed Maps, whosevermaps.com, all the .coms.
This is Vice President Dash. On that topic, I'm a little concerned. I kind of like that it's there right now because it's also a map for law enforcement. All you have to do is look at that, go on the DCR website, see if it's a legal shop, and if it isn't, that's one that should be targeted for being shut down.
Now, I also have been informed that there are other agencies or other entities who are also in possession of the same knowledge. Whether they'd be willing to share, I can't speak to, but I hear your point.
So, Mr. Farmer, I I can't recall if I asked this question before. I believe I did when we were engaged with some of the operators regarding the impact of the consumer regarding legal or illegal dispensaries, right? You know, I think I believe what I recall coming up in that conversation and was around the opportunity or the thinking around promoting the legal shops and figuring out how to highlight the illegal shops, like in a not in a positive way though, right? And you know, because as a consumer, you could be driven purely by the cost, not really caring whether it's you know, whether it's legal or not, and totally risking the safety aspect of it. It's like, hey, if it's, you know, one price here, one price there, I'm going to go for the cheaper option, right? I think that is something to be said about that. And I also, this was specifically, if you're talking about two shops that are next to or close to each other, right? Versus being across town or something to that effect. So, you know, being able to, you know, provide a means for legal dispensaries to be considered more so than the illicit ones is I think more so around a consumer education type of thing. But I do think there's something to be said about that as well, because this could be just purely driven off the price, because that's part of it, right? I think a lot of the operators have come and say they can't compete, and I think they're making that statement. They're saying they can't compete competitively with price, right? So I think it's something that you know to be said about that in terms of what we're considering as well.
This is President Mason. Wouldn't it be something if the fines collected from the illegal market could, one, be used to finance enforcement, and two, be used to reduce the tax debt of the illegal market? I mean, of the legal market? Just a thought.
This Vice President Ash, yes, that would be something.
Better way to have a better incentive.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
I did have one other suggestion about when enforcement does take place. The city should try to maximize their bang for the buck and get some media attention to the enforcement. You know, maybe after one is shut down, they hold a press conference and they show what they got and what was going on there, and tell all the legal dispensaries that they're next. So there definitely are creative ways to, you know, maximize the effect of enforcement.
And then I also just thought that too, as far as the landlords who are providing space to illegal operators, perhaps require them or negotiate with them, reduce rents for legal operators, and have that space available to legal operators who want to transfer their license or do a relocation, premises relocation at a significantly reduced cost. The landlord is still collecting rent. They may not be collecting the rent that they would collect from an illegal operator, but they're collecting rent on the space and, in a sense, doing a service to the city by offering that space at a reduced rate. We've heard operators speak to having a difficult time finding locations, so this could potentially increase the number of locations, business locations that are available to them.
This is Vice President Nash for the purposes of the notes that are being taken. Based on the input from President Mason and Commissioner Farmby and their concerns about, the appearance of a tax on illegal operators, bringing them into the fold, I'll withdraw that request at this time.
I'm sorry, this is Deputy City Attorney Minwada. Could you clarify again? What are you withdrawing?
I was withdrawing the request that we, at this time, consider the imposition of taxes on the illegal operators based on the concerns expressed by President Mason and Commissioner Farmby.
Would now be a decent time for me to summarize at least some of the recommendations and see where we're at? You can always come back and add to this list or change it.
I was going to suggest that. This is President Mason. I have a feeling that we have exhausted our brainstorming, but let's go.
Okay, sometimes the summary helps to get the juices flowing again. All right. So as a second part of your recommendation letter that's very much related to the first, which was on the issue of taxation for the license market. Now we're talking about bolstering the city's enforcement efforts against unlicensed operators. So the first recommendation would be to conduct a cost-benefit study on illegal enforcement. This will demonstrate how much additional revenue may be generated by illegal operators and how much additional tax revenue may be collected by the city if the illegal market is eradicated or severely hampered. And I think you talked about kind of like a stepwise analysis, President Mason.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
This is Vice President Nash. Are we going to discuss these briefly if we have some concerns about those, or are we going to wait till the end?
Absolutely. We can start with that. That was good. We can fine tune that recommendation and then vote on it. Okay.
That one concerns me because, it's not that it's not a great idea. It's just that with the tone of this letter, I think immediacy is what's important. And if we recommend a study, that it shuts down that immediacy.
Well, what I said after that was pending said study immediately target. So while the study is being compiled, there should still be action taking place. So just clarifying.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not saying do a study and do nothing while we're waiting on the study. I'm saying do the study, but concurrent with the study. Do something. Do something.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I think the study is a really good idea, and I think it will help build support for, prioritizing resourcing. But to Commissioner Vice President Nash's point, maybe we can not lead with that. We lead with the most kind of iron-fisted ideas, and have it, include it, but not lead with it. I don't know what folks think about that.
I mean, I respect that. I just think that I proposed the study because I think it's important to quantify what the city's losing out on by allowing the illegal market to proliferate. So at some point there has to be a study. But if we want to start with immediate action, I'm for that as well.
This is Vice President Nash. Can you reread that one again for me?
Sure. Or if it might help, I can go back to that one at the end of the list so that we can actually talk about the flow of the letter as well.
If possible, I'd like to hear it now.
Wonderful. Okay. So the recommendation is to conduct a cost benefit study on illegal enforcement. This will demonstrate how much additional revenue may be generated by legal operators and how much additional tax revenue may be collected by the city if the illegal market was eradicated or severely hampered.
Okay. I definitely like Commissioner Bierman's suggestion that we don't lead with that, because I do think it detracts from the urgency. And I would suggest that maybe we add to that in addition to cost benefit study, we also add that the scope of the illegal dispensary problem be studied and quantified. In other words, we do need to kind of have a gauge of how many operators are illegal operators are out there, and to confirm that this problem is as big as we think it is, because there's operators have other problems besides just illegal dispensaries, and it's not the only thing that is causing them in some cases to fail. So as part and parcel of addressing the illegal market, we need to know what it is.
Mhm.
Okay, if I can repeat myself, this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Iwata. The recommendation then would be to conduct a study on the scope and size of the illegal market and a cost benefit study on illegal enforcement. And this would demonstrate again the additional revenue that can be generated by the legal operators and how much additional tax revenue can be collected by the city if the illegal market was eradicated or severely hampered.
Commissioner Bierman, I think that sounds good.
Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept that recommendation as stated.
Vice President Nash seconds it.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman
Aye.
and President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Just toying around with numbers. This is President Mason. So let's say there are 800 illegal operators, and at minimum, each is earning $500,000. And based on the current tax rate of, what is it, 19.75%? So that's excise tax and city sales tax. I mean, yeah, the percentage of gross sales, and so let's just say, so that's 19.75%.
It's like 100K if they're making 500K.
What is it?
It would be like 20%, like 100K if they're making 500K.
Yeah.
So 100K, 8 times 800, like 80 million.
Mm-hmm.
Get anybody's attention.
Yeah, it comes out to like 80 million, if my math is right, in missed revenue. And that's just basic math 101. So imagine if you did it at 500, 6, 7, 8, up to 1.5 mil, which would be extreme, but at the very base, there's a whole lot of money sitting out there. that could be applied to city services. So we'll wait on you, Emily.
I'm sorry. I was busy typing something. Received your
fine.
name and what. So are we ready for the next recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. So
Oh, sorry, this is Vice President. Did we agree on where that would be put in the letter?
are you talking about the last thing we just voted on? Yes,
Yeah.
I know that's not to be front and center.
I
so-
think,
Well, I'm not sure. There was,
in terms of prioritizing, since we didn't want to lead with that, then maybe that, I don't know where that would fit yet. Maybe we should vote on the others and then we can decide where.
sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. Here we go. And my notes also reflect there's a recommendation to revamp and centralize illegal enforcement efforts across the city in accordance with, I've got 5 sub recommendations. So, number 1, it would be to prioritize illegal enforcement efforts on unlicensed businesses by their proximity to licensed retailers or licensed businesses rather. So this is going to hopefully maximize the impact of the city's efforts by ensuring that customers are driven to the nearest licensed location. Right, so we talked about illegal, you specifically stated that you didn't want like a 2-mile marker or something like that around dispensaries, but rather just high priority by the ones that are closest to the licensed businesses and fan out from there.
Okay, suggestion, as we talk about order. I think that there's another recommendation out there that came from Vice President Nash that gave us an overall picture of what enforcement should look like in terms of the first phase, that there be a task force, and the second phase, that there be a dedicated unit under DCR. And then we talk about, like, within the first phase, this is what needs to be a priority, and that would be close down the ones nearest and then expand the radius.
So I have those in separate recommendation points.
Okay. I'm just,
Yeah, so maybe
trying to
is it,
package a concept.
yeah, so maybe it's beneficial then if I read all 5 points under this one, so you can kind of see that flow.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know if it was easier for, maybe if I read them off my notes to you at all 5, and then we could vote on them separately, or we can rearrange as you please. So the main heading being revamping and centralizing illegal enforcement efforts across the city in accordance with the following recommendations. I've got 5. So I'll start with the first is prioritizing illegal enforcement efforts on unlicensed businesses by their proximity to licensed retail businesses. Number 2, I have consolidating enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly the Department of Cannabis Regulation or the mayor's office, but that being open-ended. Number 3, I have regularly convening the mayor's task force on unlicensed cannabis and add a new county and state partners to that task force. And this would be to address the scale and complexity of illegal cannabis market through a multi-pronged coordinated approach involving LAPD, DBS, Department of Water and Power, City Attorney's Office, and all of the relevant agencies. In addition, California Department of Fee and Tax Administration, CDTFA, as well as the LA County District Attorney's Office may also be considered as additions.
Okay. Hi. So I just wanted to clarify that when I talked about integrating CDTFA into the equation, it was in terms of them being part of the active shutting down of illegal markets, not necessarily part of a think tank. But if that, so I just want to distinguish that. I don't have a problem with them being included in a discussion group, if that's what it's going to be. But I was looking to their resources and shutting things down in partnership with LAPD. So what I'm saying is because we have discussed that really there are only 2 officers engaged in, to our knowledge, there are only 2 officers engaged in illegal enforcement. We need additional forces. We need additional forces immediately so that we look to CDTFA for those immediate forces to assist LAPD
Right.
with closing those offices.
I understand that.
Okay, I just want to be sure.
Yeah, CDTFA, however, is not within the city's control or jurisdiction, so I'm not sure what you could recommend other than maybe inviting them to pay attention to this problem.
Well, I'm gonna get to that because I do think it's incumbent upon the city to appeal to the state for assistance in a couple of different areas. We haven't gotten there yet,
So maybe.
and that would be one. To request assistance from CDTFA.
So maybe as a separate recommendation from regularly convening the mayor's task force, it is also to request assistance from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration and the LA County's District Attorney's Office in shutting down illegal operators.
Mhm.
Okay.
This Vice President Ash, before we go any further, I have a question for anybody who has an answer about the meaning of the term task force. When I hear task force, I think of the group of people that are organizing the raid
I think of SWAT.
against the illegal dispensaries and not a think tank. Now, as part of a task force, you might have the initial meeting, it's a planning meeting, which is kind of like a think tank. But then when they actually decide, I hope they actually decide to do something. And that's really what I'm thinking is the job of the task force. And that was my understanding of what the mayor's office has done in the past. And I understood that they were successful in closing a number of illegal dispensaries when the quote unquote task force was last implemented. So is my understanding of what a task force is an actual group of people that get the job of closing the dispensaries done, or is it just a think tank where ideas are thrown about?
This is Commissioner Bierman. I think when it's like in a law enforcement context, I definitely get the sense that a task force is like about enforcement and action. If it's city departments that are meeting, monthly or bi-monthly as a quote unquote task force, I sort of get like think tank vibes. So I don't know about this particular one, but
So this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. I believe that Commissioner Farby needs to make a personal call, and I would recommend that since we're in the middle of a long deliberation period, that we take a brief recess so that he can be part of things and still continue to vote.
Agree. The time is 7:21 and we will recess.
How about for 10 minutes?
Okay, for 10 minutes.
We may resume.
Okay, the time is 7:38 p.m. and we are back from recess. We are resuming our deliberations on enforcement recommendation. City Attorney Wada, can you remind us where we left off? Please.
Yes. Excuse me, I have quite a lot of tabs open in my computer. I just need to navigate to the right place. Okay. So last we were talking about like the sub recommendations that I have under revamping and centralizing illegal enforcement efforts across the city. And
Where we
last we talked about was requesting assistance from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, as well as the LA County's District Attorney's Office in shutting down illegal operators.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe that Vice President Nash was seeking clarity on the definition of a task force.
Right, and that would be going to the previous one, which was regularly convene the mayor's task force on unlicensed cannabis, and that task force being comprised of city agencies, representatives of city agencies, is correct? Yeah.
Okay, and then I think that with respect to that, there was, well, I know that I said there needs to be an analysis of which city departments are essential to the task force and which can be removed.
Okay, so the recommendation would be then to regularly convene the mayor's task force on unlicensed cannabis. Addressing the scale and complexity of the legal cannabis market requires a multi-pronged coordinated approach involving LAPD, DBS, DWP, City Attorney's Office, and other relevant agencies. In addition, the city should do a re-examination rather as to which agencies are necessary for their participation.
I have no problems with that language.
This is Vice President Ash. Can I just clarify? I thought we were at this point just reading them and then we were going to go over and to deliberate and vote. Because I do have a problem.
Okay, well then I'll continue reading.
Okay, great.
And you can come back to that one. So that was the task force one. We talked about requesting assistance from other agencies. Then there was two more after that. There was station LAPD patrol cars around unlicensed operators. And the last recommendation was to encourage law enforcement to use weed maps to locate unlicensed operators. And those are the 6 recommendations I have under a major subpoint of revamping and centralizing legal enforcement efforts.
Could you repeat the last one that you just read?
Yeah, it was encourage law enforcement to use weed maps to locate unlicensed operators.
This is President Mason. City Attorney Wada, I also threw out there that the city should look to Pasadena and to the extent that it's true that they closed down their illegal operators at an expense of $8,000 per operator, to see what we can do to duplicate that cost. And again, consideration given to factors such as the cost of labor may be significantly different in Los Angeles than in Pasadena.
Okay, so the final recommendation under this major subpoint would be the city should study other enforcement programs such as the program from the city of Pasadena and their what we believe to be their model that allows them to close illegal operators at the cost of approximately $8,000 per operator.
Correct.
This is Commissioner Bierman, and I'm happy to drop this, be overruled, but I'd like to include some language around ensuring accountability for department leadership or something that essentially says, ensure like relevant department leadership, is basically something around measuring performance on this issue. So there's some accountability piece or some performance, measurement piece around this. So it's not like, go give it your best shot and there'll be no sort of like feedback loop. So I don't know exactly what we'd say. I'd welcome suggestions, but like I said, if we think that that's obvious or won't add anything, I'm happy to leave it here.
This Vice President Nash, I think that's a good idea. However, I also think the more things we put in here, the less impact we'll have. In other words, if we throw the kitchen sink at this, it's going to be less impactful. And as I said at the onset of our discussions, I think everyone in the city council knows basically what needs to be done. The only thing that we haven't seen is them taking the steps and actually doing it. So I really think that the most important thing we're doing today is stressing the urgency that these shops need to be cut out and that the taxes need to be reduced.
I know that there's concern. This is President Mason. There's concern about how much this will cost, and it's going to cost something in the beginning. But as we decrease the number of illegal operators, the cost of doing so will also begin to decline. So if we're paying X hundred million in the beginning, it's probably going to be more like, $1 million, and those are just random numbers towards the back end. But it's the preservation of a market. It is the increasing of the tax revenue. That's what we're investing in. That's what we're looking to be the return on the enforcement investment. And so we have to decide how important that return is. So thank you, City Attorney Wada. Let's go back to the first one and deliberate and make a motion and vote.
Sure. So the recommendation would be to revamp and centralize illegal enforcement efforts across the city in accordance with the following requirements. One being to prioritize illegal enforcement efforts on unlicensed businesses by their proximity to licensed retail businesses.
You meant unlicensed businesses based on their proximity to?
Yes, I'm sorry. Prioritize illegal enforcement efforts on unlicensed businesses by their proximity to licensed retail businesses. This will maximize the impact of the city's efforts by ensuring customers are driven to the nearest licensed retail location.
Thank you. Any deliberations, commissioners?
This is Vice President Nash. Revamp just doesn't sound strong enough to me.
Okay.
And doesn't convey the urgency that I think is needed. I'd like to see the word immediately at the beginning, and then something to the effect of immediately make it a citywide priority to shut down as many illegal dispensaries as possible.
Over the next 6 months.
Absolutely.
Maybe that should be the first sub bullet, or lead with that piece, like, because the number one most important thing is to start closing them tomorrow,
Mhm.
as many as possible.
Okay, so the first recommendation then, according to my notes, would be immediately prioritize citywide cannabis enforcement and shut down as many licensed operators as possible within the next 6 months.
I agree.
Do you want someone to make a
Is
motion?
there a motion? I'm so moved. So moved.
Vice
Mrs.
President Nash seconds it.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby, Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then underneath this general recommendation, the first would be to, number one, prioritize illegal enforcement efforts on unlicensed businesses by their proximity to licensed retail businesses. This will maximize the impact of city efforts by ensuring that customers are driven to the nearest licensed retail location.
I think we just said that, didn't we?
Well, the two were actually separate. What I was talking about in the first paragraph was more of like an umbrella category for the next, I think, 7 recommendations to follow.
Okay, so
Which
the
are more
first
specific.
paragraph was the mandate and then it's broken up. Okay, thank you.
So
I like it. I'll make a motion that's what we adopt.
And I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Treviso. Please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
President Mason.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, then what I have as under the second subpoint, under the major category of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement, it would be the recommendation is to consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly the Department of Cannabis Regulation or the Mayor's Office.
This is Vice President Nash. That recommendation is that later on, once they get a handle on shutting these down, as they get a handle on shutting it down, long term, and we might need to reopen the other one, because my suggestion was that immediately a task force be implemented. And I understood that task force had been implemented in the past and was actually successful in closing down shops. So that could be re-implemented very quickly because it's already been done. This recommendation is, once the enforcement is kicking in gear, long term, we need to not have the model where we have a task force, we shut down a bunch of businesses, then we dismantle the task force and the businesses flourish again. In the long run, we need to have one department that it's their responsibility to make sure there are no illegal dispensaries in Los Angeles. And that department has the resources, the funds, and the personnel. So we understand that whatever it is, they need to have dedicated personnel from the LAPD, from building and safety, and the other departments involved. It can't be an ask. Whoever's in charge of that, whether it be the mayor's office or DCR, they can't say, will you please do this? They have to be under their direction, and control, and solely devoted to the elimination of illegal cannabis dispensaries on an ongoing basis.
This is President Mason. So I would suggest that we vote on that proposal with the understanding that it will be placed further down the letter with a lead-in that reads something like, upon completion of all of the above, boom. There would be a dedicated unit under either DCR or the mayor's office to continue the work of the task force on a long-term basis.
Mr. Vice President Nash, well said.
So we're gonna vote on that. Now we're gonna do a motion on it now. Go ahead and vote on it now, but it'll be further down in the recommendations. Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make the motions, Commissioner Farmby.
Vice President Nash, seconded.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
Commissioner Farnby,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you.
Okay, the third sub-recommendation rather, that I have under the subject heading of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement is to regularly convene the mayor's task force on unlicensed cannabis. Addressing the scale and complexity of the illegal cannabis market requires a multi-pronged and coordinated approach involving LAPD, DBS, DWP, and the city attorney's office and all other relevant agencies. Finally, the city should examine which agencies are necessary to participate in the task force. I'd also like to note for the record that Commissioner Bierman has stepped out briefly.
So Commissioner Nash, you have some thoughts on striking that recommendation?
This Commissioner Nash, yes, I think that's duplicative, and
It sounds like it.
it is the same as what we were saying before. Long term, there has to be one department that's in charge of all those things. So I don't think once that happens, we don't need to regularly convene a task force. I think we're initially convening a task force to do what needs to be done. So I think that one can be eliminated.
Wonderful. I think we'll make it clear that in the prior recommendation, which was to consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency on a long-term basis, that would eventually replace this task force, which is going to exist on a more short-term basis in the meantime. Is that correct?
Vice President Nash, yes.
Okay, wonderful. We'll make it clear that in our letter. Thank you. So moving on then, the new third recommendation under our major heading of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement, it would be to request assistance from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, as well as the LA County District Attorney's Office to shut down illegal operators, because these agencies have unique enforcement authority, tools and powers that may add to the city's portfolio options. And we should coordinate with them to the maximum extent possible.
This is Vice President Nash. Wouldn't we want to include the California equivalent of DCR in that? Because I think that's perfectly natural, and they have a huge incentive financially to assist in closing down the illegal dispensaries and increasing the profitability of the legal tax incentive.
Right, to the extent that they do it, I'll just note that. Like, I don't know whether our state counterpart, which is DCC, the Department of Cannabis Control, I don't know to what extent they deal with illegal operators. I just don't know. Whereas, oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Bierman has re-entered the room. I just like to state that for the record. But I don't know, I, like DCR, for example, only deals with the licensed regulatory market, and I don't know if DCC is similarly so limited.
As Vice President Nash understood.
But we can certainly add it into the letter to request their assistance to the extent possible.
I'm trying to figure out if they would be beneficial. 'Cause I'm concerned about adding too many bureaucratic agencies to the task force, as it might slow down the progress of the task force.
As Vice President Nash, I agree.
So do we want to keep them or leave them out? Okay, that's a no. So do you want to restate that one so we can get a
Sure.
motion on the floor?
So we're gonna take out DCC, and it'll just be, again, going back to the original language, request assistance from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration and the LA County District Attorney's Office to shut down illegal operators. Because these agencies have enforcement authority and tools, including the ability to pursue tax evasion that may add to the city's portfolio of enforcement options. And the city should coordinate efforts with those agencies to the extent that it's feasible to do so.
Any objections?
Commissioner Farmy, no. Sounds good.
Okay, this is President Mason, so moved.
Commissioner Farmy, I second.
Thank you. Ms. Treviso, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Okay, wonderful. Give me one more second to review my notes. Hold on a second. So the next is the fifth subheading, I'm sorry, the first sub recommendation under the major heading of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement. And it would be simply to station LAPD patrol cars around unlicensed operators.
Just that simple.
This is Vice President Nash. Are we talking about manned patrol cars? I've seen empty patrol cars parked places, and it may have the same effect and cost the city a lot less. But you're thinking about having an officer just there observing the activity.
Right. I don't want to talk too much about strategy, but I hear you. But no, I mean, man, police cars like parked right out front. Hi, we're here. And we'll leave the determination on how much time they should spend there up to department strategists.
On that one, I'm a little concerned about it. I'd rather have that officer finding illegal dispensaries and working on shutting them down.
The way, and I hear your concern, and the way the task force is designed, patrol officers don't participate in the closing of illegal dispensaries. They've removed that responsibility from patrols to give it to Vice. So that's why I said until such time that they are finally closed down. That could be one way of deterring traffic. Because we don't know what tactics the task force is going to employ to send a message, or that they're going to employ to shut down illegal operators. And so having patrol cars there may be a part of that tactic. We don't know what the patrols are going to do, and I certainly don't want to suggest tactics in a public forum, if you will. Stemming from patrol officers being present at the scene. Does that make sense? Like, I don't, I'm not trying to show my poker hand. I want to keep a poker face, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a tactic.
This is Commissioner Bierman, and I think it's a great idea. I guess my concern with it is by saying like one of the tactics, but not being exhaustive. Like, are we, I don't know, diluting the effect of our letter? Like, do we want to up level it? Keep it so that we're making,
I want us to send the message that we're coming for you. And if stationing one car in front of an illegal operator sends that message, then let's go. Because yeah, they can hear that, oh yeah, we know they've got this task force active again, and yeah, at some point they're going to be coming, but we need to let them know we know where you are.
Yeah.
And here's confirmation that we know where you are. And here's confirmation that we're taking this seriously. And here's the message that, yes, we will be back to see you and end you. As I say, unalive you, if you will. So.
So were there any changes that you'd like to make to the recommendation? Right now, my notes have been amended to say station, and I don't say manned or unmanned, but station LAPD patrol cars around unlicensed operators. This may serve as a deterrent to customers attempting to purchase cannabis at unlicensed locations and or send a strong message to the unlicensed operator.
That we are taking enforcement very seriously.
This is Vice President Nash. I share Commissioner Bierman's concerns that in this particular letter, having too many suggestions, although good ones, dilutes the primary objective, which is close down the shops. And I think we might want to consider delaying additional recommendations to a further document, a later document.
The beauty of a public hearing is that the idea is already out in the atmosphere. So whether we incorporate it into the letter or not, someone's already heard it. And they may pick it up before we formally recommend it. So I'm okay with not including it.
I have a question. This Commissioner Farmby. Police, do they have authority to kind of go into illicit dispensaries? And
this is Deputy City Attorney Emily Wada. A police officer is restrained, has constitutional limitations on where they can go when they, they always have authority to enter any place where they have consent. So if somebody has said, yes, you may walk inside, they can't. Absent that, I think the protocol is for them first to verify that there's unlicensed illegal activity somewhere, and then use that to obtain a duly issued warrant to then enter the premises and make seizures and arrests. So it can be a somewhat lengthy and administratively heavy task to do.
Yeah, thank you. Just, Commissioner Farm, thank you. I mean, it just seems weird to me that when you think about the war on drugs and how people were arrested and were kind of served time for the activities that they were engaging in at that time. I'm sure a lot of it was due to law enforcement arresting folks due to illicit activity. This is an illicit activity, right? I'm not arguing what you're stating. This is just what is kind of happening up here. And maybe not to really get into the details of this, could be potentially some of the thinking around the task force responsibilities, right? Being able to identify those locations that are illicit dispensaries, right? I mean, that's just kind of like what's rolling in my mind. It's like if you know that this, or if there's a determination around it not being a legitimate dispensary, what deters law enforcement from enforcing the law. But thank you.
So I take it then we're not going to be including this recommendation about stationing LAPD patrol cars near unlicensed operators. Is that correct?
We can kick that ball down the line
Okay,
to the
we
next meeting and just make that as a verbal suggestion to LAPD when they present to us on enforcement at this meeting.
So not to be included in this letter, is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay, wonderful. So then we'll move on. The next recommendation that I have under the major sub-bullet point of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement would be to encourage law enforcement to use weed maps to locate unlicensed operators in the city.
Commissioner Harvey, that recommendation seems like a directive or a tactic that would be part of the approach by law enforcement. I mean, that's what it sounds like to me.
It's akin to the patrol car. Like, we want them to do a specific thing. I think we're willing to give them leeway on how to create the tactics to accomplish a thing.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So we're moving on.
This is Vice President Ash. I agree with what you're saying. The only difference with weed maps is I think a lot of them are the delivery services, which don't necessarily have a brick and mortar face to them. So that could be a way of shutting them down. Whether we want to address it in this letter or not, I'm open to that. But at some point, I think it's a very lucrative source of illegal operators that we may not otherwise find on the street.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Commissioner Farley, I agree with that. It's a tool and it's a resource that can be taken into consideration regarding the means to the outcome.
This Vice President Nash, and maybe again we bring that up to the officer when he's before us.
Okay, so the next recommendation I have to potentially include in this letter under the subheading of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement would be that the city should study other municipal enforcement programs, such as the one from the city of Pasadena, where we believe that they have closed illegal operators at the cost of $8,000 per operator.
This is President Mason. No changes for me.
Yep. This is Commissioner Bierman. I just wonder if, do we want to like direct that anywhere other than the city? Like, who do we think should be undertaking that? Is it the task force? Is it DCR?
This Vice President, that's a really good point. And you know, we want them to start shutting down immediately, but so that's a good question.
So then that's one of those concurrent with immediate shutdown. You also need to reference City of Pasadena and other successful municipalities that have closed down illegal operators at lower costs than what the city has spent in the past. So it's while you're doing, it's not a later on.
Right. So that's maybe something I should bring up. I think in the very beginning, we talked about the study on the scope and size of the legal market and the cost benefit on study on the illegal enforcement. Do you want to maybe nest this one into that one, which you deemed to put later in the letter? Because it didn't relate to something that was with as much urgency. Did you want to nest this study of other municipal programs in that other study on the scope and size of the legal market and cost benefit study on legal enforcement?
I like that idea. I do think there's a lot of symmetry there. So thank you for that.
Okay, so we'll move that to the end and make a full motion at the end on that one separately, okay?
Okay.
Wonderful. So I guess then my final bullet point here, and that would make it the fourth bullet point under the major heading of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement. It would be to request that the mayor's office establish performance metrics for leadership of relevant city agencies based on the success of that agency's and license enforcement efforts.
This is Vice President Ash. I think that waters down our objectives. I think that
one
is a later.
Yeah.
Once they start doing things, I think that's important. But I don't know that that's of an urgent nature right now.
This is President Mason. I think that recommendation has to have teeth to it. And as stated, there are no teeth. And maybe that's something we can discuss later on down the line. I also, and it's interesting because now as I sit here and think about it, we've talked about enforcement, but we've also talked about, if you will, punitive damages or fine structure. So I think that since we're wanting to keep this letter germane to the immediacy of acting towards illegal markets, that we can do a separate later that talks about possible fines and consequences and how to use those monies and prosecution against landlords and landlords offering spaces that reduce rents and et cetera, to a separate letter at a later date.
This Vice President Ash, I think that's an excellent idea.
Okay. Commissioners on my right?
Yep.
Agreed.
So do you want to take this recommendation out completely from the letter or nest it into something else?
Which recommendation?
About the mayor's office metrics?
In terms of performance?
Yeah.
No, we don't want to include that.
Wonderful.
We're removing it for a later date.
Wonderful. So this takes care of all the bullet points that I had underneath the major bullet point of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement. We have 3 recommendations that I summarized, and the commission voted to approve as recommendations. The next major subheading would be outside of that subheading of immediately prioritizing citywide cannabis enforcement. And it would be, the next heading is to earmark a portion of cannabis tax revenue for illegal cannabis enforcement for LAPD. Although it will require city resources, the return on investment for illegal enforcement will pay future dividends for the city in the form of tax revenue in a stable, healthy license market. The closure of illegal locations boosts public safety and directs consumers to licensed businesses to ensure a robust, regulated market for years to come.
This Vice President Nash, my only concern with that is specifying that the funds would go to LAPD. You said earmark a portion of the tax revenue to enforcement, and whether that be to LAPD or city attorney's office or building and safety, whether it's actually closing them down, pursuing the landlords, whatever it is. I think that's what it should be earmarked for, just enforcement.
You're saying not like department agnostic, like enforcement, whatever that may be, whoever may be involved in it.
Exactly, the most effective enforcement tools.
Right. So maybe the recommendation could read, this is Deputy City Attorney Liwata, I'm sorry, earmark a portion of cannabis tax revenue for illegal cannabis enforcement, period. Not specifying any particular agency. And then the narrative would read substantially the same, although it will require city resources. The return on investment for legal enforcement will pay future dividends for the city in the form of tax revenue in a stable, healthy license market. The closure of illegal locations boosts public safety and directs consumers to licensed businesses to ensure a robust and regulated market for years to come. So moved.
Have a bad day today.
Commissioner Farley, second.
Thank you. Mr. Vizel, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you.
I have in my notes something, I'm not sure if this was a recommendation. But it was continue to prosecute landlords who lease to unlicensed cannabis operators and file liens against properties involved in illegal cannabis activity. And the narrative would read, landlords are often easier to identify than owners or operators of illegal cannabis businesses. So prosecuting landlords as permitted under Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 104.15, for example, will mean fewer locations are available for illegal activity.
Yep, this Vice President. Could you repeat the last sentence?
Right. Prosecuting landlords as permitted under LA Municipal Code Section 104.15, for example, will mean fewer locations that are available for illegal activity.
Vice President Nash. And should we add something about how that could be a revenue generator also?
This is President Mason. What Vice President Nash said was use successful prosecution. So that was to distinguish from using failed efforts, that we need to use winning tactics against the landlords.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding.
Well, because this matter has been litigated and through his own research, he did say that there have been some that have been successful. So we want to borrow the tactics from the successful prosecutions and continue to apply those. Was that your intent?
This Vice President Nash, in my mind, that's implied, but we might want to put that in at the beginning with some language like applying the experience and knowledge gained in prior litigation against landlords. And then I don't like the word continue, because that suggests that we want them to just do what they're doing. But we want more than that. Substantially increase or dramatically increase going after the landlords.
We could say something like use all available best practice, like avenues to dramatically increase enforcement against landlords who lease to unlicensed dispensaries or something.
I like that, best practices. Thank you.
Okay, so the recommendation that I have then would be to use best practices to dramatically increase the number of successful prosecutions against landlords who lease unlicensed cannabis operators, comma, and file liens against properties involved in illegal activity.
Please insert proven in front of best practices.
Use proven best practices.
Thank you.
And then the narrative reads, landlords are often easier to identify than the owners or operators of businesses. Prosecuting landlords as permitted under LA Municipal Code Section 104.15, for example, will mean fewer locations are available for illegal activity. LA Municipal Code 104.15 contains a potential fine of up to $20,000 per day for each violation. A concerted effort to pursue these judgments could generate revenue for the city.
And I would add deter, deter additional behavior.
This is Vice President asking, could we put revenue to the city and for additional enforcement efforts?
Okay, so the recommendation I have is use proven best practices to dramatically increase the number of successful prosecutions against landlords who lease to unlicensed cannabis operators and file liens against properties involved in illegal cannabis activity. The landlords are often easier to identify than the owners or operators of an illegal business. Prosecuting landlords as permitted under Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 104.15, for example, will mean fewer locations are available for illegal activity. Section 104.15 contains a potential fine of up to $20,000 per day for each violation. A concerted effort to pursue these judgments could generate revenue for the city and for additional enforcement efforts, and will deter unlicensed activity.
This is Vice President Nash. I move that we adopt that as stated.
Commissioner Farnaby, a second.
Thank you. Mr. Beazle, please call the roll.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farnaby.
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
President Mason,
Aye.
the motion passes.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I believe this is now probably the second to last recommendation I have, just giving you a preview. But now we're finally at the one that we talked about initially and at the top about moving it to the bottom, and here it is as amended, of course. Conduct a study on, number one, the scope and size of the illegal market. 2, a cost benefit study on illegal enforcement. And 3, the success of other municipal enforcement programs. The study will demonstrate how much additional revenue may be generated by legal operators and how much additional tax revenue may be collected by the city if the illegal market was eradicated or severely hampered. There may also be lessons gained from examining effective strategies in other cities, such as the city of Pasadena. The city of Pasadena claims to have closed illegal operators at the cost of $8,000 per operator.
I won't say the city claims that. It's been reported to this commission that it's cost the city of Pasadena $8,000. I don't want Pasadena coming after us saying that's not, we didn't say that.
Noted.
This Vice President Nash, early on in that one, you said something about looking at other municipalities and what they've done. And I was going to suggest that we change it a little bit and insert the words, look at the strategies implement. I think it came right before success. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, could you
Maybe you
repeat
could
that
read
again?
it again. Could you read that one again?
Yes. I'm going to read from the top. Give me 1 second. So the recommendation would be to conduct a study on, number one, the scope and size of the illegal market. Number 2, a cost benefit analysis on illegal enforcement. And number 3, the effective strategies implemented by other municipal enforcement programs or in other municipal enforcement programs. The study will demonstrate how much additional revenue may be generated by legal operators and how much additional tax revenue may be collected by the city if the illegal market was eradicated or severely hampered. There may also be lessons gained from examining successful strategies in other cities, such as the city of Pasadena. It has been reported to this commission that the city of Pasadena closes illegal operators at the cost of only $8,000 per operator.
This is Commissioner Bierman. I would just say there was sort of passive language in there around like it may be beneficial to look at other cities. And I would say something more like it's imperative that we understand like the best proven strategies or something, that
It is to the advantage of the city to examine the best practices, something like that.
This Vice President Nash, I think what Commissioner Bierman's saying is look to the other cities and follow the strategies that have been effective. Is that right?
Yeah, yes, but I'm also saying like looking to the other cities and sort of scouring what's out there to identify the best practices shouldn't, it shouldn't be really an optional thing. It's like something that absolutely should be done.
Yeah, he wants it to read as a mandate.
Yeah, exactly. It's not so much that it might be beneficial. It's like we can't be pursuing a strategy until we've done that work, until we know definitively like what's out there and what works.
Great point.
One moment, please. Okay, here we go. The recommendation is to conduct a study on number one, the scope and size of the illegal cannabis market. Number two, cost benefit analysis on illegal enforcement. And number three, the effective strategies implemented in other municipal enforcement programs. The study will demonstrate how much additional revenue may be generated by legal operators and how much additional tax revenue may be collected by the city if the illegal market was eradicated or severely hampered. It is imperative that the city understand and pursue successful strategies employed by other cities, such as the city of Pasadena. It has been reported to this commission that the city of Pasadena closes illegal operators at the cost of only $8,000 per operator.
So moved.
Vice President Ash seconds it.
Thank you. Mr. Vizo, please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Vice President Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmby, Commissioner Bierman.
Aye.
The motion passes.
So the last recommendation I have notes on, I don't know if it was fully fleshed out yet, but the notes that I have say encourage citizen participation and reward for complaints of reporting unlicensed operators that lead to closure.
We didn't deliberate on that suggestion at all. I don't know that we need to.
Vice President Ash, are you saying you like it as is?
Do you guys have suggestions for tweaking?
I do think we need to discuss it. I'm not sure what kind of rewards we'd be talking about. And I'm wondering, do we really need rewards for phoning in the fact that there's an illegal dispensary? I think that the legal dispensaries have the biggest incentive to report violators, and the department should reach out to them in a mass, cheap way and request that they identify, provide information on any dispensaries, the illegal dispensaries that they know about. Or if we all think it's important, then I think we need to at least discuss what kind of rewards we're thinking of.
Okay, although I hear your point, I don't want to place too much of a burden on legal operators to have to identify where illegal shops are. I get it if a shop is like within close proximity to them, but for those that might be a little more distant or clandestine, I believe that's where citizen participation would be critical.
what about the reward aspect of it? And maybe my concern is more with that. We could have some kind of an outreach to encourage anyone to report an illegal shop. Now, with the public, we do have a concern about some of them don't know the difference between a legal shop and an illegal shop.
And that would be the caveat that what they report would have to lead to a closure of an illegal shop. So if they report something and it's not an illegal shop, then it's not eligible for a reward.
Mhm.
And I would say no more than like $5,000.
Oh.
Although I had something much higher in mind.
Oh.
I did. I was at 25,000, so I've reduced that drastically.
Honestly,
5,000 max, and we could allow that, city council to define what that reward looks like.
I'm being a little bit facetious and silly here, but one problem I see with a reward like that is the maximum penalty against an illegal dispensary, financial penalty, is $1,000 right now. So you could make a profit by opening the legal dispensary and having your friend report it and then easily letting it be shut down.
You call it facetious, but that's actually a valid point. So maybe we don't want to include that at all right now. We might need to flesh that out a little bit more. So we're going to kick that one.
We could always like up level that one and just, talk about like establishing robust channels for input regarding unlicensed cannabis, like both from the public and from licensed shops. Like, so could be a engagement campaign or a public awareness campaign, whatever it is. We don't even have to define it. We could just be sort of making the point that we need eyes and ears in the ground to know what's going on out there. I think that's a key part of this.
This Vice President Ash, in light of my comments about the maximum penalty, maybe we should include a recommendation that the penalties against illegal operators be increased. I mean, the penalties against the landlords are massive, but the penalties for selling cannabis illegally are small.
Gentle reminder that we kicked the conversation on penalties and fines, etc., down the line to a separate letter. So hold that thought until further notice. Thank you. So I think that we have finished the enforcement portion of the letter.
I have, this is Deputy City Attorney Liwata. That would conclude the portion of the letter that contains all the recommendations. What I'm willing to do at this point, if you like, is, staff has prepared a draft version of this letter as we were working this all out. And if you like, I could try reading the letter to you all. And if you like it, you've already made motions and approved recommendations to include, but maybe you could approve this entire letter here, or we could wait to the next meeting where we can circulate a draft for you all to read and do it at that next meeting.
How many pages is the letter?
It is
No, it's probably 7.
4.
Oh,
Single space though. It is 4. I could do it.
I mean, this is Commissioner Bierman. My view is like, if this is going to be our big moment, maybe we take a couple weeks to just like make sure everyone really likes it. I don't know.
or we could have a special meeting next week.
this is Vice President Nash. I think expediency is more important, and
Yeah.
we've gone over each detail fairly carefully. So yeah, I think a final reading and approval would be the best course.
My only advice to you as your attorney is that a special meeting may not be plausible since we are in council chambers and there may be other bodies that are in here at that time.
But I think
This is President Mason. I'm going to go ahead and request that we finish this tonight. We've already committed. It's 8:43. I think we've done a great job. We've been thorough in our deliberations and recommendations. And so I'm confident in this
All right.
product.
Here we go. So the letter would bear today's date or whatever date it is that you guys vote on it. The title of it would be regarding Cannabis Regulation Commission's urgent policy recommendations to prevent the imminent collapse of the licensed cannabis market in the city of Los Angeles.
Love that.
Great. Dear honorable members, in June 2017, the City Council established the Los Angeles Cannabis Regulation Commission, parentheses commission, in part to act as an advisory body to the mayor and city council regarding the adoption of laws and regulations pertaining to cannabis-related activity in the city of Los Angeles, which is now going to be abbreviated as the city. Since then, the commission has been working with the Department of Cannabis Regulation, DCR, to realize the city's goal of developing a successful and well-regulated licensed commercial cannabis market. To further this goal, on July 2nd, 2025, the commission held a special meeting wherein it received presentations from DCR's applicants and licensees and cannabis trade associations. The presentations raised the following issues, semicolon. Taxation and financial strains on commercial cannabis licensees, including the impact of the unlicensed commercial cannabis market on the licensed market, and the use of cannabis business taxes collected by the city. The presentations made it clear that licensed cannabis businesses are struggling to gain a foothold in the city due to two primary factors: the disproportionate burden of high taxes on licensed businesses while the illegal market remains untaxed, and insufficient law enforcement resources dedicated to curtailing the illegal market. Effective July 1st, 2025, the state's cannabis excise tax rate for licensed businesses increased from 15% to 19% of gross receipts. No other consumable product is taxed at such a higher rate. Moreover, illegal locations do not pay city and state taxes or licensing fees and are not subject to regulatory or other operational requirements that often necessitate significant financial investment into the business or its commercial property. Because of these financial advantages, illegal operators compete at a lower consumer price point than the legal businesses. Yet, illegal operators also face few threats from law enforcement. The State Department of Cannabis Control estimates that legal sales still comprise less than 40% of cannabis consumption statewide. The city of Los Angeles is the largest municipal cannabis market in the United States and a global example of what local cannabis regulation can look like. It will not, however, remain that way if current trends continue. And this is in bold. Without immediate action to adjust the city's cannabis policies, particularly those related to taxation and illegal enforcement, the licensed cannabis market will collapse. Going back into a regular font. The continued proliferation of unlicensed operators, coupled with the disproportionate financial burden placed on compliant businesses, undermines the legal market and threatens the city's regulatory public health, and economic goals. For these reasons, we respectfully urge that these concerns and recommendations be considered expeditiously by the City Council and relevant committees. Based on the input received by the Commission on July 2nd, 2025, and deliberations thereafter, the Commission makes the following recommendations. Number 1, create financial parity between licensed businesses and unlicensed operations. To reduce the inequalities between the licensed and unlicensed businesses, the city may.
Can I interrupt you? This is Vice President. Can I
Absolutely.
interrupt you for 1 second? Could you read that last line back about create parity?
Right. So based on the input received by the Commission on July 2nd, 2025, and deliberations thereafter, the Commission makes the following recommendations. Bullet point number 1, create financial parity between licensed businesses and unlicensed operators. To reduce the inequalities between the licensed and unlicensed businesses, the city may, then after that, I was going to go into other sub bullet points.
This Vice President Nash, my only concern about that is to create parity. Kind of seems like it raises that concern about not disliking the illegal dispensaries enough. We want to equalize. We don't want to equalize it. We want to get rid of them.
We don't want parity.
Yeah, and it also still wouldn't create parity because the unlicensed dispensaries are paying zero tax.
True.
But I agree also, like,
Okay.
So this Vice President, so maybe as an initial first step to reduce the advantages that the illegal market currently has.
How about this?
better enable licensed dispensaries to compete.
Based on the input received by the Commission on July 2nd, 2025, and deliberations thereafter, the Commission makes the following recommendations. Under bullet point number 1, reduce the existing high burdens on licensed businesses and reduce the advantages of the legal market.
This Vice President. And then you're going to talk about how that would be done.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So that's bullet point number 1. And now,
Hi. So can we say reduce the threats from the illegal market instead of what's there? Reduce the threats posed by the existence of an illegal market. How do we want to,
okay.
yeah.
But based on the input received by the Commission on July 2nd, 2025, and deliberations thereafter, the Commission makes the following recommendations. Under bullet point number 1, reduce the existing high burdens on the unlicensed businesses and reduce and eliminate the threats posed by the illegal market.
Yes, thank you.
Like eliminate versus reduce threats posed by limited market.
Gotta go.
This Vice President Ash, my only concern with eliminate is it doesn't eliminate it. Like Commissioner Bierman said, it's only part of the threat, in addition to taxes, and we're still implementing a tax, and the illegals are not paying sales tax. They're not paying the reduced gross receipts tax that we're requesting, and they're not paying the additional operating costs. So we're not eliminating anything. All we're doing is attempting to reduce the advantages that the illegal market has while we expeditiously attempt to shut them all down.
How about the word curtail? So reduce the existing high burdens on the licensed market and curtail the threats posed by the illegal market.
This is Vice President Nash.
Diminish,
No, I like what you said. Can you read it one more time?
reduce the existing high burdens on the licensed market and curtail the threats posed by the illegal market.
This is Vice President Nash. I'd like to hear something about curtail the advantages the illegal market currently possesses. Something like that.
Okay. Reduce the existing high burdens on the licensed market and curtail the advantages currently possessed by the illegal market.
That's Vice President Nash. I like it. Other commissioners' thoughts?
Wonderful. So I'm going to go take one step back so you can see where I'm going here. Based on the input received by the commission on July 2nd, 2025, and deliberations thereafter, the commission makes the following recommendations. Number one, reduce the existing high burdens on the license market and curtail the advantages currently possessed by the legal market. To do so, the city may, and now we're going to call this subpoint A nested under 1, okay? So subpoint A nested under 1 is set a 6% ceiling for the city's cannabis tax rate. Presentations from the public suggested that the city's cannabis tax rate is among the highest in California. Therefore, we propose reducing the city's cannabis tax rate to no more than 6% of gross receipts of adult use sales and no more than 3% of gross receipts for medical sales. This will ensure the city's tax rate more closely matches the tax rate in neighboring jurisdictions and makes the city's licensees competitive in the Southern California market.
Can we add the word more before competitive?
Yes. Okay, next bullet point is sub-bullet point B nested under 1, which is reducing the existing high burdens on the license market. So sub-bullet point B is create a tiered cannabis tax rate based on a business's revenue. In addition to setting a cap of 6%, or I guess rather of 3 and 6%, we propose reducing taxes in a tiered structure for a 2-year period based on a business's gross revenue, so that smaller and lower earning cannabis businesses can pay less. For the businesses earning less than $500,000 in gross receipts, the rate should be set at 0.5% of adult use cannabis sales of cannabis gross receipts and 0.25% of medical sales. City Council may set additional thresholds as they see fit and or re-examine the tax rates after 2 years. Continue.
This Commissioner Bierman, the only thing I would ask the commission is, aren't those two subpoints basically the same structure? Like, we are proposing a tiered structure that starts at 0.5% and doesn't exceed 6%, right? Isn't that essentially what we're proposing? Like, the way it's phrased now, it sort of splits it out. It's sort of, the first one tells us where we're gonna end and go no higher than that, and then the second one says sort of separately like where we're gonna start. I don't know if it's worth maybe combining it into just something that's a more straightforward explanation of like what we're proposing.
This Vice President Nash, I agree with that wholeheartedly, because it's a little bit confusing because it does kind of seem like they're separate issues, and we should start with the graduated and end with the maximum in the same subsection. Very, very good point.
This is Deputy City Attorney Emily Watt. Give me just a moment to adjust. Okay, so we're gonna come back to Commissioner Bierman's suggestion of combining those two bullet points into one, so we can, in the interest of just moving on, if you don't mind. So those will eventually be combined into one bullet point. So what we're talking about now will be the new bullet point B under that major subheading of 1. And it'll say, implement a tax forgiveness program for phase 3 social equity applicants to, number 1, forgive previously owed taxes, and 2, waive all interest and penalties for back taxes. And under that, I have 2 further bullet points.
Wait, this is Vice President Ash. Could you read that one more time?
Sure. Implement a tax forgiveness program for phase 3 social equity applicants to, number 1, forgive previously owed, back taxes, and waive all, number 2, waive all interest and penalties for back taxes.
I don't think that's what we proposed, right? We
Well,
proposed-
she has that as a colon, and then there's further explanation under that. So
Right.
I was gonna wait for her to elaborate before I jumped in.
Okay.
So under the first bullet point of forgiving previously owed back taxes, it would read, tax forgiveness should be provided on a tiered basis to social equity applicants with the most latitude afforded to earlier applicants who face the highest systemic barriers before the city's social equity program was fully funded and operational. Therefore, we propose that the city forgive up to 40% of the principal owed by phase 3 retail round 1 applicants and up to 20% of the principal owed by phase 3 retail round 2 applicants. Forgiveness would not apply to businesses that have already paid taxes, semicolon, and the city should not provide refunds. The second bullet point, which was talking about the waiver, would read, we also recommend that the penalties and interest assessed to phase 3 social equity applicants for overdue taxes be forgiven to the extent legally permissible.
That's Vice President Ash. My only concern with that is in the initial paragraph that talks about forgiving taxes. I don't like to see that by itself, because it sounds like we're forgiving all taxes. So if maybe at the end of that paragraph, there could be an as follows or something like that.
I was thinking the same thing.
We can also say partial forgiveness.
No. It should
No?
just say
As follows.
we like what you read. It's just that the last part should say as follows.
Okay, I'm gonna read the whole thing. Here we go. Under the new bullet point, which will be called B, implement a tax forgiveness program for phase 3 social equity applicants to 1, forgive previously owed back taxes, and 2, waive all interest and penalties for back taxes as follows, colon. Number 1, tax forgiveness should be provided on a tier basis to social equity applicants with the most latitude afforded to earlier applicants who face the highest systemic barriers before the city's social equity program was fully funded and operational. Therefore, we propose that the city forgive up to 40% of the principal owed by phase 3 retail round 1 applicants and up to 20% of the principal owed by phase 3 retail round 2 applicants. Forgiveness would not apply to businesses that have already paid taxes. The city would not provide refunds. Number 2, we also recommend that the penalties and interest assessed to phase 3 social equity applicants for overdue taxes be forgiven to the extent legally permissible.
This Vice President Ash. in in the first two of those subparagraphs, let me do it another way. In the third subparagraph, where we talk about phase 3 and waiving of the interest and penalties, are we also waiving the interest and penalties associated with the first two that we're giving the 40% and the 20%?
Yes, so there we collapse them into just saying phase 3 applicants as opposed to differentiating between the phase 3 round 1 versus round 2.
Understood.
Got it. Okay, so moving on, the new bullet point C that would be nested under number 1, which again, as a reminder, is reducing the existing high burdens on the licensed market and curtailing the advantages currently possessed by legal market. So sub bullet point 3 would read, amend the Los Angeles Municipal Code to allow all licensees to enter into multi-year payment plans for the repayment of back taxes. Specifically, we recommend an amendment to extend the possible payment plan period for all cannabis licensees to a maximum of 5 years at the discretion of the Office of Finance. Currently, the Los Angeles Municipal Code limits payment plans to a maximum of 12 months. This is often insufficient time based on the thin margins of a licensed operator and/or the amount of taxes, interest, and penalties owed. The city may increase its opportunity to capture tax revenue and provide some breathing room to licensed operators by expanding this 1-year limitation. Sounds good. You may continue. Thank you. Now, the next paragraph will be bullet point number 2. So we're talking about a new topic here, and that's bolster the city's enforcement efforts against unlicensed operators. Enforcement in the illegal market not only serves as a deterrent to potential bad actors, but it improves consumer safety and public welfare. Illegal cannabis businesses.
Stop. I'm sorry. Read that again, please.
Bolster the city's enforcement efforts against unlicensed operators. Enforcement in the illegal market not only serves as a deterrent to potential bad actors, but it improves consumer safety and public welfare. Illegal cannabis businesses may locate next door to a school, sell cannabis products laced with pesticides, or improperly store hazardous materials on site. Then directly underneath that is the next paragraph, which would be a bullet point sub A under this paragraph 2. And it would read, immediately prioritize citywide cannabis enforcement and shut down as many unlicensed operators as possible within the next 6 months. To do so, we strongly urge the following strategies. You may continue. Little I underneath this. Now we're at 2A little I. Prioritize illegal enforcement efforts on unlicensed businesses by their proximity to licensed retail businesses. This will maximize the impact of the city's efforts by ensuring that customers are driven to the nearest licensed retail location. Roman numeral 2. On a long-term basis, consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office. The mayor's task force, which includes the Los Angeles Police Department, Department of Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, City Attorney's Office, and the City Attorney's Office, is currently responsible for citywide cannabis enforcement. Given the number of participating agencies, the task force may be inefficient. Therefore, upon completion of short-term goals, in lieu of a task force, designate a single agency to execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide. Roman numeral 3. Request assistance from the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration, CDTFA, and the LA County District Attorney's Office to shut down illegal operators. These agencies have enforcement authority and tools, including the ability to pursue tax evasion that may add to the city's portfolio of enforcement options. The city should coordinate all enforcement efforts with CDTFA and the district attorney to the extent it is feasible to do so. That would complete us under 2A and the 3 little paragraphs under, and then the next paragraph would be 2B.
Can I make one comment?
Absolutely.
I think it's at the opening of this whole section, we say bolster. I would
Yes.
think maybe about a stronger word. This bolster implies that like there's some meaningful amount of enforcement happening now, and we're trying to, sort of improve that. So I would consider like a revamp or overhaul or something that better communicates like the need to dramatically change things. How folks feel about that.
This is Vice President Ash, I agree and had the same note regarding that one. And I also used the word dramatically. And then because of my love of adjectives,
Would you like to say
let me see if I can
increase?
read my notes. Dramatically and urgently instead of bolster.
Dramatically increase?
No, dramatically and urgently just replaces the word bolster, and then
Yeah. Dramatically and urgently,
Mobilize.
you still need a verb.
what do you have?
Well, we used to say bolster. So you want to take out the word bolster and say dramatically and urgently mobilize the city's enforcement efforts against licensed operators.
Sure.
Okay, wonderful. So all that, the rest of that stays the same, correct? So we just discussed 2A, and then under that 3 subparagraphs. Now we're on 2B. So earmark a portion of the cannabis tax revenue for legal cannabis enforcement. Although it will require city resources, the return on investment for legal enforcement will pay future dividends for the city in the form of tax revenue in a stable, healthy licensed market. The closure of illegal locations boosts public safety and directs consumers to licensed businesses to ensure a robust, regulated market for years to come. Subparagraph C, now we're on 2C, will read, use proven best practices to dramatically increase the number of successful prosecutions against landlords who lease to unlicensed cannabis operators and file liens against properties involved in illegal cannabis activity. The landlords are often easier to identify than the owners or operators of an illegal business. Prosecuting landlords as permitted under Los Angeles Municipal Code Section 104.15, for example, will mean fewer locations are available for illegal activity. Section 104.15 contains a potential civil penalty of up to $20,000 per day for each violation. A concerted effort to pursue these judgments could generate revenue for the city and for additional enforcement efforts and will deter unlicensed activity. Subparagraph D now, it'll be 2D. Conduct a study on, number 1, the scope and size of the illegal cannabis market. Number 2, cost-benefit analysis on illegal enforcement. And 3, the effective strategies implemented in other municipal enforcement programs. This study will demonstrate how much additional revenue may be generated by illegal operators and how much additional tax revenue may be collected by the city if the illegal market was eradicated or severely hampered. It is imperative that the city understand and pursue successful strategies employed by other cities, such as the city of Pasadena. It has been reported to this commission that the city of Pasadena closes illegal operators at the cost of only $8,000 per operator.
This Vice President Ash, do we want to consider putting something in there at the beginning of that one that says without delaying on the urgent enforcement against illegal dispensaries, do the following studies to improve the effectiveness. But I just don't want to create a situation where somebody in the city, the council or the mayor's office says, well, they recommended a study. Let's do that first. And
So we can say secondary too.
yes, absolutely.
Okay, hold on a second.
Secondary to the immediate efforts to shut down illegal dispensaries.
For the record, Commissioner Farnby has stepped away from the meeting.
So paragraph 2D will now read secondary to the immediate efforts to shut down illegal operators, comma, conduct a study on, and then the rest will read the same. How's that?
Yes.
Okay. And then that would conclude the substance of the recommendations. And I have 2 more paragraphs after that, which I'd like to read to you.
Can, while we're talking about that, can we go back up? I had a concern where we were talking about eventually it would be transferred to either DCR or the mayor's office. Can you reread that part of it?
Yes. That's paragraph 2A, Roman numeral 2. On a long-term basis, consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office. The mayor's task force, which includes the Los Angeles Police Department, the Department of Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, and the City Attorney's Office, is currently responsible for citywide cannabis enforcement. Given the number of participating agencies, the task force may be inefficient. Therefore, upon completion of short-term goals, in lieu of the task force, designate a single agency to execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide.
One more time.
Absolutely. On a long-term basis, consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office. The mayor's task force, which includes the Los Angeles Police Department, the Department of Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, and the City Attorney's Office, is currently responsible for citywide cannabis enforcement. Given the number of participating agencies, the task force may be inefficient. Therefore, upon completion of short-term goals, in lieu of the task force, designate a single agency to execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide.
Couple things. The very last sentence you said, I would suggest that we include, when you say designate a single agency, perhaps the mayor's office or DCR, and provide them with the necessary funding and resources under that entity's direct control. My concerns have been if you give this to the DCR and you don't have some employees and resources from Department of Building and Safety that are solely dedicated to the efforts to shut down illegal dispensaries, that will be on a voluntary basis. And that's part of the problem. We need one entity that has complete control of each aspect of enforcement activities.
I have a written amendment. Let's see if you like it. I'm just going to read the last sentence if you don't mind.
Yes.
Therefore, upon completion of short-term goals, in lieu of a task force, designate a single agency to execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide, comma, and provide that agency with the necessary authority, funding, and resources under that entity's direct control.
What was the last?
Under that entity's direct control.
Okay. And then further above, can you read, you don't need to read that last part that we just discussed, but read the other part before it.
Sure, I'll read the whole paragraph. And for the record,
For the
Commissioner
record.
Farby has rejoined us. Sorry. So this is the new paragraph 2A, Roman numeral 2. On a long-term basis, consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office. The mayor's task force, which includes the Los Angeles Police Department, the Department of Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, and the city attorney's office, is currently responsible for citywide cannabis enforcement. Given the number of participating agencies, the task force may be inefficient. I'm sorry, we also forgot to include there's LA Fire Department involved in there as well. That'll be added. But given the number of participating agencies, the task force may be inefficient. Therefore, upon completion of short-term goals, in lieu of the task force, designate a single agency to execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide and provide that agency with the necessary authority, funding, and resources under that entity's direct control.
Does the fire department have any direct responsibility for shutting down? They're not really they're not going out on their own and doing anything.
To my knowledge, which may be incomplete, but to my knowledge, fire department does do safety inspections as they do of all businesses. And so if there would be like fire code violations, they do have the ability to issue an order that would, you know, have the business like cease operations until certain code corrections are made.
But
Of,
do
like,
they
there's a
make
fire hazard or something?
do they make a determination as to whether business is legal or illegal?
Not to my knowledge, no. That's not their purview. It's just to look at the fire code violations.
Mhm.
I want to hear that this agency that phases in after the task force is one that is permanent.
Okay, so maybe the title could read on a long-term basis, permanently consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so this section, let me read it again. It's been some adjustments. On a long-term basis, permanently consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office. The mayor's illegal cannabis enforcement task force, MICET, which includes the Los Angeles Police Department, Department of Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, Los Angeles Fire Department, and the City Attorney's Office, is currently responsible for citywide cannabis enforcement. Given the number of participating agencies, MICET may be inefficient. Therefore, upon completion of short-term goals, in lieu of a task force model, designate a single agency to execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide and provide that agency with the necessary authority, funding, and resources under that entity's direct control.
Is funding and resources like duplicative?
This Vice President Ash, I don't. So I'm thinking of they need money and personnel. One of my concerns is that if they don't have the personnel devoted solely to this, if it's again based on a priority, it won't happen. So whatever entity ends up being responsible for enforcement needs to have everything they need to get the job done. That's my thinking. If I'm not using the right words, then we could say funding and the personnel.
How about if we amend that last sentence to say, and provide that agency with the necessary authority, funding, and resources, including personnel, under that entity's direct control?
I think we need to define personnel in terms of quantity, not so much saying 5, 10, 15, or 20, but what's a term substantive, meaningful, like
Necessary.
yeah, well, there's somebody out there who thinks that two is necessary as it stands, when two is not necessary.
To effectively eliminate the illegal market.
Two has not been successful.
Mhm. I'm also a
We're
little.
talking about a force and not necessarily a unit.
Mhm. This is Vice President Nash. I'm also a little concerned about all of the talk about the task force may not be sufficient, and would prefer that the message that is sent is that there has to be one entity who has at least, it doesn't have to be their sole responsibility, but it has to be their obligation and duty to address the illegal market. And without that, it won't happen. Currently, it's the LAPD, and it's not a priority for them. So what I'm proposing is that one entity has it as their priority. And I'm not sure that's communicated clearly in there.
How about this? On a long-term basis, permanently consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office. The Mayor's Illegal Cannabis Enforcement Task Force, MICET, which includes the Los Angeles Police Department, Department of Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, Los Angeles Fire Department, and City Attorney's Office, is currently responsible for citywide, is it illegal cannabis enforcement? However, in lieu of a task force model, designate a single agency to prioritize and execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide, and provide that agency with the necessary authority, funding, and resources, including qualified personnel under that entity's direct control.
Say maybe like a little more directly, just replace the task force with a permanent,
Okay.
since we're not giving a reason anymore.
And this is Vice President Nash. At one point where you say that all of those entities are responsible, I would say involved. Because again, the fire department is not part of their duty to shut down legal dispensaries, but they may be involved.
Right. Okay.
And maybe one more read.
Yes, absolutely. 1 second.
Oh, this Vice President, I want to make it clear that I'm not suggesting that the entity that be tasked with the enforcement form its own police department, form its own building and safety and all that. I'm suggesting that personnel from those other departments be assigned to the entity that is tasked with enforcement, so that that entity has the necessary tools from all the departments to do it.
Understood. Let me see if I got this right. On a long-term basis, permanently consolidate enforcement powers into a single agency, possibly DCR or the mayor's office. The Mayor's Illegal Cannabis Enforcement Task Force, which includes the Los Angeles Police Department, Department of Building and Safety, Department of Water and Power, Los Angeles Fire Department, and the City Attorney's Office, is currently involved in citywide illegal cannabis enforcement. We recommend replacing the task force model with a single designated agency to prioritize and execute illegal enforcement efforts citywide, and providing that agency with the necessary authority, funding, and resources, including the assignment of qualified personnel from other city departments under that entity's direct control.
Ms. Vice President Ash, I think that's really good. I had one question though. Did you say is involved or are involved?
I will say are. I did say is.
You said it.
Correct.
Is the task force.
Task force is,
Yeah,
because you considered it as a whole.
that's true. It is referring to the task force, which is a singular entity.
I thought we were referring to the various departments at that point.
Well, it reads the mayor's illegal cannabis enforcement task force, comma, which includes X, Y, and Z, is currently involved in citywide illegal cannabis enforcement.
Okay.
Correct.
It's correct.
Okay, wonderful. Moving on. Were we reading other paragraphs again?
We're at the last two.
The last two paragraphs, that's where we are going back to.
And then we have to go back to that
That's right.
one
After we've
paragraph.
done all the summary recommendations, the final two paragraphs of the letter read this. Drastic action must be taken to avoid the collapse of the legal market in the city of Los Angeles.
Stop immediate and drastic action. We're going to be redundant with that urgency part.
Immediate and drastic action must be taken to avoid the collapse of the legal cannabis market in the city of Los Angeles. If the city's policies do not change, business owners will lose their significant investments and the city will lose much needed tax revenue.
I would consider policies and practices because it's not just policies, right? We think about enforcement.
Yeah. Any other suggestions here, commissioners?
Not yet.
Maybe. Last paragraph. We recognize that the city is facing a challenging fiscal year and that not all of these recommendations will be financially feasible or align with the city's many competing priorities. The commission's action reflects its commitment to ensuring that Los Angeles not only maintains its position as the largest cannabis market in the world, but as the most responsible, equitable, and effective model for cannabis regulation. We thank you for your time and attention to the licensed cannabis market and appreciate your service to the city of Los Angeles.
Would you please reread the sentence that talked about, that described the model? I want to add a word.
Right. The commission's action reflects its commitment to ensuring that Los Angeles not only maintains its position as the largest cannabis market in the world, but as the most responsible, equitable, and effective model for cannabis regulation.
So are responsible and just synonymous? That's a question.
I think that they're two different words.
Then I do want to insert just somewhere.
I'm just going to put it in there.
Then
Responsible,
do it.
comma, just, comma, equitable.
Thank you.
Okay.
This Vice President Ash, I have a concern about saying we understand that all of this may not be financially feasible. I don't know that that's our job. Our job is to make the recommendations necessary to have a viable legal market and prevent the collapse of the legal market. And saying we understand that it may not be feasible, I think gives everyone
Defeatist tone to
an
the
easy
entire
out.
treatise.
And it, in the long run, it's honestly not in the city's best interest. There's a lot of revenue eventually that will come to the city if the city can successfully have a legal market and eliminate the illegal market. So in my mind, no matter what, these things have to happen. And if they don't, if they can't, the consequences are that that tax revenue goes away forever, or until they can have another experiment with another try at a legal market, but down the road and more expensive and all that. We have one now. We're not doing right by them. We need to do right by them, and we need to do it now.
So is the proposal to remove that entire first sentence then? Or just part of it? I'll read you the entire first sentence so you can decide how we'd like to chop it up. It currently reads this: we recognize that the city is facing a challenging fiscal year and that not all of these recommendations will be financially feasible or aligned with the city's many competing priorities.
This Vice President Nash, I would suggest, although we recognize, and then end that way, if these aren't implemented, the long-term benefits to the city, revenue to the city, et cetera, will go.
We need to strike the language about feasibility in its entirety.
Yeah, I think we could just say like the city has a lot, like we recognize the city has a lot of urgent priorities. Like this should be one of them. Like,
Right. Like, we understand you're in a tight spot. However, this has to happen.
Or
Here are the consequences.
What do you think about this? Although we recognize that the city is facing a challenging year, the long-term benefits of regulating cannabis activity will disappear if we do not take action now.
could you read that one more time?
Although we recognize that the city is facing a challenging year, the long-term benefits of regulating commercial cannabis activity will disappear if we do not take action now.
I think long
Well,
benefits.
It's not the benefits of regulating it. It's just the benefits of having a legal market.
But I was also gonna say like referencing the long-term benefits, like doesn't really get at the sort of imminence of collapse theme that we've been trying to strike elsewhere in the letter. Like either make it a priority or, there will be no more viable legal market.
I say, although we recognize that the city is facing a challenging year, the legal commercial cannabis market will disappear if we do not take action now.
Yes, and maybe the legal market and its hundreds of millions of dollars in proven revenue.
Can we say the legal market, which once sustained this city during a previous period of financial crisis, as in COVID, will disappear? Like, can we point out that once upon a time, the legal market really took care of the city when the city needed those funds most?
This Vice President Nash, maybe we could quantify that I do recall, I don't know it off the top of my head, but there was a statistic about what percentage of the general fund for the city of Los Angeles was generated by cannabis taxes. And I think it was a pretty substantial percentage, like 10% or something.
Don't
Does
quote me on
anybody know that off their top of their head?
I don't know.
How about this? Although we recognize that the city is facing a challenging fiscal year, the legal commercial cannabis market, which once helped sustain the city during the COVID-19 pandemic, will disappear if we do not take action now.
I mean, it's to the point. It points out what that revenue can do for the city if managed properly. So I'm fine with that sentence.
And then the following sentence would read, the commission's recommendations reflect its commitment to ensuring that Los Angeles not only maintains its position as the largest cannabis market in the world, but as the most responsible, just, equitable, and effective model for cannabis regulation. We thank you for your time and attention to the licensed cannabis market and appreciate your service to the city of Los Angeles.
This is Vice President Ash. I don't know that we should have as an important goal that we be the largest market. We are the largest market, and we should therefore have the best enforcement and everything. But reasonable people could argue that we shouldn't be trying to, quote unquote, increase the market because there are some negative effects of cannabis use. So the market is what it is. We are the leader, but I don't think it should be our goal to necessarily increase it. The market is what it is.
How about this? The commission's recommendations reflect its commitment to ensuring that Los Angeles not only maintains its position as a leader in the global cannabis market. I'm sorry. I apologize. I'm going to start over again. Got a lot of edits here. The commission's recommendations reflect its commitment to ensuring that Los Angeles maintains its position as a leader in the global cannabis market as a responsible, just, equitable, and effective model for cannabis regulation.
This Vice President Ash, I think we can shorten that by putting the just and equitable earlier.
Okay.
A just and equitable leader.
I'm sorry?
A just and equitable leader.
Yeah.
All the adjectives that you had there.
Oh. Okay. Although we recognize that the city is facing a challenging fiscal year, the licensed commercial cannabis market, which once helped sustain the city during the COVID-19 pandemic, will disappear if we do not take action now. The commission's recommendations reflect its commitment to ensuring that Los Angeles maintains its position as a responsible, just, and equitable leader in the global cannabis market and an effective model for cannabis regulation. We want to thank you. We thank you for your time and attention to the licensed cannabis market and appreciate your service to the city of Los Angeles.
this is Vice President Nash. The only thing I would change would be where you have the cannabis market that once sustained. I would like to say something about the cannabis market and its $100+ million in revenue, annual revenue, which once sustained. Tax revenue.
Do you want to include the number, or you just want to say the licensed commercial cannabis market and its tax revenue? I just don't.
Can we act for these? It's my understanding that at least on one year, there was more than $100 million that went into the city's general fund from cannabis taxes.
Um, So although we recognize that the city is facing a challenging year, the licensed commercial cannabis market and its tax revenue in excess of $100 million per year, which once helped sustain the city during the COVID-19 pandemic, will disappear if we do not take action now. The Commission's recommendations reflect its commitment to ensuring that Los Angeles maintains its position as a responsible, just, and equitable leader in the global cannabis market and an effective model for cannabis regulation. We thank you for your time and attention to the licensed cannabis market and appreciate your service in the city of Los Angeles.
This is Vice President Nash. I like it. Maybe just to hedge a little bit, we put potential for $100+ million.
And its potential tax revenue in excess of?
Yes.
Or you could say, and its tax revenue potentially in excess of. How about that?
Yes.
Now the $1 million question. Oh, wait, we need to go back to one paragraph you wanted me to consolidate earlier on. I'm sorry. So very early on, when we talked about the letter, there's a pretty decent preamble to the letter. And then when we get into the actual enumerated recommendations of yours, the first section was devoted to taxes, as you'll recall. And the first bullet point read, based on the input received by the Commission on July 2nd, 2025, and the deliberations thereafter, the Commission makes the following recommendations. Number one, reduce the existing high burdens on the licensed market and curtail the advantages currently possessed by the legal market. To do so, the city may, and then this is where you wanted us to combine the paragraphs talking about a cap on cannabis taxes and also implementing a tiered system.
Oh, could we discuss changing may to should?
Yes. To do so, the city should. Okay, I'm going to start reading it to you, I think. Actually, why don't we give me, would you mind taking a 5-minute recess?
Okay, so what I'll do at this point is close this item while you make those changes.
Thank you.
And reopen item 3, which is commission business, and revisit the topic of requests for future agenda items, if any, after tonight's robust conversation and deliberations. Are there any requests for future agenda items?
Well, This is Vice President Nash. We discussed that we might want to make additional recommendations.
Right.
And maybe as an additional agenda item, we would include discussion and deliberation on possible additional recommendations to City Council. And not necessarily limit it to tax and enforcement.
This is Deputy City Attorney Liwata. I'm sorry if I'm speaking out of turn, but I do recall you also earlier when we were talking about the tax forgiveness issue, it was limited to phase 3 social equity applicants, and you did specifically call out that you wanted to deal with phase 1 and phase 2 people at another time as well.
So what we kicked down the line was what fine and punitive actions would look like against illegal operators. And we kicked down the line, as she just said, what the structure would look like on phase 1 and phase 2 operators, or for phase 1 and phase 2 operators. We also deferred
Commissioner Farley, is there any way that we could add the motion for future items to discuss, the kind of update of what the results of how that motion is moving and how it relates to what we're doing?
So you want to report back on
The motion.
Okay. Should that be a standing item on the agenda? I think so.
This Vice President Nash, maybe a standing item on the agenda could be any steps that the City Council takes in connection with our recommendations.
That would still be under the council file report back. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's see, we deferred how landlords will be handled in a punitive framework. We deferred performance metrics. We deferred the tactic of using patrol cars, and we deferred the tactic of citizen reward.
It's Vice President Nash. However, President Mason, do you think it would be better to have it phrased generally so that those and any other suggestions could be discussed?
Whatever keeps us bound and compliant, but allows us to bake those concerns into our discussion.
Maybe if council thinks that a provision like the commission will consider additional recommendations to support the legal market at its next meeting.
So it'd be something like report back, discussion, and possible action based on city council progress on council file, or and if we leave it under the council file, then that would include our recommendations and any other recommendations that show up attached to that file.
Mr. Vice President, they attach to the file? I'm thinking of additional recommendations that the commission may want to make.
The commission may want to make, but here's what happens with council files. Just like we're making recommendations, there may be recommendations from other trade associations, neighborhood councils, community members. So by leaving it somewhat broad, it gives us the opportunity to also consider those recommendations when we make additional recommendations.
Okay.
Because if we limit it to just our recommendations, then we cancel our ability to consider other perspectives.
That's Vice President National. Understood. I definitely want to make it as broad as possible.
Okay. So hopefully you all captured the spirit of that, but that is the request for the report back on an ongoing basis. So it would be a standing item on our agenda until further notice, until such time we think it should be removed. Any other requests for future agenda items? Hearing none, then I'm going to reclose item 3 on the agenda and reopen item 4,
Wonderful. So
picking up where we left off.
thank you, President Mason. So I think we left up on that final paragraph that we were smashing at Commissioner Bierman's suggestion. So it's going to read this. Based on the input received by the Commission on July 2nd, 2025, and deliberations thereafter, the Commission makes the following recommendations. Number 1, reduce the existing high burdens on the license market and curtail the advantages currently possessed by the legal market. To do so, the city should, and here it goes, the first sub-bullet point A, where we smashed everything together. For a period of 2 years, adopt a new tiered cannabis tax structure based on revenue with rates ranging from a minimum of 0.25% to a maximum of 6%. Here, before I go any further, commissioners, I do want to clarify that the $500 threshold you all were talking about, is that you're talking about an annual gross revenue of 500,000, or you're talking about monthly? And then I did want to verify if you're talking about gross revenue or net revenue and that $500,000 figure.
My intent was annual gross revenue of $500,000. Are we in
All
agreement?
commissioners in agreement?
Yeah. But I think it might be worth clarifying like that, because it's 0.5% and 0.25%, right? For recreational and medical. I don't know if I'm using the terms correctly. So like it might be worth saying exactly what we're proposing. So like the first rate would be 0.5% and 0.25%, and then scaling up to 6% and
Yes.
3%.
So what I read too was the title, and then we're
Oh,
going to get into the meat
sorry.
of it. No, but these are all great points. I'm going to start from the title of subheading A. For a period of 2 years, adopt a new tiered cannabis structure based on annual gross revenue with rates ranging from a minimum of 0.25% to a maximum of 6%. That's the title. Here's the meat. Public testimony made it clear that the city's cannabis tax rate is among the highest in California. Lowering the city's maximum tax rate to more closely match the rates in neighboring jurisdictions will make the city's licensees more competitive in the Southern California market. Additionally, the city should adopt a tiered tax structure for a 2-year period, after which rates can be reevaluated. A tiered model supports undercapitalized licensees as they grow their businesses and advances the city's goals of equity and economic development. Therefore, we recommend, first bullet point, for licensed businesses with the highest revenue, implement the maximum 6% rate of gross receipts for adult use cannabis sales and 3% rate for gross receipts of medical cannabis sales. Under the second bullet point, it will read, for small businesses earning less than $500,000 in gross annual revenue, reduce the tax rate to 0.5% of gross receipts for adult use cannabis sales and 0.25% for medical cannabis sales. City council may establish additional revenue-based thresholds as appropriate, provided no business is taxed above the 6% cap.
This Vice President, like that. The only thing I wanted to raise with my fellow commissioners is $500,000 and under, should that be the initial threshold, or are there businesses that are 300,000? And I honestly don't know the answer to that, but I'm wondering if maybe the lowest rate should be reserved for businesses that are even smaller than $500,000 a year.
I don't think they're around.
You don't think so?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I don't think they're around.
I do have two final questions for you all. Addressing this letter is right now to the city council's office, or to the honorable city council.
Correct.
Okay. Would you like to include any other recipients on this letter?
It's to the Honorable Mayor of Los Angeles and then to the Honorable City Council, with the mayor first, city council second.
Do we have the opportunity to like CC?
We do.
We could include the city attorney and
City attorney,
chief of police.
chief of police, office of finance.
This Vice President Nash. I don't know that it really matters, but I'm wondering if it wouldn't be more proper to send it to council and CC the mayor's office, because part of our responsibilities is to make recommendations to city council, but I don't think it identifies making recommendations to the mayor's office.
Well, because we do have that, well, number one, because we are the voice of the mayor, as an act of respect, we should inform her how she has spoken as a direct recipient of the letter. And number two, because we do have a recommendation in there that either the mayor's office or DCR be considered as the permanent home for a permanent enforcement force, that yes, she should be addressed directly.
I defer to you.
Thank you.
So you want to do a CC to the mayor then?
No,
Okay, so it's going to be addressed to the honorable city council and the mayor, CC to the city attorney, office of finance, and LAPD chief.
correct.
Okay. The second question, or rather statement, I just want to verify with the commission is assigning a council file number to this, so it could also be lodged and filed in a specific council file. I believe we have two proposed council files. The first is 25-0720.
Is that the Padilla motion?
Yes,
Okay.
the
that would be
title of that
correct.
council file is Licensed Cannabis Businesses / California Cannabis Excise Tax / Lowering the City's Cannabis Tax Rates / Economic Analysis.
That would be correct.
Okay, wonderful. And the second council file number that we recommend submitting this under is 14-0366 S as in Sam 36. And the title of that council file is Illegal Cannabis Stores / Enforcement / Regulatory Compliance / Operation Prevention.
What's the status of that council file? I guess my question, has council taken a final action on that file?
That I don't know. I know it's pending right now in government operations and
Then
public
let's
safety.
go. Yes, that's a yes.
So we'll put in both those files. Okay. Thank you so much. That's it for the house cleaning matters for me.
All right, commissioners, we are almost in a race for our longest meeting ever, but this one's gonna come in second. But all jokes aside, I believe that this is one of the most important meetings that we've had. We received a call to action. We accepted the challenge. We rolled up our sleeves. We leaned into producing what I believe is substantive and just policy recommendations. It is my hope that we have our recommendations do reflect the realities that we've heard from the industry, and that we do strike a win or create a win for the legal market and a defeat for the illegal market. I want to thank you all for hanging in here tonight. I want to thank our ghostwriters, our AI team, for their assistance in making us sound better than we've ever sounded. I want to thank the department staff for hanging in here, LAPD for hanging in here with us. We didn't intend to be here this long. And our one long audience member, whatever you took for endurance, we need some of that. And so with that being said, the time is 10:04. If you know me personally, you know that I cry when I am proud. And so I'm holding back tears. And with that being said, this meeting is now adjourned. Okay, the time is 10:09 and we are briefly reconvening. The motion on the floor being made at this time by President Mason is to approve the letter as presented by City Attorney Emily Wada, inclusive of all corrections previously discussed.
This is Commissioner Farmbee. I second the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Treviso. Please call the roll.
President Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Farmbee,
Aye.
Commissioner Bierman,
Aye.
Vice President Nash.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Thank you. The time is 10:10 and now we are officially adjourned.